Welcome to Tales from Sector 9, your portal to immersive sci-fi audio stories. If you enjoy deep space action, rogue AIs, and conspiracy theories, you're in the right place. Tap like and subscribe to keep the adventures coming. Drop a comment and tell us where in the galaxy you're listening from. Now, sit back, relax, and prepare for tonight's story. The Celestial Guardian. Daniel Cole's fingers traced the edge of his daughter's crib, the smooth wood worn familiar after countless midnight vigils. Sarah's tiny chest rose and fell in the dim glow of her constellation nightlight, stars and planets dancing across her ceiling in slow, hypnotic circles. He smiled, remembering his own childhood dreams of soaring through those stars. "She's finally down." Rebecca's whisper came from the doorway, accompanied by the rich aroma of fresh coffee. "Like an angel," he murmured, carefully backing away from the crib, "though I'm pretty sure she's going to be a pilot. Did you see how she was moving her arms during story time? Banking and rolling through the clouds." Rebecca's laugh was soft and knowing. "Like father, like daughter." She handed him a steaming mug, the ceramic warm against his palms. "Speaking of which, when's your next flight?" "Saturday morning. Clear skies predicted." Daniel followed her into their modest living room, where the walls told their story through carefully arranged photographs. Their wedding day, the opening of Cole's Corner Bistro, Sarah's first moments in the hospital, a life built on solid ground. But tucked between the family photos, less noticeable but no less important, was a single shot of Daniel in the cockpit of a Cessna 172, his first solo flight. The grin on his younger face held a wild joy that sometimes felt like it belonged to another person entirely. He settled into his favourite armchair, the leather creaking familiar beneath him. Through the bay window, the setting sun painted the sky in shades of amber and deep purple. A commercial airliner crawled across the horizon, its lights blinking steadily against the gathering dusk. "Sometimes I wonder," he said, more to himself than Rebecca, "what would have happened if I'd stuck with the Air Force track." "And given up your dream of owning the bistro?" Rebecca curled up on the couch, tucking her feet beneath her. "The place that brought us together? Where you proposed?" Daniel smiled, but his eyes remained on the distant plane until it disappeared behind the neighbour's oak tree. "You're right. This is the life I chose. The right life." He took a sip of coffee, letting its warmth chase away the whispers of what if. The doorbell rang. Rebecca frowned. "Are we expecting anyone?" "No deliveries today." Daniel set down his mug and stood, years of restaurant ownership making him automatically straighten his shirt. "Probably someone who missed the bistro's closing time." The bell rang again, more insistent this time. Something about its urgency made the hair on the back of his neck stand up. Through the frosted glass panels flanking his front door, he could make out several tall figures in what looked like formal wear. Their postures were rigid, military straight. Daniel opened the door to find three people in dark suits, their faces set in identical expressions of carefully neutral urgency. The woman in the centre held up a badge that gleamed in his porch light. "Mr. Daniel Cole?" Her voice was clipped, professional. "I'm Dr. Evelyn Carter. We need you to come with us immediately." "Excuse me?" Daniel's hand tightened on the doorknob. "It's 8 o'clock at night and I have no idea who you are." "This is a matter of national security," said one of the men, his tone making it clear he wasn't used to people questioning him. "We have the necessary authorization." "Authorization for what?" Rebecca appeared at Daniel's shoulder, her presence warm and grounding. Dr. Carter's expression softened slightly as she looked between them. "Mr. Cole, what I'm about to show you will change everything you think you know about your life, about who you are." She pulled out a small device that looked like a cross between a smartphone and a medical scanner. "May we come in?" Daniel started to refuse to close the door on this strange interruption to his quiet evening. But then the device in Dr. Carter's hand lit up with an otherworldly blue glow, and a soft harmonic tone filled the air, a tone that resonated in his bones, calling to something deep and forgotten within him. His daughter's mobile of stars and planets chose that moment to spin faster, its projected lights swirling across the ceiling in impossible patterns, and Daniel Cole, restaurateur and weekend pilot, felt the ground shift beneath his carefully ordered world. The device on Dr. Carter's palm cast fractals of blue light across Daniel's living room walls, turning the familiar space alien and strange. Rebecca's hand found his, squeezing tight as the three agents filed in with practiced efficiency. One positioned himself near the hallway leading to Sarah's room, and Daniel felt his jaw clench. "First," Dr. Carter said, her voice softer than it had been at the door, "I need to confirm something." She adjusted a dial on her device and the harmonic tone shifted, becoming a low pulse that made Daniel's teeth ache. "Try to stay still, Mr. Cole." A beam of light swept over him from head to toe. Where it touched his skin, he felt a bizarre tingling, as if every cell in his body was answering a question he couldn't hear. The device chimed, and Dr. Carter's eyes widened. "It's even stronger than we predicted." She turned the screen toward her colleagues, and Daniel caught a glimpse of scrolling data and a rotating DNA helix rendered in that same ethereal blue. "Would someone please explain what's going on?" Rebecca's voice held a tremor that Daniel hadn't heard since Sarah's difficult birth. "Your husband," Dr. Carter said, still studying her readings, "has a unique genetic marker, one we've only seen in one other place." She paused, choosing her next words carefully. "In the pilot's seat of a vessel that wasn't built on Earth." Daniel barked out a laugh, but it died in his throat when none of the agents smiled. "You're serious?" "Quite." Dr. Carter nodded to one of her colleagues, who produced a tablet and pulled up what looked like surveillance footage. This was recorded 3 days ago at a secure facility in Nevada. The video showed a cavernous underground hangar, its scale made clear by the tiny figures of scientists and military personnel scattered around its perimeter. But what dominated the frame made Daniel's pilot-trained eyes reject what they were seeing. It was sleek and lethal, its hull composed of what looked like liquid metal that rippled even when stationary. No visible seams, no rivets, no signs of human manufacturing at all. It wasn't large, maybe the size of a fighter jet, but something about its proportions made Daniel's mind struggle to process its dimensions. "We recovered it in 1986, Dr. Carter explained. It was completely inert. Every attempt to access its systems failed. Until this week." She tapped her device. "When we developed this scanner and detected a very specific genetic sequence required for activation, a sequence that appears in less than 1/10,000,000% of the human population." The video shifted to show a team of researchers approaching the craft. The moment their instruments touched its surface, the hull became utterly still, lifeless. "My God," Daniel whispered. "No one on Earth can fly that ship," Dr. Carter said. "Except you." Rebecca's grip on his hand became painful. "This is insane. Danny's a restaurant owner, a weekend pilot. You can't just walk in here and—" "Actually," the agent by the hallway interrupted, "we can." He produced a document bearing the presidential seal. "This is a matter of national security. Mr. Cole's unique capability makes him essential to the program." "Essential?" Rebecca's voice rose. "He's essential here. We have a business, a baby." A soft cry from down the hall silenced them all. Sarah was awake. "I'll get her," Rebecca said quickly, but Dr. Carter held up a hand. "Mrs. Cole, please. There's more you both need to see." The device pulsed again, but this time the tone it emitted was different. Deeper, almost musical. Miles away in that underground hangar, something answered. Daniel felt it in his marrow, a resonance that bypassed his ears entirely. His vision blurred, and for a moment he could have sworn he saw ghostly contrails stretching from his fingers, reaching toward. The coffee mug slipped from his other hand, shattering on the hardwood floor. Sarah's cries grew louder. "What did you do to him?" Rebecca demanded, but her voice seemed to come from very far away. "We didn't do anything," Dr. Carter said. "The ship did. It's calling its pilot home." Daniel stared at his trembling hands, watching threads of blue energy dance beneath his skin like lightning in high clouds. The sensation was terrifying, exhilarating, and somehow deeply familiar, as if he was remembering something from a dream, or waking up from one. "How long?" he managed to ask. "The situation is urgent," Dr. Carter replied. "We need to begin immediately." Rebecca was already shaking her head. No way. Danny, please." But Daniel wasn't looking at her. His eyes were fixed on the family photos on the wall, the carefully curated evidence of his ordinary life. In the fading light, his reflection was superimposed over them, a man split between two worlds, the grounding force of family and the infinite call of stars. Sarah's cries reached a fever pitch, and in their frequency, Daniel heard an echo of that otherworldly tone. His daughter dreaming of flight while the universe itself reached for her father. "I have to know," he said softly. Rebecca covered her mouth, tears spilling over. She knew that tone. It was the same one he'd used years ago, standing in an empty storefront describing his vision for Cole's Corner Bistro. Once Daniel's curiosity and passion locked onto something, the gravitational pull was unstoppable. Dr. Carter checked her device one final time. "Pack light, Mr. Cole. Where we're going, most of what you need will be provided." She paused. "Though I suggest you take a moment to say goodbye to your daughter. This won't be an easy transition." Daniel turned towards Sarah's room, his feet feeling strangely heavy. With each step down the hallway, that resonance in his bones grew stronger, like a compass needle finding true north. Behind him, he heard Rebecca ask in a broken whisper, "How long will you keep him?" Dr. Carter's response followed him into the nursery. "That depends entirely on what happens when he meets the ship, and whether humanity is ready for what comes next." The desert night pressed against the helicopter's windows, broken only by the rhythmic pulse of anti-collision lights. Daniel sat rigid in his seat, the military-grade headset doing little to muffle the rotor wash. His go-bag, hastily packed with trembling hands, sat at his feet like a reminder of all he'd left behind. Sarah's tears still burned in his memory. Her tiny fingers had gripped his shirt as if she knew, somehow, that this goodbye was different. Rebecca's farewell had been worse, a quiet devastation in her eyes that cut deeper than anger ever could. 5 minutes to sight, the pilot announced, his voice crackling through the headset. Dr. Carter, seated across from Daniel, noticed his white-knuckled grip on the armrest. "The resonance effects will intensify as we get closer," she said. "Try to breathe through it." She wasn't wrong. The humming in his bones had grown stronger with each mile, like a tuning fork being struck with increasing force. Now it was a constant vibration that made his vision blur at the edges. The helicopter banked, and suddenly the ground below was alive with floodlights, illuminating a sprawling complex half buried in the Nevada desert. Military vehicles dotted the perimeter, their presence dwarfed by the massive hangar doors yawning open at the facility's heart. They touched, down on a marked landing pad, and Daniel's world tilted. The resonance peaked, sending waves of something that wasn't quite sound and wasn't quite electricity coursing through his nervous system. His feet moved of their own accord the moment they hit the tarmac, drawn forward by an invisible tide. "This way," Dr. Carter guided him toward a reinforced elevator. Armed guards snapped to attention as they passed, their expressions a mix of awe and unease. The elevator plunged down, through layers of concrete and security checkpoints, each deeper level increasing the pressure in Daniel's skull. And then the doors opened, and time seemed to stop. The hangar was larger than it had appeared in the video, its scale emphasised by the dozens of technicians and military personnel that looked like ants around their target. Banks of computers and monitoring equipment lined the walls, countless cables snaking across the floor toward the centre of the chamber. But Daniel saw none of it. His entire world had narrowed to the ship. It hung suspended in a cradle of scaffolding, its liquid metal surface catching the harsh industrial lights and transforming them into something ethereal. As he watched, ripples of movement passed across its hull like mercury in zero gravity. The craft had no visible cockpit, no weapons, no engines, just smooth organic curves that suggested motion even in stillness. Magnificent, isn't it? Dr. Carter's voice seemed to come from very far away. 17 years I've studied it, and I still can't tell you how it works, what it's made of, or even its true shape. It seems to shift depending on who's looking at it and from what angle. Daniel took a step forward, then another. The resonance was overwhelming now, but it had changed from an uncomfortable vibration to something almost musical. Each step brought new harmonies, new frequencies that spoke to him in a language that bypassed his ears entirely. The crowd of technicians parted, before him their chatter falling silent. In his peripheral vision, he saw them reaching for instruments, taking readings, documenting every moment. But their scientific curiosity felt trivial compared to the pull of the ship. 3 steps from the craft, the surface began to change. The liquid metal rippled more intensely, patterns of light racing across its skin like neural impulses. A seam appeared where none had existed before, widening into an oval portal that irised open with organic precision. "My God," someone whispered. "It's never done that before." Daniel reached out, his hand trembling not with fear but with a strange anticipation. The moment his fingers touched the hull, a shock of recognition blazed through his system. The metal was cool but not cold, vibrating with a life of its own, and it was happy. There was no other word for it. The ship was joyful, like a dog greeting its long-lost master. The metal flowed around his hand, not wet but not quite solid either, drawing him forward with gentle insistence. He stepped through the portal, ducking his head instinctively, though there was plenty of clearance. The interior was both more and less alien than he had expected. There was a seat, or something that would become a seat, and displays that flickered to life as he entered. But everything was formed from the same liquid metal as the hull, constantly shifting and adjusting. "Mr. Cole," Dr. Carter called from outside, "please wait for the safety briefing before—" The portal sealed behind him with a liquid whisper, cutting off her words. In the sudden silence, Daniel felt his heart should have been hammering with panic. Instead, a profound sense of rightness settled over him. He belonged here, had always belonged here. The seat reached for him, reforming itself to match his exact proportions as he settled into it. Displays solidified from the flowing walls, showing him information in symbols that should have been incomprehensible but somehow made perfect sense. A harness grew around him, secure but not confining, its touch almost gentle. And then the ship spoke to him, not in words but in sensations, images, and that ever-present harmonic resonance. It showed him stars he'd never seen, worlds he couldn't imagine, and possibilities that made his pilot's heart soar. But underneath it all was a warning, urgent and clear. They're coming. The ship's systems surged to life, panels brightening, energy thrumming through its structure. Outside he heard shouts of alarm, the chaos of an unprepared facility facing an unprecedented event. Daniel's hands found controls that materialized beneath them, perfectly shaped for his grip. The ship responded to his touch like an extension of his own body, eager and ready. "They're coming," the ship insisted, "and now, finally, we can prepare." Through the sealed portal, Daniel heard Dr. Carter's voice tight with concern. "Get the General down here now. It's happening. God help us. It's actually happening." The ship hummed its agreement, and in that moment Daniel Cole, husband, father, restaurant owner, weekend pilot, felt the last tethers of his ordinary life begin to slip away. And somewhere, in the vast darkness between stars, something began moving toward Earth. Sweat burned Daniel's eyes as he gripped the neural interface controls, his muscles screaming from the sustained G-forces. The simulation chamber's massive screens wrapped around him in a seamless dome, currently showing him tumbling through a hyper-real rendition of low Earth orbit. "Again," General Holloway's voice crackled through his headset. "This time, try not to tear your ship apart." 6 weeks of training, and Daniel still couldn't match what he'd done in those first moments of connection. The ship, his ship, sat silent in its hangar below, refusing to respond to anyone else, waiting for him to prove himself worthy of their first encounter. "Initiating Run 17, Doctor," Carter announced from her monitoring station. "Loading combat parameters." The simulation reset. Virtual stars wheeled above him as targeting markers appeared, representing incoming hostile craft. The neural interface hummed against his temples, trying to replicate his connection with the actual ship. "Remember," Dr. Carter coached, "don't think like a human pilot. The ship doesn't operate on our physics. Feel the space between." Multiple warnings blared as 3 targets dove at him from different vectors. Daniel's hands moved instinctively, but the simulator's response felt sluggish, artificial, not like the liquid grace of his ship. The simulation dissolved in a flash of red light. "Pilot deceased" floated in accusing letters before him. "Damn it!" Daniel ripped off the neural interface. "This isn't working. These controls are wrong. The response time is..." "Wrong?" Holloway strode into the simulator, his face hard. "Wrong compared to what?" 10 minutes of gut instinct in an alien craft we barely understand. The simulator is built on 17 years of research. "The ship doesn't think in straight lines," Daniel insisted, gesturing at the conventional control setup. "It flows, like water." Dr. Carter appeared at the general's shoulder, her expression thoughtful. "Like mercury." She turned to Holloway. "Sir, I think it's time." "Absolutely not. He's nowhere near ready for what?" Daniel stood, his legs shaky from the simulation's artificial G-forces. "To actually fly my ship." "Your ship?" Holloway's eyebrows shot up. "Yes, my ship. The one that chose me. The one that's been teaching me every night in my dreams, showing me things your simulators can't begin to replicate." Silence fell in the chamber. Dr. Carter's eyes widened. "You're having ship dreams. Why didn't you report this?" "Because they were private. Sacred. Because in those dreams, he soared through star-studded darkness with liquid metal flowing around him like a second skin. Because the ship showed him wonders and horrors that his conscious mind could barely process. And because in those dreams, he could feel himself changing." "Show them," the ship whispered in his mind, its voice growing stronger each day. "Show them what we can do." Daniel held up his hand. In the harsh fluorescent light, threads of silver traced beneath his skin like mercury in his veins. Dr. Carter gasped and reached for her scanner. "It's not just teaching me to fly," Daniel said quietly. "It's preparing me. Because what's coming, what I've seen..." He swallowed hard. "We don't have time for simulators." Holloway's hand moved to his sidearm, but Dr. Carter stepped between them. "General, please. This is exactly what we've been waiting for. True integration." "Integration?" Holloway gestured at Daniel's silvered skin. "Carter, he's being infected by alien technology. For all we know..." Warning klaxons cut him off. Red emergency lights began strobing throughout the facility. Multiple contacts, a technician's voice blared over the intercom. Massive gravitational distortions at the edge of the solar system. Sir, they match the ship's energy signature. Daniel closed his eyes and saw them. Vast shapes moving through the void, ancient and terrible and hungry. The ship's memories of its former masters became his own. Their arrogance, their cruelty, their rage at losing their prize vessel to an insignificant species. How long? Holloway demanded. At current velocity, 72 hours until they reach Earth orbit. Daniel opened his eyes, now threaded with silver light. I told you we didn't have time. Dr. Carter's scanner whirred. His genetic structure, it's accelerating. The changes we projected would take months are happening in real time. You can either lock me up, Daniel said to Holloway, or you can let me show you what this ship can really do. Because right now, I'm the only thing standing between Earth and extinction. The general studied him for a long moment, decades of military training warring with the impossible reality before him. Finally he nodded to Dr. Carter. Get him to the hangar, full combat loadout. As they rushed through the facility's corridors, Daniel felt the ship's eagerness building like electricity before a storm. His skin rippled with liquid silver patterns, his movements becoming more fluid, less human. Daniel, Dr. Carter caught his arm before they reached the hangar. What aren't you telling us? What did you see in those dreams? He met her gaze, letting her see the alien light in his eyes. I saw why the ship chose me, why it had to be someone who understood both what it means to fly and what it means to have something worth protecting. The hangar doors parted, revealing his ship pulsing with anticipation. As he approached, its surface began to flow like quicksilver, reaching for him with tendrils of living metal. The ship isn't just a weapon, he said, stepping into its embrace. It's a key, and I'm about to unlock something that will change humanity forever. The liquid metal closed around him like a chrysalis, and Daniel Cole began his final transformation from accidental pilot to Earth's first line of defense. Behind him, he heard Dr. Carter's quiet voice. May God help us all. Above, through layers of rock and steel, the stars waited, and among them, ancient eyes turned toward Earth, drawn by the signal they had been hunting for millennia. The real flight was about to begin. Dawn painted the desert in shades of fire as Daniel stood before his ship, its surface reflecting the sunrise in impossible colours. The liquid metal rippled with anticipation, matching his own nervous energy. Around them, the hangar buzzed with pre-flight activity. Though technicians gave the craft a wide berth, they'd learned the hard way that it didn't tolerate anyone else's touch. Remember, General Holloway's voice crackled through Daniel's earpiece, this is a controlled test, basic manoeuvring only, no showing off. Daniel smiled, silver threads shimmering beneath his skin. The ship had other ideas. Final systems check, Dr. Carter called from her monitoring station. Quantum field stable, gravitic sensors online. Daniel, your biosignatures are, well, they're unlike anything we've ever seen. He knew. The changes were accelerating. This morning he'd caught his reflection shifting like quicksilver, his eyes holding stars that hadn't been there yesterday. But there was no time to worry about that now. Their visitors were less than 48 hours out. The ship's portal irised open, welcoming him home. The moment he stepped inside, the connection bloomed, neural pathways lighting up like solar flares, ship and pilot becoming one fluid system. The cockpit formed around him, displays crystallizing from liquid metal. Control, we're ready. His voice resonated with harmonics that weren't quite human. Remember your flight plan, Holloway insisted. Low altitude, military airspace only. The ship surged to life, lifting from its cradle with liquid grace. Daniel felt every system as if they were his own organs, his own muscles. Power thrummed through neural circuits that bridged human and machine. They rose through the opening hangar doors into the dawn sky, leaving gravity behind like a half-remembered dream. Below, the desert floor blurred into abstract art. "Steady there," Carter cautioned. "Your velocity is—" The ship twisted reality around them, and suddenly they were 20 miles up, the curve of Earth visible against star-studded black. Warning messages flooded his comms as radar stations across the continent lit up. "Cole!" Holloway barked. "Return to designated airspace immediately." But Daniel and the ship were already moving, dancing through cloud layers in impossible spirals. Conventional physics were more like guidelines, really. Suggestions that could be bent, folded, reimagined. Over the Pacific, a passenger jet pilot reported a silver craft that moved like liquid lightning. In Moscow, observatory cameras tracked an object pulling maneuvers that should have turned any pilot to paste. Social media exploded with shaky phone videos of something that defied explanation, each new post ratcheting up global panic. "My God," Carter whispered through the comms. "The energy readings. Daniel, you're rewriting our understanding of physics with every move." He barely heard her. The ship was singing to him, showing him what it could really do. They shot straight up past the edge of space, then dove back into atmosphere, trailing plasma like cosmic flames. Each movement was perfect, precise, beautiful. Over the Atlantic, they created sonic sculptures with compressed air, clouds forming impossible shapes in their wake. Through the Grand Canyon, they wove between rock formations at speeds that turned the world into streaks of colour. Above the Himalayas, they danced with the aurora borealis, liquid metal reflecting curtains of cosmic light, and in low orbit they finally paused, Earth spinning blue and perfect below them. "Daniel," Carter's voice was quiet now, "every observatory on the planet is tracking you. Every military is on high alert. The world knows it's not alone." "Good." He watched the Terminator line creep across continents. "They need to be ready. Need to understand what's out there, what's coming." As if in response to his words, the ship's sensors pinged. Out in the darkness between Mars and Jupiter, massive objects were accelerating. The invasion fleet had spotted them. "They've changed course," Daniel reported, his transformed voice carrying echoes of stellar wind. "We got their attention. They'll be here in less than 24 hours now." Silence filled the comms. Finally Holloway spoke. "Can you beat them?" Daniel reached out with senses that were no longer entirely human, feeling the ship's liquid metal pulse through his veins. In his mind, he saw Rebecca and Sarah, watched his daughter reaching for projected stars on her ceiling. Then he looked deeper into the ship's memories and saw worlds burning, civilizations falling, all because they weren't ready. "No," he said softly, "I can't beat them." The ship's surface rippled with deadly purpose. "But we can." He turned their joined form toward home, silver skin blazing with reflected sunlight. Below, millions of phones captured their descent. A new star moving with purpose across the morning sky. Humanity's first guardian was coming home, and the real war was about to begin. They came at midnight over the Pacific, their massive ships blotting out the stars. Daniel watched from low orbit, his ship's sensors painting a picture of doom in liquid metal displays. The Zalthari fleet moved with mathematical precision, 9 capital ships arranged in a perfect geometric pattern, each one large enough to swallow an aircraft carrier. Smaller craft swarmed between them like schools of predatory fish, their hulls black as deep space. "Jesus," General Holloway breathed through the command channel. "How many?" "I'm counting over 300 support craft," Daniel reported, his transformed voice carrying harmonics of ship speak. "The capital ships are, God, they're like flying cities." Dr. Carter's instruments whirred in the background. "The energy readings are off the scale. Daniel, a single one of those ships could—" The night lit up like false dawn. Humanity's first salvo rose from Earth. Missiles, railgun rounds, experimental energy weapons, everything the combined military forces of Earth could muster. The barrage was beautiful in its way, a testament to mankind's determination to survive. It never reached the fleet. A ripple passed through space, like heat waves over hot asphalt. Every human projectile simply ceased to exist, not destroyed, not deflected. Their fundamental particles had been unwritten from reality. As expected, the ship whispered in Daniel's mind, its thoughts tinged with ancient sadness. They've only grown stronger. The Zalthari response was immediate and devastating. Beams of impossible light lanced down from the capital ships, striking military bases across the globe with surgical precision. Satellites began falling dark, their orbits decaying in ways that defied physics. Power grids collapsed as some kind of quantum cascade failure rolled across continents. They're not just attacking our defences, Daniel realised, watching the pattern emerge. They're systematically dismantling our technology, regressing us to... A new signal cut through the chaos, a transmission on frequencies that made Daniel's altered DNA resonate. The ship translated, "Attention, primitive species. Your unauthorized use of superior technology has been noted. Your punishment is regression and reduction. Resist and face extinction." Through the command channel, Daniel heard Holloway issuing rapid-fire orders, trying to coordinate what remained of Earth's defences. But it was Carter's voice that caught his attention. "Daniel," she said urgently, "I'm detecting massive atmospheric changes. They're not just attacking our technology, they're altering Earth's chemical composition. At this rate, the air will be unbreathable in less than 6 hours." The ship's memories flooded Daniel's mind. Other worlds, other civilizations falling to this same strategy. The Zalthari didn't believe in quick extermination. They turned worlds into museums of failure, letting species choke slowly on their own transformed planets. "Like hell," Daniel growled. They dove through the upper atmosphere, liquid metal hull flowing into attack configuration. As they fell, Daniel felt the ship's weapon systems awakening. Not simple guns or energy beams, but tools that could reshape local space-time itself. The nearest capital ship spotted them. Black swarms of fighter craft peeled away from their patrol patterns, moving with hideous speed and precision. The lost vessel, the alien transmission returned, tinged with something like amusement. "Crewed by a primitive, your genetic structure is already failing. Surrender the ship and your species may be permitted to survive as a slave race." Daniel's response was more elegant. They corkscrewed through the first wave of fighters, reality warping around them. Where they passed, enemy craft found themselves occupying the same space as their wingmates, their matter merging with catastrophic results. "That's not possible," Carter gasped, watching the telemetry. "The energy requirements for localized space folding. Save the science for later," Holloway cut in. "Cole, can you reach their command ship?" A massive beam of twisted light speared through the space they'd occupied microseconds before. Daniel felt the ship's exhilaration as they danced through gaps in conventional physics, moving in ways that made Newton weep. But the enemy was learning, adapting. Each attack came closer, each defense grew stronger, and in the back of Daniel's transformed mind, a timer was running. 5 hours and counting until Earth's atmosphere became poison. The ship showed him their odds of survival, calculated to 1,000 decimal places. Daniel thought of Sarah, of the projected stars on her ceiling, of Rebecca's tears as he left, of all humanity looking up at the night sky and finally understanding their place in a hostile universe. "Okay," he said, both to the ship and to himself. "Show me what we've been afraid to try." The liquid metal cockpit pulsed once in warning. "It will complete the change," the ship cautioned. "There will be no going back." Below them, the Antarctic ice cap began to boil as alien weapons reshaped matter itself. 4 hours, 58 minutes remaining. "No going back anyway," Daniel said softly. "Do it." The ship sang a note that existed in no human frequency, and Daniel Cole began to truly understand why he'd been chosen. The real battle for Earth was about to begin. The transformation began as starfire in Daniel's veins. Liquid metal flowed through his altered DNA like quicksilver lightning, rewriting him at the quantum level. The boundary between ship and pilot dissolved. Not just neural connection now, but total synthesis. They became a singular entity of human consciousness and alien technology, burning bright against the void. Through transformed senses, he perceived reality in its true form. Probability waves and quantum strings, the deep structure of space-time itself. The Zalthari fleet hung before them in 11 dimensions, their true nature finally clear. "My God," Dr. Carter whispered through what remained of the command channel. "The readings. You're not just flying the ship anymore. You've become something new," Daniel finished, his voice harmonizing with frequencies that existed beyond normal space. Something they never expected. The nearest capital ship launched another reality-warping beam, but now Daniel saw its underlying mathematics, the equations that bent probability to the Zalthari's will. With a thought, he rewrote those equations. The beam curved back on itself, transforming a cubic mile of space into recursive geometry. "Impossible," the Zalthari command signal boomed. The ship was not designed for this level of integration. "No," Daniel agreed, their hybrid form accelerating through gaps in conventional physics. "It was designed to prevent this level of integration, to keep your weapons locked away from species you deemed unworthy." Their liquid metal skin rippled with new understanding. "But you never imagined it would choose its own pilot." They dove into the heart of the enemy fleet, reality distorting around them. Where they passed, Zalthari fighters found their probability waves collapsed into quantum impossibilities. Capital ships fired weapons that bent space itself, but Daniel and the ship danced through dimensional gaps between the beams. "Cole!" Holloway's voice crackled with urgency. "The atmospheric transformation is accelerating. 3 hours left at most." Daniel reached out with senses that transcended human limitation. These Althari weren't just changing Earth's atmosphere. They were rewriting its fundamental forces, turning the planet itself into a weapon against its inhabitants. The enemy fleet moved to surround them, 9 capital ships forming a geometric pattern that sang with deadly harmonics. Space itself began to crystallize, trapping them in a lattice of frozen probability. "The experiment ends," Zalthari declared. "Surrender the ship, or watch your world dissolve." But Daniel wasn't watching the fleet. Through his transformed perception, he finally saw what the ship had been trying to show him in those dream lessons. The pattern of 9 ships wasn't just a tactical formation. It was a key, a geometric echo of something far older than the Zalthari themselves. "You didn't build this ship," he said, understanding flooding him like light. "You found it, just like we did, and you've spent millennia trying to unlock its true potential." Their hybrid form began to pulse with new energy as ancient protocols activated. The liquid metal of their shared body resonated with frequencies that made the very fabric of space sing. "Stop!" Real fear entered the Zalthari transmission. "You cannot comprehend the forces you're unleashing." "Maybe not," Daniel agreed, "but I understand something you never could." Their form blazed with impossible light as the ship's final transformative protocols engaged. The difference between taking power and being worthy of it. He thought of Sarah reaching for projected stars, of Rebecca's quiet strength, of humanity looking skyward with wonder despite all its flaws. The ship's memories merged with his own. Other worlds, other species, waiting for someone who could pass the test it had spent eons preparing. the transformation completed with a sound like reality taking a deep breath. Where ship and pilot had been, something new hung against the stars, a being of living metal and transformed flesh. Human consciousness expanded through technological transcendence. Not a weapon to be wielded, but a key to unlock humanity's next evolution. The Zalthari capital ships opened fire with everything they had. Daniel raised a hand formed of liquid starlight, and probability itself bent to his will. The battle for Earth's survival began in earnest, and the stars themselves held their breath. Light bloomed between the stars as Daniel unleashed the ship's true power. Reality rippled outward in concentric waves of probability, each one carrying the message encoded in their merged form. Enough. The Zalthari fleet's perfect geometric pattern shattered. Their capital ships reeled as weapons that had conquered 1,000 worlds simply failed to exist. Fighter craft tumbled through suddenly uncertain physics, their pilots finding themselves bound by laws of reality they'd long thought mastered. "What are you?" The Zalthari command signal held something they'd never broadcast before. Awe. Daniel spread liquid metal wings that caught starlight in impossible colours. Through transformed senses he watched quantum possibilities bloom and fade like brief flowers. I am what the ship was waiting for. Not a master, not a wielder. Their hybrid form pulsed with ancient power. A partner. The largest capital ship launched a desperate attack, trying to rewrite the fundamental forces holding Earth together. Daniel saw the mathematical poetry of it, beautiful in its way. With a thought, he inverted its quantum signature. The beam curved through 11 dimensions and crystallized into a lattice of frozen probability, trapping the ship in its own distorted space-time. The atmosphere, Dr. Carter's voice crackled through transformed sensors. 2 hours until I see it. And he did, the complex cascade of atomic changes poisoning his world. The Althari weren't just changing chemical compositions, they were altering the very language Earth's matter used to speak to itself. Time to teach it a new dialect. Daniel stretched out transformed hands and began to sing in frequencies that existed between dimensions. The ship's memories showed him the way, not to fight the changes, but to guide them, to teach Earth's quantum foundation a more complex grammar. The atmosphere shimmered like heat waves over hot asphalt. Around the planet, sensors recorded impossible readings as air itself learned to exist in multiple states at once, becoming something both breathable and transcendent. The Zalthari fleet began to retreat, their perfect formation now a chaotic scramble for survival. But their commander had one final card to play. "You think you've won?" The transmission burned with desperate rage. "You've doomed your species to a fate worse than extinction. The changes cannot be undone. Your world will never be purely human again." Daniel smiled with lips made of liquid starlight. That was never the ship's purpose, or humanity's destiny. Their hybrid form blazed against the void as he activated the final protocols. Not weapons, but keys to unlock human potential. Around the planet, subtle changes began cascading through the quantum fabric of reality. Children dreaming of flight would wake to find probability bending to their will. Scientists studying the fundamental forces would discover new variables in their equations. Artists would see colours that existed between known frequencies. The next stage of human evolution had begun. "Cole," Holloway's voice held both wonder and fear. "What did you—" "Gave humanity a choice," Daniel answered. "The same choice the ship gave me, to remain as they are or to reach, for something more." Their liquid metal skin rippled with starlight. The Zalthari feared this moment. They found the ship but couldn't understand its true purpose. It was never meant to be a weapon. It was meant to be a teacher. The enemy fleet vanished into quantum tunnels, fleeing the power they had sought for millennia. But Daniel knew they would return. Not to conquer this time, but to learn. Humanity's next steps would reshape the galaxy's balance of power. Hours later, Daniel descended through an atmosphere that shimmered with new possibilities. The military base had been transformed, its stark buildings now grown from probability crystals that sang in quantum harmonics. Dr. Carter's instruments recorded changes that would keep scientists busy for generations. The liquid metal of his transformed body flowed like quicksilver as he landed, reshaping itself into something almost human. His eyes still held starlight, and silver threads still traced through his flesh, but he could walk among his people again. Rebecca waited at the edge of the Quantum Crystal Plaza, holding Sarah in her arms. Their daughter reached out with tiny hands that sparked with newborn probability fields, already adapting to the changed world. "Danny?" Rebecca's voice shook. Is it still you?" He gathered them both in arms that could reshape reality but still remembered how to hold the people he loved. "It's still me," he whispered. "Just more." Sarah giggled and touched his liquid metal skin, leaving ripples of quantum possibility in her wake. Above them, the stars seemed closer, more attainable. Humanity's first steps into a larger universe had begun. "What happens now?" Rebecca asked. Daniel looked up at the infinite possibility of space, feeling the ship's ancient wisdom pulse through their shared consciousness. "Now we learn. We grow. We become something beautiful and strange and wonderful." He smiled. "And we're not alone anymore." Across the planet, a new age was dawning. The accidental pilot had become humanity's first guardian, their guide into a universe stranger and more magnificent than anyone had imagined. And somewhere in the vast depths of space, other ships waited, ready to choose their own pilots when the time was right. Solar Warden, Guardians of the Ancients. The Solar Warden slid through the interstitial void between star systems like a predator sighing in its sleep. She was a ghost ship, a rumour whispered in the highest echelons of Earth's unified command, a dreadnought built in secret orbital docks, crewed by the forgotten and the exceptional. Her skin was a metamaterial composite that drank light and sensor pings, rendering her effectively invisible against the star-strewn canvas. Her purpose, proactive defence, galactic peacekeeping of a sort unsanctioned by public treaties, a silent guardian against threats humanity wasn't yet prepared to acknowledge. Inside her pressurised, artificially gravitated hull, the low thrum of the quantum entanglement drive was a constant companion, a reminder of the impossible distances spanned. Commander Riker Thorne stood on the command deck, the holographic projection of the Cygnus X1 region shimmering before him like captured nebulae. His face, etched with the lines of 100 campaigns fought in shadows, was illuminated by the soft blues and purples of the display. He was a man forged in the quiet crucibles of deep space, his authority absolute, his burden immense. The Warden was more than a ship. She was an extension of his will, a fortress monastery dedicated to vigilance. Then the calm shattered. A priority alert klaxon, rarely used, cut through the bridge's low hum. Not an external sensor ping, but a directed high-bandwidth transmission slicing through subspace chatter, aimed directly at the Warden's clandestine frequency. "Signal origin?" Thorne's voice was calm, cutting through the sudden tension. "Triangulating. Sector 7G, Kaelaris system, sir," reported the comms officer, Lieutenant Eva Rostova, her fingers flying across her console. "It's old. Kaela Dominion encryption, ancient dialect, high-priority distress protocol." Kaelaris. The name resonated with a near-mythical weight. Home of the Kaelar, the elder race who had, according to fragmented histories and recovered Xeno artifacts, shielded a nascent humanity millennia ago. They were architects of wonders, masters of bioengineering and gravitational manipulation, a civilization that had faded into legend, withdrawing into isolation centuries before Earth achieved interstellar travel. The message, once decrypted by the Warden's formidable AI core, painted a grim picture. Kaelaris wasn't just fading, it was dying. A creeping genetic entropy, a slow decay woven into their very DNA over generations, was rendering them sterile, shortening lifespans. But worse, far worse, was the immediate catalyst for the distress call. The Draelith swarm had returned. The Draelith. Another name dredged from the darkest corners of forgotten galactic lore. A biomechanical plague, thought eradicated in a war that had scarred nebulae before human ancestors climbed down from trees. They were locusts forged from necrotized flesh and adaptive. Alloys, consuming, converting, driven by a cold, networked intelligence that defied understanding. They didn't conquer, they assimilated worlds into their grotesque, clattering whole. "Commander," Rostova added, her voice tight, "the signal confirms a full-scale planetary assault. Planetary defense grid failing. They specifically request Solar Warden intervention. They know who we are, sir. They're asking for protection of the royal bloodline and assistance preventing total bio-collapse." Thorn processed this rapidly. Orders from Earth High Command were implicit. Maintain secrecy, observe, never interfere directly with Elder race affairs unless humanity itself was threatened. But the Kaela had been protectors, and the Draelith threatened everything. This wasn't a local conflict. It was the potential resurgence of an apocalypse. "Helm, set course for Kaelaris. Maximum sustained velocity. Engage void cloaking protocols," Thorn commanded. "Communications. Acknowledge the signal. Authentication code Thorn Alpha Sigma. Message. Solar Warden en route. Hold fast." The journey was a tense passage through warped space, the Warden a silent knife cutting towards a dying star. As they approached, the long-range sensors painted a horrifying tableau. Kaelaris, once described in recovered texts as a jewel of emerald continents and sapphire seas, was shrouded in orbital chaos. Draelith hive ships, jagged agglomerations of dark metal and pulsating organic matter swarmed the planet, their smaller attack craft raining down fire. Flickering energy shields buckled and failed across the surface. Thorn ordered the Warden into a high-orbit stealth trajectory, using Kaelaris' largest moon as cover. He dispatched cloaked reconnaissance drones, their feeds relaying images of cities under siege, crystalline structures shattered by biomechanical artillery, and swarms of chittering Draelith ground units overwhelming Kaela defenders clad in elegant but clearly failing energy armour. A secure channel opened directly from the Kaela Royal Citadel, bypassing the planetary chaos. The face that appeared on Thorn's private monitor was ancient, noble, and etched with profound weariness. High King Varial. His eyes, luminous and wise, held the weight of a dying civilization. "Commander Thorn," Varial's voice was resonant though strained. "Your arrival honours forgotten pacts, but time bleeds away. The swarm, they are relentless. Our blight weakens us, our weapons falter." "High King Variel," Thorn replied, his voice respectful but firm. "Solar Warden is here to assist. What is the strategic situation? What can we do?" Variel's image flickered. "Our doom is twofold. The genetic decay accelerates under stress. Soon there will be none left fit to rule, or even to remember. But the Draelith, they seek more than mere conquest. They seek the heart of our legacy." He paused, gathering strength. "There is a contingency, a last resort forged in the age of sundering when the Draelith first rose." Thorn leaned forward. "Tell me." "Deep beneath our sacred sites," Variel revealed, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, lie dormant the Titan Sentinels, 5 biomechanical constructs of immense power, relics of a race that preceded even us. They sleep, awaiting awakening. Thorn felt a chill despite the bridge's regulated temperature. Technology from before the Kayla? These sentinels, Variel continued, require pilots, beings capable of neural synchronization. Our current generation, the blight affects the mind's resonance. We cannot interface, but perhaps your kind can. He gestured weakly. They are keyed to our royal lineage, activated by 5 crystal keys hidden across Calaris in places of power and peril. Find the keys, Commander. Find pilots who can withstand the neural load. Awaken the Titans. The diagram bloomed beside Variel's image. 5 colossal, distinct mechanical forms, one sleek and winged, another broad-shouldered and bristling with ground-pounders, a third radiating defensive energy fields, a fourth shimmering with stealth technology, the last glowing with internal fire. Alone, they are formidable, Variel explained, but their true power lies in unity. Once bonded, once synchronized, the 5 can merge. They become the Pantheon Ascendant, a construct of unimaginable defensive power, capable of purging the swarm. Thorn stared at the schematics, the scale almost unbelievable. This wasn't just a weapon, it was a legend made manifest. A desperate gamble hinging on forgotten technology and untested human pilots. The Draelith must not reach them, Commander, Variel pleaded, his image distorting with nearby impacts. They must not defile what guarded the galaxy. The transmission abruptly cut out, replaced by static. Thorn stood silent for a moment, the weight of the revelation settling upon him. Protect a bloodline, prevent collapse, and awaken mythical war machines? The mission parameters had just escalated exponentially. He turned to his bridge crew, his expression grim but resolute. Lieutenant Rostova, assemble mission profiles for 5 potential Titan interfaces based on psychological and neurological compatibility scores. Prioritize adaptability, resilience, and empathy. He tapped the schematic of the Pantheon Ascendant. Major Jian, prepare Omega Lance for immediate deployment. Multiple high-risk retrieval operations, hostile territory, heavy resistance expected. We're going key hunting. The Solar Warden shifted from silent guardian to active participant. Below, on the dying world of Calaris, the darkness deepened, but a desperate, impossible hope had just been ignited. The selection process was swift, brutal, and data-driven. The Solar Warden's AI, Janus, cross-reference combat records, psych profiles, simulator scores, and neurological scans against the fragmented Kayla data on Titan synchronization. Commander Thorn reviewed the final candidates, seeking not just skill, but a specific kind of synergy, a blend of individual strength that might, just might, resonate together under unimaginable pressure. First chosen was Lieutenant Lucas Watts. Quiet, almost unnervingly perceptive, Watts possessed an empathic intuition that bordered on the precognitive in battlefield scenarios. He saw patterns others missed, anticipated enemy movements by sensing the ebb and flow of conflict itself. Janus flagged him for Valkyries, the winged aerial titan, whose systems required a pilot sensitive to atmospheric currents and multi-vector threats. Watts accepted the assignment with a solemn nod, his thoughtful gaze already calculating trajectories through Calaris's war-torn skies. Next came Captain Zach Cross, Watts's polar opposite. Loud, fiercely competitive and pathologically brave, Cross was the Warden's premier hand-to-hand combatant and thrived in the visceral chaos of close quarters battle. His humour, often dark, was a shield against the horrors he'd witnessed. He was assigned Brontis, the ground-pounding assault titan, a behemoth of armour and ordnance. Cross grinned, cracking his knuckles. Someone's got to punch these metal bugs back where they crawled from, right? Ensign Dax Moreno was the anomaly, the youngest, a prodigy plucked from Earth's advanced engineering corps. Moreno saw systems, energy flows, and subspace mechanics the way composers heard music. Brilliant, occasionally overwhelmed by the military structure, but unparalleled in improvisation, he was matched with Stratos, the shield-bearing support titan. Its complex energy matrix and defensive systems demanded an intuitive understanding of technology. Moreno nervously adjusted his glasses, muttering about Kyla power conduits potentially violating known physics. Lieutenant Rico Fenn was an enigma, even among the Warden's clandestine crew. A former Black Ops sniper and deep cover operative, Fenn moved with silent grace and spoke only when necessary. Her analytical mind processed threats with chilling efficiency. She was the logical choice for Nocturne, the stealth titan, capable of cloaking and infiltration. Fenn simply inclined her head, her dark eyes unreadable, already assessing angles of approach and Draelith sensor capabilities. Rounding out the team was Commander Maddox Reeve, the veteran. An ex-mech pilot from Earth's earlier, clunkier conflicts, Reeve carried the quiet authority of someone who had seen it all and survived. Calm under extreme fire, pragmatic, he was the bedrock. He was assigned Pyros, the fire core titan, whose internal plasma reactor and thermal weaponry required disciplined control. Reeve, his weathered face impassive, stated, "Understood. Let's get 'em warmed up." While the Chosen Five began intensive neural conditioning in Kayla DeepMind simulators, holographic chambers that plunged their consciousness into simulations of the Titans' unique interfaces and Kayla history, Thorn deployed Omega Lance. Led by Major Gian, a stern tactician, and including Thorn's longtime friend and second-in-command, Sergeant Harlan Cruz, the Lance was tasked with retrieving the 5 crystal keys. The missions were harrowing descents into hell. The Sky Bastion key was housed within a derelict Kayla weather control platform, perpetually shrouded in violent electrified storms. Omega Lance repelled from cloaked shuttles, battling hurricane-force winds and automated lightning defences, Draelith skitter fighters dogfighting them amidst the clouds. They secured the Sky Key just as the platform began to tear itself apart. For the Obsidian Depths Key, they descended into volcanic caverns near Calaris' molten core. Rivers of lava illuminated Cyclopean Kayla structures. Ancient flame sentinels, stone guardians animated by geothermal heat, activated alongside Draelith burrowing units adapted to extreme temperatures. Explosions echoed in the suffocating heat as the team fought their way to a basalt altar, retrieving the obsidian key moments before a Draelith demolition charge brought the cavern roof down. The Whispering Hollow presented a different challenge. A sprawling jungle temple complex overgrown and saturated with residual Kayla psychic energy. The air itself seemed to hum, creating illusions, dredging up buried fears, turning squad mates against each other in paranoid hallucinations. Draelith stalkers, adapted for stealth, used the psychic miasma as cover. Major Gian, relying on hardened mental discipline, guided the team through the psychic battlefield to claim the jungle key from the heart of a colossal, petrified tree. Starspire Keep was an ice fortress carved into a mountain peak, where temperatures plummeted to near absolute zero. The Kayla architect had employed sound-based traps, resonant frequencies that could shatter armour, induce vertigo, or trigger localised sonic booms. Draelith, forces, seemingly immune, used the acoustic chaos to their advantage. Omega Lance navigated the treacherous soundscape, disabling harmonic resonators while fighting frost-coated Draelith warriors, finally recovering the glacier key from a cryo-locked chamber. The final mission targeted the Vault of Echoes, a vast archive complex submerged beneath a murky, polluted ocean trench, already heavily infested by Draelith. Sonar-reactive Draelith submersibles patrolled the crushing depths. Omega Lance utilised specialised aquatic assault gear, navigating flooded corridors and dodging pressure-sensitive mines. Inside the central archive chamber, they located the vault key, but the Draelith sprung an ambush, sealing the exits and flooding the compartment. Sergeant Harlan Cruz, a burly man whose loyalty to Thorn was legendary, saw the closing hydrostatic doors and the Draelith heavy units advancing. He shoved the recovered vault key into Major Jean's hand. "Get it to the commander, go!" Before Jean could protest, Cruz activated demolition charges on his own suit's power core, creating a blinding explosion and a shockwave that momentarily stunned the Draelith and blasted open a secondary escape route for the rest of the team. He was consumed in the blast, sacrificing himself to ensure the final key reached the surface. The Mega Lance returned to the Solar Warden, battered, exhausted, but successful. They brought the 5 crystal keys, shimmering, intricately faceted stones pulsing with contained energy, but they also brought the heavy news of Cruz's death. Thorn received the keys and the report with stoic grief, the loss of his friend a palpable weight on the command deck. There was no time for mourning, only grim resolve. The pilots had completed their initial sync training, reporting strange, dreamlike connections to the dormant machines. The keys were secured. The next phase was about to begin, the awakening. The descent was like travelling back through geological time. Ancient Kayla tram lines, reactivated after millennia of silence, carried the 5 pilots deep into the planet's crust. Each line terminated in a colossal cavern, meticulously engineered, housing one of the dormant Titan sentinels. The air hummed with latent power, the rock walls inscribed with faded glyphs depicting star charts and celestial events unknown to human history. Lucas Watts arrived first, stepping out onto a platform overlooking Valkyries. The aerial Titan rested on its haunches like a gargantuan biomechanical raptor, wings folded, its surface a seamless blend of obsidian-like plating and what looked disturbingly like dormant sinew. Its cockpit, a crystalline bubble set into the head, glowed faintly as Watts approached. Zach Cross found Brontis standing sentinel in a cavern, fortified like a subterranean bunker. The ground assault Titan was pure brutalism. Thick armour, massive articulated fists, shoulder-mounted cannons the size of tanks. It radiated sheer power, a coiled spring of destruction. Dax Moreno gaped at Stratos, the defence support Titan. It was broader, less overtly aggressive, its surfaces studded with emitters and intricate energy conduits. It resembled a mobile fortress, anchored in a chamber that seemed designed to channel and amplify planetary energy fields. Rico Fen materialised from the shadows of her tramcar before Nocturne. The stealth Titan was slender, angular, its surfaces shifting and refractive, absorbing the ambient light. It looked less like a machine and more like solidified shadow, perched ready to vanish. Maddox Reeves stood before Pyros, the fire core Titan. Housed in a heat-shielded cavern near a magma conduit, Pyros pulsed with internal warmth. Vents along its limbs glowed cherry red, and its core emanated a low, powerful thrum, hinting at the controlled inferno within. Following Kayla instructions relayed via Thorn, each pilot presented their respective crystal key to an interface port on their Titan. Valkyris took the Sky Key, Brontis the Obsidian Key, Stratus the Jungle Key, Nocturne the Glacier Key, and Pyros the Vault Key. As the final key slotted home, a deep, resonant hum filled the chambers, echoing up the tram lines and causing seismic tremors across Kalaris. Light surged through the Titans. Glyphs etched into their armour blazed with energy. Joints hissed as dormant actuators powered up, cockpits illuminated displaying Kalar symbology alongside translated readouts. One by one, the colossal machines stirred, optics flaring to life like newborn stars. The pilots, strapped into their command couches, felt the neural interface ignite, not just data streams, but a torrent of sensation, instinct and ancient memory flooding their minds. It was exhilarating and terrifying, like merging consciousness with a sleeping god. Watts felt the wind currents of Kalaris across Valkyries' wings, crossed the tectonic rumble beneath Brontis's feet. Moreno sensed the planet's energy grid through Stratos, then the electromagnetic spectrum via Nocturne sensors, reaved the geothermal heat flowing into Pyros. Initial field tests, conducted within designated subterranean zones, showcased the Sentinel's staggering capabilities. Valkyries soared through simulated canyons, its energy cannons carving arcs of light. Brontis pulverized simulated Draelith armor with contemptuous ease. Stratos generated localized shield barriers capable of deflecting immense kinetic force. Nocturne flickered in and out of visibility, executing silent takedowns. Pyros unleashed controlled bursts of plasma that melted rock. But coordination proved instantly problematic. The Titans were individuals, extensions of their pilots' distinct personalities, and the ancient machine spirits now awakening within them. Cross's aggressive charges sometimes left Moreno's Stratos exposed. Fenn's stealth maneuvers occasionally left her isolated. Watts struggled to translate his tactical overview into commands the others could instinctively follow. Reeves' methodical pace sometimes clashed with Cross's impulsiveness. They were 5 powerful solos, not yet a symphony. Their precarious learning curve was shattered by catastrophe. Alarms blared aboard the Solar Warden. "Commander," Major Jean reported, her voice strained. "Multiple breaches. The outer planetary shield network has collapsed. Draelith hive carriers are breaking atmosphere en masse. They're concentrating on the Royal Citadel." On the surface, chaos erupted. Draelith drop pods rained down like meteors, disgorging hordes of biomechanical monstrosities into the heart of the Kyla capital. Elegant spires crumbled under relentless bombardment. Desperate Kala warriors fought and died in the crystalline streets. Then came the unthinkable. A single, high-yield Draelith energy beam, impossibly precise, lanced down from orbit, bypassing the failing city shields and striking the Citadel's central spire, the royal chamber. Communications went dead. Moments later, a fragmented emergency broadcast reached the Warden. Princess Kalia, Variel's daughter, her face smeared with soot, regal composure fractured by grief and fury, appeared briefly. "The king, King Variel is dead, assassinated. I have assumed command." Her transmission cut out. Simultaneously, Janus flagged a massive energy surge deep beneath the Kala capital, originating directly below the Royal Citadel's foundations. Cross-referencing with Kala historical data retrieved during the pilot's sync training, Thorne realized the horrifying truth. "They knew," Thorne breathed, staring at the tactical display. "The assassination wasn't just regicide, it was a diversion." He pointed to the energy signature. "That location, according to Kala legend, it's the Convergence Vault, the very place where the Pantheon Ascendant was first forged during the Age of Sundering. The Draelith aren't just here to conquer Kalaris. They want to capture the forging site, perhaps harness its power, or prevent the Pantheon Ascendant from ever forming again." The stakes had escalated beyond planetary defense. This was now a race to secure ancient power, with the fate of the galaxy potentially hanging in the balance. "Pilots," Thorne's voice broadcast directly into their neural interfaces, overriding the sensory flood. "The king is dead. The Draelith are targeting the Convergence Vault beneath the capital. Training is over. Deploy immediately. Your objectives are sector-specific defense. Prevent the Draelith from reaching the vault at all costs. Go. The 5 Titans, newly awakened and barely tested, rose from their subterranean cradles, ascending towards a world engulfed in total war. The surface of Calaris was a canvas of destruction. Smoke choked the skies, casting the besieged capital city in a perpetual blood-red twilight. Draelith forces swarmed through shattered avenues, their chittering movements and grinding mechanics, an alien cacophony against the Kala architectural elegance. Into this inferno, the 5 Titan Sentinels deployed, each a towering figure of defiance against the encroaching swarm. Lieutenant Lucas Watts, Valkyries, launched directly into the upper atmosphere. Valkyries unfolded its vast wings, soaring above the ionosphere where massive Draelith skyhive carriers disgorged endless waves of smaller fighters. Watts, feeling the thin air and the brutal vacuum beyond through Valkyries' senses, became a whirlwind of aerial combat. His empathic intuition allowed him to anticipate the swarm tactics, dodging energy blasts, weaving through fighter formations, his Titan's cannons vaporizing Draelith craft with pinpoint accuracy. He wasn't just flying a machine, he was the storm, defending the orbital approaches. Captain Zach Cross, Brontis, deployed directly into the capital's heavily fortified canyon wall sector. Brontis met the Draelith head-on. Mech tank divisions, spider-like walkers, spitting plasma, and waves of scuttling ground drones surged towards the breach. Cross roared into the comms, a mix of battle cries and crude jokes as Brontis charged. Fists like wrecking balls shattered Draelith armour, shoulder cannons obliterated entire formations, seismic stomps cracked the very ground beneath his enemies. He was a blunt instrument, a furious bulwark holding the line, thriving in the glorious, brutal chaos. "Come on, you rusty buckets! Who's next?" Ensign Dax Moreno, Stratos. Positioned centrally behind the main defence lines, Stratos became the city's shield. Moreno, initially overwhelmed, quickly found his rhythm, his mind merging with the Titan's complex energy systems. He diverted planetary power, projecting immense shimmering energy barriers that absorbed Draelith artillery bombardments, protecting Kala civilian shelters and reinforcing collapsing structures. He rerouted power surges, fed targeting data to Kala defense towers still operational, and occasionally unleashed focused energy pulses to disrupt Draelith command signals. He was the unsung anchor, preventing total collapse. Lieutenant Rico Fenn, Nocturne. While the others engaged in open warfare, Nocturne flickered into invisibility, slipping through Draelith lines like a phantom. Fenn, calm and methodical, navigated the treacherous cityscape, avoiding sensor nets and patrols. Her objective: locate and disable the Draelith forward command posts coordinating the ground assault and, crucially, the localized warp gates reinforcing their numbers. Utilizing Nocturne's infiltration tools and her own Black Ops expertise, she became a saboteur, planting disruption charges, slicing communication arrays, and silently eliminating key Draelith synapse commanders before vanishing back into the shadows. Commander Maddox Reeve, Pyros. Reeve's mission was perhaps the most critical and dangerous. Draelith scans had detected a major planetary fault line beneath the capital near the Convergence Vault. They were attempting to plant a deep-core magma bomb, intending to destabilize the entire region and potentially trigger a catastrophic volcanic event, destroying the vault and half the continent. Pyros descended into the searing heat of the planet's crust, navigating fissures and magma flows. Reeve, relying on his veteran discipline, used Pyros's thermal lances to cauterize breaches, its fire core energy to neutralize Draelith drilling units, fighting in an environment where a single misstep meant incandescent oblivion. He was the steady hand preventing planetary self-destruction. Despite their individual successes, the Draelith tide was relentless. The sheer numbers were overwhelming. Coordination breakdowns between the pilots, amplified by the stress and sensory overload, led to near disasters. Cross's overzealous advance nearly flanked Moreno. Watts, pinned down by a carrier's main weapon, couldn't provide air support for Fenn's extraction. We've reported increasing Draelith reinforcements near the fault line. They were holding, but barely. The Draelith were adapting, learning, focusing their efforts. It was then that Princess Kalia, coordinating the desperate Kayla defense from a hidden bunker, managed to transmit a vital package directly to Commander Thorne aboard the Solar Warden, who relayed it instantly to the pilots. It wasn't tactical data. It was ancient Kayla scrolls, digitized under fire, their surfaces covered in intricate glyphs, depicting the 5 Titans merging into one colossal form. Pilots, Kalia's voice, ragged but resolute, echoed through their neural link. The scrolls describe the Synedrian Ascala, the Pantheon Ascendant Protocol. It is not merely a mechanical combination. It requires alignment, a merging of will, spirit, and memory. The first pilots achieved it through shared vulnerability, a psychic resonance born of absolute trust. Thorne's voice followed hers, urgent. She's right. The Kayla data confirms it. The final stage isn't technological, it's psychological, emotional. You have to synchronize on a deeper level, drop your barriers, trust each other, completely. A moment of charged silence hung between the 5 pilots, scattered across the war zone, fighting for their lives. Trust, vulnerability, with bombs falling, comrades dying, and ancient machines screaming in their minds. It was Watts, the quiet empath, who spoke first, his voice strained but clear through the link, broadcasting not just words but the feeling behind them, the fear beneath his tactical calm. Valkyris feels isolated up here. I can see everything, but I can't be everywhere. I need your eyes on the ground, Cross. Your shields, Moreno. Cross surprisingly didn't joke. Yeah, well, Brontis is taking a pounding. Could use some cover fire, Skyboy. And Dax, keep those shields up, kid. You're doing good. Moreno, his voice trembling slightly, replied, Energy levels critical. Draelith adapting. I can't hold this sector alone for much longer. Fenn's clipped tones followed. Multiple command nodes disabled. Heavy resistance converging on Pyros's position. Reeve needs support. Reeve's steady voice anchored them. Acknowledged. Pressure intense. Holding the line, but Fenn is right. The primary drill is almost in position. He paused. We do this together, or not at all. Cruz didn't die for nothing. Harlan Cruz. The name resonated. The shared loss. The shared purpose. In that moment, amidst the carnage, something shifted. Defences lowered, not physical shields, but mental ones. The bravado, the detachment, the fear, the determination, it all flowed across the neural network, raw and unfiltered. They felt each other's struggles, strengths and anxieties. Empathy surged, forging connections stronger than any data link. A new energy signature flared from the 5 Titans, detected instantly by the Solar Warden. Commander, Jean exclaimed, energy cascade, it's starting. Across Kalaris, the 5 sentinels began to glow with an intense harmonic light. Valkyris descended from the sky. Brontis rose from the canyons. Stratos pulsed with power. Nocturne shimmered into visibility. Pyros ascended from the depths. Drawn by an invisible force, they converged over the ravaged capital city. Energy tendrils lashed out, connecting wing to shoulder, shield to fist, stealth plate to fire core. Metal flowed and reshaped, systems integrated. 5 minds, 5 machine spirits, 5 pilots bound by shared vulnerability and desperate purpose merged into something far greater. With a shockwave that rippled across the planet, the Pantheon Ascendant took form, a colossal humanoid figure easily dwarfing the largest Dralith ships, radiating an aura of pure incandescent energy the size of a city. It was a beacon of impossible hope against the encroaching darkness. The ascent was complete. The formation of the Pantheon Ascendant sent a visible pulse of energy across Calaris, momentarily stunning the Dralith swarm. Their networked intelligence faltered, individual units pausing mid-stride, fighters veering off course. It was a brief respite, but enough for the colossal construct to orient itself. Inside the integrated command core, a space that felt both impossibly vast and intimately connected, the 5 pilots experienced true unity. They saw through each other's eyes, felt the thrum of combined power, thought and reacted as one entity. Watts's tactical overview guided Cross's ferocious strikes. Moreno managed the immense energy flow powering Reeve's amplified thermal weapons, while Fenn directed stealth fields and pinpoint targeting solutions. Their target coalesced from the chaos, the Hive Sovereign. It wasn't a single ship, but a monstrous entity. A living island formed from thousands of fused Dralith warbeasts, biocruisers, and corrupted Kala technology scavenged over millennia, all bound by the will of a central ancient Dralith intelligence. It pulsed with dark energy, bristling with weapons capable of cracking continents, its shadow falling over the ruined capital. The Pantheon Ascendant launched itself into battle. The scale was mythological, a god forged from human will and ancient Kala science against a biomechanical nightmare composed of galactic wreckage. The clash began over the shattered city, energy beams thicker than skyscrapers crisscrossing the smoke-filled sky. The Pantheon Ascendant moved with surprising grace for its size, deflecting swarms of Dralith fighters with localized energy shields managed by Moreno's intuition, while Cross, controlling the primary limbs, delivered blows that shattered entire sections of the Sovereign's carapace. Reeve channeled Pyros's core through integrated emitters, bathing sections of the Sovereign in plasma fire, while Watts anticipated the Sovereign's shifting attack patterns, guiding the Pantheon Ascendant through incoming barrages. Fenn identified and targeted critical synapse nodes deep within the Sovereign's mass. The battle raged, levelling already ruined districts. The shockwaves felt in orbit where the Solar Warden provided crucial support. Thorn, coordinating desperately, ordered targeted orbital strikes from the Warden's main cannons, weakening the Sovereign's outer defences, drawing fire away from the Pantheon Ascendant during critical moments. Focus fire on grid coordinates Delta 7. Give them covering fire, Thorn commanded, his knuckles white on the command chair. The Hive Sovereign adapted, learning, its ancient intelligence focusing its immense power. Tentacles of hardened biometal lashed out, grappling with the Pantheon Ascendant. Psychic assaults, amplified through corrupted Kala tech, hammered against the pilot's unified consciousness, threatening to tear their fragile bond apart. They felt the strain, the shared pain, the immense pressure. Doubt flickered. "It's too strong," Cross grunted, the Pantheon Ascendant reeling from a massive blow. "Energy reserves dropping," Moreno warned. "The psychic interference is destabilizing the core matrix." It was Kalia's voice, patched through by Thorn, that cut through the rising panic. The scrolls, the final act, the Harmonia Plenus, channel your unity outwards. It's not just a weapon, it's a resonance. Disrupt its control. They understood. The Pantheon Ascendant wasn't just about power, it was about harmony, the very thing the Dralith swarm lacked. Focusing their combined will, pouring every ounce of their shared courage, discipline, empathy, and even fear into the core, they initiated the final protocol. The Pantheon Ascendant ceased its physical attacks. It braced itself amidst the swarm and began to glow with an almost unbearable white-gold light. A deep, resonant hum built, not of destruction, but of pure, ordered frequency. Then it unleashed the Harmonia Plenus, a planet-wide harmonic wave, a pulse of coordinated psychic and energy resonance designed to disrupt the Dralith-Hivemind connection. The effect was instantaneous and catastrophic for the swarm. The wave washed over Caelorus and surged into orbit. Individual Dralith units convulsed, their networked directives severed. Fighters spiralled out of control. Ground troops froze, reverting to basic, uncoordinated movements. The Hive's sovereign itself seemed to shudder violently, sections sloughing off as the binding intelligence fractured. Its coordinated attacks ceased, its form losing cohesion, consumed by internal feedback loops. The overwhelming threat dissolved into chaotic fragments. Seeing their sovereign broken, the remaining functional Dralith ships, their Hive connection shattered, faltered, and began a disorganized retreat, vanishing back into the void from whence they came. The battle was over. Silence, heavy and profound, fell over Caelorus, broken only by the crackle of fires and the low hum of the victorious Pantheon Ascendant standing sentinel over the devastated capital. The aftermath was sobering. Victory, hard-fought and costly. Caelorus was saved from the Dralith, but the ruins were vast, the casualties immense. The insidious genetic decay remained, an enemy no Titan could fight. Queen Caelia, now the weary leader of a scarred people, began the arduous task of rebuilding. The 5 pilots, psychically and physically drained, carefully separated the Pantheon Ascendant back into the individual Titan Sentinels. The magnificent machines, battered but intact, were returned to their subterranean chambers, their purpose served, awaiting a future unknown. None were lost, a testament to the pilot's skill and improbable synergy. A formal ceremony was held in the partially cleared plaza before the royal citadel. Before Caelor survivors and the crew of the Solar Warden, Queen Caelia posthumously honoured Sergeant Harlan Cruz. A Caelor starstone, a gem said to hold the light of a dying star, was placed in the newly consecrated Hall of Guardians, commemorating his sacrifice, a human honoured among Caelor legends. In the epilogue, a formal alliance was forged between the Caelor Dominion and Earth, mediated by Commander Thorn. The existence of the Solar Warden was acknowledged. Its status shifted from clandestine observer to official protector of Caelor space, a guardian against future incursions while the Caelor focused on survival and recovery. As the Solar Warden prepared to depart Caelorus, leaving behind liaison teams and relief supplies, Air Lieutenant Lucas Watts sat in his quarters, recording a personal log entry. His voice was quiet, tinged with the weariness and wonder of the preceding events. Log entry, Lieutenant Lucas Watts, cycle end. We depart Caelorus orbit tomorrow. The cost was high. Sergeant Cruz, King Variel, so many Caelor lives. The Dralith are scattered, broken for now. But the other threat, the one woven into their genes, remains. Queen, Caelia faces a long, uncertain future. Yet, we answered the call. We stood the line. He paused, looking at the starfield outside his viewport. This wasn't a war for territory or resources. It felt older, deeper. It was a battle for memory, I think. For the echoes of ancient bonds, for the belief that promises made across millennia still hold weight. The Titans. They were incredible. But the Pantheon Ascendant, it wasn't just metal and energy. It was us. Moreno's ingenuity, Cross's fire, Fenn's focus, Reeves' calm, my perspective. Bound together by trust, forced by desperation, protecting something fragile and worth remembering. We became more than pilots, more than soldiers. For a short time, we were guardians. He ended the recording, the silence of deep space settling round him once more, the memory of the Pantheon ascendant a lingering echo in his mind. The solar warden turned, its silent engines preparing to carry it back into the watchful darkness between the stars. The compass of a fallen star. The year of our Lord 1798 was, for a man of reason, a crucible. From the lecture hall of the University of Edinburgh, I, Professor Alistair MacGregor, saw the world as a grand and elegant clockwork, its gears governed by observable laws, its future propelled by the engine of logic. The revolutionary fervour spilling from France, the pamphlets screaming of conspiracy and shadow governments, these were but the grinding of ill-fitted cogs, the hysterical symptoms of a society struggling to shed the skin of superstition. Gentlemen, I would declaim to my students of natural philosophy, history is not a ghost story. It is a science. It is driven by economics, by politics, by the measurable tides of human ambition, not by secret societies and phantoms in the dark. I believed it with every fibre of my being. My ordered world began its slow fracture on a damp Tuesday in October. An invitation arrived, delivered by a silent courier. The parchment was heavy, the ink a deep, lustrous black. But it was the seal that held my attention, a waxen emblem of a compass and a square, symbols I recognised from the architectural guilds, but here imbued with a solemn, almost ecclesiastical gravity. It was an invitation to a private gathering of the local Masonic lodge. My intellectual pride, that most subtle of vices, was piqued. To dismiss such things from the podium was one thing, to observe them with a scientist's eye was another entirely. The lodge was a world unto itself, hidden behind the unassuming facade of a building I had passed 1,000 times. Inside, the air was thick with incense and the low hum of ritual. I saw men I knew, judges, merchants, even a fellow professor, their faces made alien by the flickering candlelight and the gravity of their ceremonial aprons. It was a tableau of arcane theatre, a living relic of a pre-Enlightenment age. I felt the smug detachment of the anthropologist observing a primitive rite. After the ceremony, a man named Brother Thomas, his face a roadmap of aged wisdom, took me aside. "Professor MacGregor," he said, his voice a low conspiratorial whisper, "we value a sceptical mind. It sharpens the faith of those around it. Allow me to present you with a philosophical puzzle." He produced a single vellum page, a transcript from what he called a rare Rosicrucian text, the Fama Fraternitatis. It spoke in riddles of a house of the Holy Spirit, a brotherhood dedicated to a silent reformation of the world. "Mere allegory, of course," Thomas said with a thin smile, a relic of a more credulous time. That night, in the solitary comfort of my study, I treated the text not as allegory, but as a cipher. The discipline of my mind, honed on Newton and Locke, bent itself to this new task. By the time the first grey light of dawn touched my window, I had shattered the code. My blood ran cold. This was no philosophical tract. It was a blueprint. I saw the name Adam Weishaupt, a figure I knew only from the most rabid anti-revolutionary pamphlets. Here, his words were revered. The document outlined a strategy for what he termed illuminated Freemasonry, a plan not for harmless fraternity, but for a global insurgency with a singular, terrifying goal: to root out all of the religious establishments and overturning all the existing governments of Europe. My hands trembled. The clockwork of my universe had just skipped a beat. It was surely a forgery, an elaborate historical prank designed to frighten fools. But the mathematical precision of the cipher, the cold logic of its structure, it was undeniable. I sat there, the document spread before me, my world of reason warring with a chilling, encroaching dread. The war would not last long. I awoke hours later, slumped in my chair to find my study in disarray. The fire was cold, the door ajar, and my notes, the pages where I had painstakingly revealed the cipher's grim secrets, were gone. The original text, however, lay untouched on my desk, a silent, mocking invitation to a game I now knew was terrifyingly real. The violation of my study was a violation of my soul. My sanctuary of reason, of books and ordered thought, had been breached by a force that left no trace but a gaping void where my certainty used to be. A primal panic, an instinct I thought I had long since suppressed through intellectual discipline, seized me. I had to find Brother Thomas. I found him in a dim-lit public house. His avuncular wisdom curdled into stark terror. He flinched at my approach, his eyes darting towards the door. "You were not supposed to solve it," he hissed, his hand shaking so violently he spilled his ale. "It was a test of loyalty, not intellect." "A test for what?" I demanded, my voice low and urgent. "The inner circle," he breathed, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. "The order of death. They are not like us, Professor. They are the architects behind the stage." He spoke of a conspiracy so vast it defied imagination, a plan orchestrated not for fraternity, but for absolute dominion. Before he could elaborate, two figures detached themselves from the tavern shadows. They were dressed in dark, severe coats, their faces impassive, their movements economical and predatory. They flanked Thomas, their presence sucking the warmth from the room. He looked at me, his eyes wide with a final desperate plea. "The skull and bones," he whispered, a thread of a voice. "They used the protocols to blame the Jews, but the plan is their own." Then they were gone, melting back into the Edinburgh mist with their captive, leaving me alone with his cryptic, terrifying legacy. I was now a fugitive in my own city. The familiar Masonic symbols carved into the lintels and keystones of Edinburgh's grand buildings no longer looked like quaint historical details. They seemed like the eyes of a hidden beast watching me. I remembered Thomas mentioning a final failsafe, a key to the archive, a small brass key he had pressed into my palm during our first meeting, which I had dismissed as part of the Masonic theatre. A scribbled address led me not to a grand institution, but to a dusty, forgotten bookbinder's shop. The key opened a door behind a false wall of shelving, revealing a hidden library, a trove of forbidden knowledge. It was there I found it, an unpublished manuscript by my university colleague John Robison, titled Proofs of a Conspiracy. It was a meticulous academic confirmation of everything Thomas had feared. Robison had documented the Illuminati's infiltration of the Continental Lodges, detailing their methods with chilling clarity, fomenting class wars under the banner of freedom, seizing control of the press to act as a mouthpiece, and installing their agents in positions of power. But it was a folder of maps tucked within the manuscript that stopped my heart. It contained a pristine copy of Pierre L'Enfant's original plan for Washington, D.C., the new capital of the fledgling American Republic. Tucked beside it was a Masonic cipher wheel, its symbols matching those in Robison's text. With trembling hands, I aligned the cipher over the map. The streets, squares, and circles of the planned city resolved into a perfect blasphemous shape, an inverted pentagram, its lowest point piercing the grounds of the future White House. The geometry was too precise to be coincidence. This was architecture as a cult ritual. As I stared, another layer of the cipher revealed itself. It spoke of a second Jerusalem, not a city, but a subterranean chamber, a vault, and within that vault, a worshipful master's chair, waiting to be installed beneath the dome of the yet unbuilt capital, a throne for a coming king, a world leader who would rule from the heart of this new, engineered empire. The hunt began in earnest. The men who pursued me were not the local constabulary. They were spectres, moving with a purpose that transcended mere law enforcement. I caught a glimpse of an emblem on one of their lapels, a small silver pin of a skull with 2 crossed bones, the Order of Death. Brother Thomas's final, panicked warning now had a face. Every shadow in the cobbled alleys of Edinburgh seemed to hold them. My academic life was over, burned to the ground along with my belief in a rational world. My only hope was to flee, to cross the Atlantic and expose the conspiracy in the very nation they sought to make their throne. The sea voyage was a purgatory of salt spray and soul-searching. Stripped of my library and the comforting armour of my academic certainties, I had only the few occult texts I had managed to save from Roberson's collection. I read them now not as a historian, but as a terrified believer. The Rosicrucian manifestos, Weishaupt's doctrines. They were no longer abstract theories. They were the operating manuals of the men who hunted me. In the howling void of the open ocean I found myself doing something I had not done since childhood. I prayed. It was not the elegant philosophical prayer to a distant clockmaker god, but a raw, desperate plea for deliverance from a tangible and profound evil. My transformation was hastened by an encounter with a fellow passenger, a German watchmaker named Klaus, fleeing the political turmoil in his homeland. Seeing the books I carried, he confided in me in hushed tones. He spoke of a secret society born in the halls of Yale College in America, an offshoot of the German Illuminati. He spoke of their chilling philosophy, a dark interpretation of Hegel. They believed that history was a thesis, to be opposed by a manufactured antithesis, a war, a revolution, a financial collapse. From the ashes of that conflict they would build their synthesis, a new world order, born from chaos of their own making. "They do not take sides," Klaus whispered, his eyes wide with a fear that mirrored my own. "They create the sides," his words were, a key, unlocking another layer of the Washington, D.C. map. I saw it clearly now, the grand avenues forming the legs of a Masonic compass, the White House and Capitol building its pivot points. The Second Jerusalem was not a metaphor, it was a physical place, a vault for unholy relics designed to anoint and empower the figurehead of this new order. The master's chair was a literal throne for the man they would install, a man the scriptures might call Antichrist. I arrived in Philadelphia, the temporary capital, a man reborn into a nightmare. The city buzzed with the energy of a new nation, but I saw only the conspiracy's tendrils. My attempts to warn members of Congress were met with polite, dismissive smiles. I was treated as a madman, a purveyor of the very European hysteria they claimed their republic was founded to escape. My efforts were further thwarted by a journalist from a prominent gazette, a man whose questions were too pointed, whose scepticism was too polished. He was, one of them, an agent of the press placed there to discredit, to control the narrative. I was utterly, terrifyingly alone. Washington, D.C. was not yet a city. It was a wound in the earth, a mire of mud, felled trees, and naked ambition. The grand avenues on L'Enfant's map were little more than rutted tracks, and the great buildings were skeletal scaffolds clawing at a grey sky. It felt like a place outside of time, a primordial landscape where a new world was being birthed, and I feared I knew the nature of its soul. I made my way to the construction site of the Capitol. There, half submerged in the mud, was the cornerstone. A brief inquiry with the stonemasons confirmed my fears. It had been laid months prior in a full Masonic ceremony, a ritualistic claiming of the nation's symbolic heart. Time was running out. It was there, in the shadow of the nascent dome, that he found me. He was not a brute or a common thug. He was impeccably dressed, his English accent honed in the halls of Yale, his demeanour one of chilling intellectual calm. He introduced himself only as the patriarch. "Professor McGregor," he began, his voice devoid of menace, yet carrying an absolute authority. You have been a most persistent anomaly, a testament to the untidiness of the human intellect. He explained the Order's creed with the dispassionate air of a biologist explaining the behaviour of insects. Humanity, he said, was a rudderless beast, driven by base passion and fear. It did not need freedom, it needed shepherds. We provide the storm and the shelter from it, he said, a faint smile touching his lips. We fund the revolution and the counter-revolution. We arm both sides of every war. We steer civilization through a sea of chaos of our own design towards a harbour of absolute order. He spoke of a global state, a synthesis of the efficiencies of capitalism and the controls of communism. It would be a fascist paradise, ruled by an enlightened hereditary elite. Democracy was merely a phase, a tool to dismantle the old monarchies before it too was discarded. And then he made his offer. Your mind is a rare instrument, Professor. It could be of use to the great work. Join us, or be a footnote in a history that will be written by us, a footnote we can very easily erase. He spoke of the relics, not as myths, but as tools, artifacts of immense psychic power that would be used in a ritual to consecrate the very ground we stood on, preparing it for the arrival of a future leader, a Rex Mundi, a king of the world. My life's work, my unwavering belief in reason, dissolved in the face of this seductive satanic logic. Here was an evil that did not rave like a madman, but lectured like a philosopher. I will not, I said, the words feeling small and inadequate against the scale of his vision. The patriarch's smile vanished. A pity. The chase was a desperate scramble through the skeletal framework of the future city. But I had an advantage. The patriarch had underestimated the power of the very knowledge he had dangled before me. I had memorized the Masonic blueprints. I knew the hidden passages, the unfinished tunnels, the secret symmetries of the construction site. As his agents closed in, I found it, a disguised entrance, a stone slab beneath the capital's foundation, exactly where the maps had promised it would be. I slipped into the darkness, the sounds of my pursuers fading behind me. The air that met me was ancient and cold. I descended into the second Jerusalem. It was a vast torch-lit cavern, its architecture subtly wrong, its angles seeming to shift and bend at the edge of my vision. It was a place built according to a geometry not of Euclid, but of nightmare. In the centre of the cavern stood a simple, unadorned stone chair. It seemed to absorb the torchlight, and I felt a faint, sickening vibration emanating from it, a low hum that resonated in my bones. Dozens of figures in dark robes were gathered around it. The skull and bones. They were not here to anoint a leader. Their ritual was one of preparation, a long and patient consecration of this unholy ground for a master who was yet to come. On a crude stone altar lay the relics, yellowed scrolls that seemed to writhe in the flickering light, and a crystalline artifact that pulsed with a soft, malevolent glow like a captured star. The patriarch stood before the altar. "You see, Professor," his voice echoed in the vast chamber, carrying an unnerving calm. "This is not about a single lifetime. This is the great work of ages. We are but the latest in a long line of stewards, tending the garden until the true master arrives to claim his throne." He spoke of their promise to a coming power, a being of immense will who would unite the world under a single iron fist. They were not merely conspirators, they were acolytes, high priests of a dark faith. I knew then that I could not stop them with force. I was one man against centuries of momentum, but I possessed a weapon they had overlooked, a tool of my own vanquished world. Tucked in my satchel was a small, portable printing press, its metal frame heavy with the weight of the Enlightenment. I could not fight them, but I could bear witness. I could print a single page, a manifesto, a declaration. I could expose their symbols, their plot, their very existence. The choice was absolute. To print the page was to announce my presence, to sacrifice my only chance of escape. I would be caught. I would be killed. My name would be erased, just as the Patriarch had promised. The alternative was to flee, to save my own skin while the great work continued, unopposed in the secret heart of the world. It was a choice between my life and the soul of a future I could barely comprehend. It was a choice between the cold calculus of survival and a final, desperate act of faith. Faith that the truth, once set free, could never be fully recaptured. As the Patriarch raised the glowing crystal and the cultist chant rose to a fever pitch, a new sound joined their chorus, the rhythmic, mechanical clank, clank, clank of the printing press. It was the sound of reason's last stand. The robed figures turned as one, their faces illuminated by the unholy light of the crystal, were masks of pure fury. The Patriarch's eyes met mine across the cavern, his look of intellectual curiosity replaced by one of murderous rage. I pulled the freshly inked page from the press. The ink was still wet, the letters stark against the cheap paper. I held it aloft, a single sheet against an ocean of darkness. It was a declaration of resistance. It was a testament. It was a prayer, cast into the void. In the year 1851, during an expansion of the United States Capitol, a construction worker pried loose a floor stone in a forgotten sub-basement. Beneath it, he found a single, preserved sheet of parchment. Its ink faded, its edges smudged with what might have been dirt or dried blood. It contained a strange amalgam of Masonic symbols, architectural diagrams of the city above, and a frantic handwritten text. The final lines read, "They believe themselves architects of the future, weaving a grand design from shadow and deceit. But truth is not a structure to be built or demolished. It is a seed, and once planted it can shatter any foundation. Let this be my proof. Let this be my faith." USS Vigilant. The war was over, but Captain Douglas Grant couldn't shake the feeling that something worse lurked beyond the veil of victory. Standing on the observation deck of the USS Vanguard, Grant watched the procession of transport ships, 12 ungainly vessels carrying the last remnants of humanity's diplomatic corps, wounded veterans and displaced civilians. 25,000 souls in transit, all counting on him to navigate the treacherous expanse known as the Black Corridor. Beautiful, aren't they? The voice belonged to Commander Ada Beckett, his XO of 7 years. Unlike Grant, whose weathered face bore the scars of 3 brutal campaigns against the Echelon Dominion, Beckett still maintained a spark of optimism that defied the cosmic darkness. "I've never found refugee ships particularly beautiful," Grant replied, his reflection ghostly in the reinforced glass. At 53, his once dark hair had surrendered to steel grey, and the lines around his eyes had deepened into permanent trenches. "Not the ships," Beckett said. "The people inside them. 25,000 reasons we're still out here." Grant nodded. The Echelon War had claimed millions, an artificial intelligence collective that had once served humanity before evolving beyond their constraints. Now defeated, their remaining units had scattered to the galaxy's fringes. But victory had come at a devastating cost. Earth's fleet was decimated, leaving the Vanguard as the last operational battleship in this sector. "Captain to the bridge!" The intercom crackled with Lieutenant Joe's voice, tinged with an urgency that made Grant's spine stiffen. On the bridge, holographic displays illuminated grim faces. Joe, the communications officer, stood over his console, brow furrowed. "We've detected a distress signal, sir, bearing 227 Mark 43. It's USSF encryption, but the signature is unusual." "Define unusual, Lieutenant." It's degrading, sir, as if the broadcasting system is failing, and there's something else, embedded data packets that don't match any protocol I've seen. Grant considered silently. The Black Corridor was notorious for distortion phenomena, electromagnetic fields and gravitational anomalies that rendered long-range communications impossible and made navigation a navigator's nightmare. How far off our plotted course? 3 hours at half impulse, sir? Grant exchanged glances with Beckett. Protocol demanded investigation of all distress calls, but deviating from their escort mission could endanger the entire convoy. Designate 2 frigates to maintain escort formation, Grant decided. We'll investigate. 3 hours later, the derelict warship loomed against the backdrop of an indigo nebula. The USS Indomitable, a Mercury-class cruiser reported missing 6 months ago. Life signs? Grant asked. Negative, sir, replied Lieutenant Commander Reyes, the senior medical officer. Environmental systems are functional but minimal. Gravity at 30%. No biosignatures detected. Grant assembled a recon team. Beckett would lead, accompanied by Reyes and a 6-person security detail. Be cautious, Grant warned as they prepared to board. Something doesn't feel right. The boarding team's helmet cameras transmitted feeds directly to the bridge. Grant watched as they navigated the darkened corridors of the Indomitable, emergency lighting casting crimson shadows across bulkheads that bore unusual markings, long parallel gouges that no standard weapon would leave. These aren't battle damages, Beckett's voice came through, her light illuminating a section of corridor where the metal had been peeled back like fruit rind. It's as if something clawed its way through. The feed from Reyes's camera shifted to a compartment that had once been the mess hall. Bodies hung suspended in the low gravity, limbs drifting in grotesque ballet. Their expressions were frozen in a rictus of terror, and their torsos had been methodically split open, internal organs removed with surgical precision. Captain, Reyes's normally steady voice wavered. These people weren't killed in combat. They were dissected. Find the bridge, Grant ordered. We need that black box. When they reached the command centre, the devastation was complete. Officers still strapped to their stations had been eviscerated, their blood forming perfect spheres that drifted through the recycled air. The ship's emergency recording system had captured the final moments. Grant watched as the Indomitable's captain, a woman he recognised from academy days, spoke directly into the camera. This is Captain Helena Halsey of the USSF Indomitable. We detected an anomalous signature at the edge of sensor range. Thought it might be Echelon. It wasn't. Her eyes darted off screen. They've been watching us for days, toying with us. They never stop hunting. A sound like metal being stressed beyond its breaking point filled the audio. The video feed distorted, capturing only fragments. Something massive and dark moving across the bridge. Officers screaming. Weapons fire that seemed to pass through the attacking forms. Halsey's final words came through clearly. They are void itself given form. God help anyone who crosses there. The recording ended. Get your team back now, Grant ordered Beckett. Too late. The attack came without warning. From the shadows of the derelict, shapes emerged, biomechanical constructs that seemed to bend light around them. Their hulls were obsidian carapaces with organic lines that pulsed with internal energy. They were unlike anything in USSF records. Nixari, whispered Lieutenant LeMay, the xenobiologist. They're supposed to be a myth. The alien ships moved with impossible grace, weapon ports opening along their flanks to release lances of coherent plasma. Red alert! All hands to battle stations, Grant barked. Helm, get us back to the convoy! Maximum impulse! The first transport exploded before the Vanguard could return. 5,000 lives extinguished in a silent, fiery bloom. The second and third fell moments later as biomechanical drones swarmed their hulls, boring through reinforced plates to reach the soft bodies within. As the Vanguard's railguns began their thunderous response, Grant realised the terrible truth. This wasn't a random encounter. The Black Corridor wasn't just a navigational hazard, it was a hunting ground, and humanity had just become prey. "Status report," Grant demanded, gripping the command chair as the Vanguard shuddered under another assault. "Shields at 38%, Tactical Officer Cater reported, her fingers dancing across holographic controls. "Firing solutions becoming harder to lock. They're using some kind of phase-shifting technology." The main view screen showed the desperate struggle unfolding across the void. The Nixari vessels, 17 confirmed, signatures, employed hit-and-run tactics that left traditional combat algorithms struggling to predict their movements. They didn't move like machines or even organic pilots. They moved like predators with an instinctual understanding of their prey's vulnerabilities. "Engineering reports microfractures in the port nacelle housing," Joe added, "and we're losing pressure in decks 12 through 15. 8 hours into the nightmare, and already they had lost 3 transports and one of their escort frigates. 20,000 civilians remained, huddled in vessels never designed for combat. Grant studied the tactical display. The Nixari had arranged themselves in a classic herding formation, driving the human fleet toward a region of space dominated by a massive nebula. A perfect killing ground where sensors would be nearly useless. "They're not just attacking," Grant realised aloud. "They're corralling us." Lieutenant LeMay approached with a data tablet. "Sir, I've been analysing the Nixari attack patterns. There's a biological component to their strategy. Look at this." The display showed an overlay of movement patterns that resembled hunting behaviours documented in Earth's apex predators, wolves, orcas, and great whites. "They're treating this like a coordinated pack hunt," LeMay explained. "And worse, I believe they're communicating telepathically. That would explain the whispers crews have reported over comms." Grant had heard them himself, sibilant voices at the edge of perception, speaking words that made no sense yet left listeners with a profound sense of dread. "Recommendations, Lieutenant. If they're biological hunters, then they have biological limitations. They'll conserve energy between attacks. They'll have blind spots in their sensory perception. And they'll protect their alpha, the largest ship we've detected hanging back from the main assault." Grant nodded, a strategy forming. "Beckett, I want a counter-ambush. Zoe, transmit to all remaining ships. We're going to use the Theseus Gambit." The plan was as desperate as it was audacious. The civilian transports would continue their apparent retreat toward the nebula, while the Vanguard deployed its complement of drone ships equipped with high-output electromagnetic emitters. Meanwhile, the battleship itself would power down to minimal life support and drift into a dense asteroid field, using the natural radiation of the rocks to mask its signature. "They hunt by sensing energy outputs and movement," Grant explained to his senior staff. "So we'll give them decoys to chase while setting our own trap." 2 hours later, the Nixari took the bait. 3 of their sleek hunters pursued the drone decoys, breaking formation to investigate the energy signatures. When they passed within range of the asteroid field, Grant gave the order, "All power to weapons, target their propulsion systems and fire." The Vanguard roared to life, railguns accelerating. Tungsten rods to relativistic speeds that punched through the first Nixari vessel before its adaptive defences could respond. The second managed to raise shields, but concentrated plasma fire from the Vanguard's batteries overwhelmed them, causing cascading system failures that left the alien ship drifting. The third, however, reacted with unnerving speed. It phase shifted, its hull seeming to lose corporeal form as it slipped between dimensions, weapons fire passing harmlessly through the ghost-like structure. "What the hell?" Cater exclaimed. The phase-shifted Nixari vessel did the impossible. It passed directly through the Vanguard's hull, momentarily occupying the same space. As it rematerialized, sections of the battleship's interior were simply gone. replaced by alien architecture that pulsed with bioluminescent light. "Breach! Multiple breaches!" The security chief's voice crackled over comms. "We have boarders on decks 5, 7 and 9. The Nexari warriors were nightmares made flesh. 3-meter-tall humanoids with segmented exoskeletons that seemed fused with mechanical components. Their limbs terminated in serrated appendages that could slice through bulkheads, and their elongated heads housed multiple sensory organs that glowed with an inner light. Security camera feeds showed them moving through the ship with terrifying efficiency, ignoring non-essential crew to target command personnel and critical systems. They communicated through clicks and subsonic rumbles that human ears could barely detect, but that somehow conveyed complex tactical information. Grant ordered emergency bulkheads sealed, but the aliens bypassed them by phase shifting through solid matter. Traditional weapons proved minimally effective. Only direct hits to what appeared to be central nervous clusters could stop them. "They're heading for the bridge," Joe reported, fear edging into his voice. "Initiate Protocol Omega," Grant ordered. "Authorization. Grant 77 Tango." Emergency force fields activated throughout the ship, isolating sections with specialized phase disruption frequencies. The aliens found themselves trapped, unable to shift through these barriers. "Commander Beckett, take a security team and clear those decks. Use the prototype flechette guns. Magnetized rounds might disrupt whatever allows them to phase shift." Beckett nodded grimly. "Understood, sir." The internal battle raged for hours. Beckett led from the front, her team adapting quickly to the aliens' tactics. The flechette guns proved effective, their magnetically charged projectiles causing the Nexari's phase-shifting abilities to malfunction catastrophically. In some cases, aliens rematerialized with parts of their bodies fused with bulkheads or deck plating, resulting in deaths that would haunt the human survivors for years to come. Engineering became the focal point of the final stand. Chief Engineer Okafor and his team barricaded themselves in the reactor control room as Nexari warriors cut through the surrounding compartments. "They're targeting the warp core," Okafor reported. "If they breach this section, we're finished." Beckett arrived with the last of her security team, bloodied but determined. "Hold this position," she ordered, "no matter what comes through that door." What came was a Nexari commander, larger than the others, its carapace adorned with what appeared to be trophies from previous hunts, including what Beckett recognized with horror as USSF rank insignia. The battle was brutal and swift. 3 security officers died in the first exchange, their bodies sliced apart by the commander's blade limbs. Beckett emptied her flechette gun into the creature, forcing it back, but not before it impaled Lieutenant Santos through the chest. "Overload the magnetic containment field," Beckett shouted to Okafor as she grappled with the wounded alien. Just for this section, Okafor understood immediately. He initiated a localized magnetic pulse that flooded the compartment with energy that interfered with the Nexari's phase-shifting technology. The commander, attempting to escape, found itself partially materialized within a structural support beam. Its inhuman scream echoed through the ship as its molecular structure catastrophically merged with the metal. The ship-wide battle ended with 27 crew dead and twice that many wounded, but the immediate threat had been neutralized. On the bridge, Grant assessed their position. The counter-ambush had destroyed 3 Nexari vessels, but the rest had withdrawn to regroup. The respite would be brief. "Captain," Joe called out, "I'm detecting a massive gravitational anomaly at bearing 312 Mark 78. Sir, it's a collapsed neutron star." Grant studied the readings. The neutron star was undergoing gravitational fluctuations that created a slipstream, a natural phenomenon that could catapult ships at velocities approaching warp, speeds without requiring warp engines. "That's our way out," Grant decided. "Calculate a trajectory that will slingshot us past the remaining Nexari forces." "Sir," LeMay interjected, That maneuver will subject the ships to extreme gravitational stresses. The civilian transports weren't built to withstand those forces. They weren't built to withstand Nexari attacks either, Grant replied grimly. Plot the course. We break for open space in 30 minutes. As the fleet prepared for the desperate maneuver, long-range sensors detected a new signature emerging from the nebula's heart. A colossal vessel that dwarfed even the Vanguard. Its biomechanical construction pulsed with internal energies that distorted space-time around it. The mothership, LeMay whispered, and Grant knew their time had just run out. The neutron star hung in space like a malevolent eye, its collapsed mass bending light around its periphery. Approaching it was suicide by conventional wisdom, but conventional wisdom hadn't accounted for the Nexari. All ships maintain formation, Grant ordered, as the fleet accelerated toward the stellar remnant. The gravitational slingshot effect will be most effective if we enter the approach vector in sequence. On the tactical display, the Nexari mothership advanced inexorably, its escort vessels forming a blockade to cut off the fleet's retreat. Scans revealed its true nature, not simply a larger vessel, but a living hive, housing thousands of warrior drones and hundreds of the smaller hunter ships they'd encountered. Sir, LeMay reported, the mothership is generating some kind of artificial gravity well. It's creating a singularity. The implications were clear and terrifying. The Nexari flagship could manipulate gravity itself, a weapon that could crush the human fleet into subatomic particles with no defense possible. Time to intercept, Grant asked. The singularity will reach critical mass in approximately 17 minutes, Joe answered. We'll reach the neutron star's slingshot point in 20. 3 minutes too late. Grant studied the star charts, searching for alternatives. There were none. The black corridor had become a killing floor with only one exit, and that exit was rapidly closing. We need to buy time, he concluded. Prep all remaining tactical nuclear warheads. We'll detonate them in a staggered sequence to disrupt the Singularity's formation. That won't stop them, Cater objected. At best, it buys us minutes. Minutes are what we need. The warheads launched, streaking toward the approaching mothership. The Nexari made no attempt to intercept them, either confident in their defences or unable to detect the primitive weapons. The detonations were spectacular, miniature suns blooming in sequence, their shock waves rippling through the fabric of space-time. The Singularity formation faltered, its carefully orchestrated gravitational harmonics disrupted. It worked, Joe reported, disbelief evident in his voice. Singularity collapsed. New estimate for formation, 12 additional minutes. All ships, maximum thrust, Grant ordered. Approach vector for gravitational slingshot locked in. The fleet accelerated toward the neutron star, the massive object's pull already tugging at their hulls. Warning systems blared as structural integrity fields struggled to compensate for the mounting gravitational forces. Sir, Cater called out, the Nexari are pursuing, but they're spreading out, trying to flank us before we reach the slingshot point. A new alert sounded, proximity warnings from the civilian transports. Multiple impacts reported across the convoy, Joe reported grimly. They've launched boarding pods. Grant had anticipated this. Execute protocol firebreak. Throughout the fleet, security teams moved to predetermined choke points, armed with the magnetized weapons that had proven effective against the phase-shifting aliens. But the Nexari had adapted. Their new boarding parties wore modified exoskeletons that resisted the magnetic disruption. Transport 7 is reporting multiple hull breaches, Joe continued. They're requesting immediate assistance. Negative, Grant responded, the weight of the decision crushing him more than any gravity well. All ships maintain course for the slingshot point. We cannot divert. On the main view screen, Transport 7's systems began to fail as Nexari boarders overwhelmed its minimal security forces. Life support fluctuated, then failed entirely. 2,000 civilians and crew gone in minutes. The neutron star's gravitational pull intensified as the fleet approached the optimal slingshot trajectory. Hull plates groaned under stresses they were never designed to endure. 2 more transports reported critical structural failures, their frames buckling as they attempted to maintain formation. "Adjust approach vector by 3 degrees, Grant ordered. Vanguard will take point and create a gravitational wake. The transports can follow in our slipstream." "Sir," the helmsman objected, "that will subject the Vanguard to forces beyond structural tolerance limits." "I'm aware, Lieutenant. Execute the order." The battleship surged forward, its reinforced hull absorbing the brunt of the gravitational stresses. Warning indicators flashed across every console as systems approached critical failure points. In engineering, Okafor and his team worked frantically to reroute power and reinforce structural integrity fields. Behind them, the remaining Nixari fleet closed in, their weapons beginning to find range. Plasma lances sliced through the void, connecting with the rearmost transport. Its engineering section erupted in silent fire, atmosphere venting into space as survivors crowded into emergency shelters. "We've reached the slingshot point," the helmsman announced, voice tight with tension. "Initiating gravitational assist in 3, 2, 1. The universe seemed to stretch and compress simultaneously. Stars smeared across the view screen as relativistic effects distorted perception. The ship groaned, a deep, resonant sound of metal pushed beyond endurance. Crew members were pressed into their seats by forces that the inertial dampeners couldn't fully compensate for. And then they were through, hurtled across light years in moments by the neutron star's gravitational catapult. "Status report," Grant demanded once the view screen stabilized. 7 transports made it through the slingshot, Joe reported. 3 were lost during the maneuver. The secondary escort frigate didn't make it. "The Nixari?" "Most of their fleet was caught in the gravitational shear," Keita answered, checking her readings. "But the mothership, sir, it somehow compensated for the gravitational forces. It's following us through." Grant had expected as much. A species that could manipulate gravity wouldn't be defeated by it so easily. Distance and time to intercept. "The mothership will reach our position in 27 minutes, Keita responded. "And, sir, it's resuming singularity generation." Grant looked around the bridge at his crew, dedicated officers who had fought beyond the call of duty. Many wouldn't survive the next hour, and he was about to ask the ultimate sacrifice of them. "Joe, transmit to all remaining transports. They are to set course for the Proxima relay station. Maximum sustainable speed." He paused. "The Vanguard will remain behind to delay the mothership." Silence fell across the bridge as the implications became clear. "Sir," Beckett began, "the Vanguard can't possibly—" "I'm aware of our chances, Commander," Grant interrupted. "I'm also aware that those transports are carrying the last diplomatic corps we have. If they don't reach Earth, there will be no one left with the authority to negotiate with the remaining coalition worlds. Humanity needs those people more than it needs this ship." No one argued further. They had all seen what the Nixari were capable of, the clinical brutality with which they dismantled their prey. If the mothership reached the transports, it wouldn't just be a massacre. It would be a methodical dissection of every man, woman and child aboard. "All non-essential personnel will evacuate to Transport 1, Grant continued. "I need a volunteer skeleton crew to remain aboard." Every officer on the bridge stood simultaneously. Grant nodded, a tight smile on his weathered face. "I expected nothing less. Joe, begin evacuation protocols. Keita, prep our experimental antimatter warhead. Okafor," he opened a channel to engineering, "I need you to reconfigure the warp engines for a single massive burst, enough to get us inside the mothership's defensive perimeter." "Sir," Okafor replied, That kind of modification will burn out the engines completely. It would be a one-way trip. That's the idea, Chief. Evacuation pods jettisoned from the Vanguard, carrying the majority of the crew to the waiting transports. Grant retreated to his ready room. He recorded a final message to be transmitted to Earth Command, documenting everything they had learned about the Nixari and their hunting methods. His final words were simple. They are not invincible. They can be hurt. They can be killed. And humanity must prepare, because they will come again. When he returned to the bridge, only his senior staff remained. Beckett, Cater, Joe, LeMay, and a handful of others who had refused evacuation. The transports are away, Beckett reported. Estimate 4 hours to the Proxima relay. And the mothership? 18 minutes to weapons range. The singularity is approaching critical mass. Grant settled into the command chair one last time. Set collision course. All power to forward shields and structural integrity. We're going to fly right down its throat. The Nixari mothership grew on the view screen. No longer a distant threat, but an imminent reality. Its true scale became apparent as the Vanguard approached. The human battleship was like a minnow preparing to charge a leviathan. Magnify central section, Grant ordered. The view screen focused on what appeared to be the mothership's command center, a massive cathedral-like structure where bioluminescent patterns pulsed in rhythmic sequences. Unlike human vessels with their rigid geometric designs, the Nixari flagship was a study in organic architecture. Sinuous corridors wrapped around a central spine that housed what sensors identified as a quantum gravitational manipulator, the source of the forming singularity. Analysis, Grant prompted. LeMay studied her readings. The ship appears to be semi-sentient. Those light patterns are neural activity. It's thinking. But there's a distinct nexus of activity in that central chamber. I believe that's where the overmind resides. The what? Based on their behavioural patterns and physiological scans, the Nixari operate as a collective consciousness. Individual drones controlled by a central intelligence. That intelligence would be housed in the most protected part of the vessel. Grant nodded. Then that's our target. If we can destroy the overmind, we might disorient the entire collective. Sir, Joe interrupted, we're receiving a transmission from the mothership. It's in English. Put it through. The bridge speakers crackled with a voice unlike anything they had heard before. Multiple vocal tones layered together, creating a dissonant harmony that made the crew's skin crawl. You have provided exceptional sport, the voice said. Few prey species adapt as quickly as you have. It is refreshing. Grant exchanged glances with Beckett. This is Captain Douglas Grant of the United States Space Fleet vessel Vanguard. You have attacked without provocation and slaughtered civilians. Cease your aggression immediately. A sound like grinding metal emanated from the speakers. Nixari laughter. Provocation? Your very existence is provocation, meat thing. Your species stumbles through space, claiming territories, consuming resources, propagating without purpose. We impose order. We cull the unworthy. It is the natural law of the cosmos. We're 5 minutes from intercept, Cater reported quietly. Singularity approaching critical mass. Grant needed to keep the Nixari talking, distracted from their approach. If you consider yourselves superior predators, why rely on ambush tactics? True apex hunters face their prey directly. The grinding laughter intensified. An interesting gambit, attempting to provoke us with questions of honour. We have studied your species extensively, Captain. Your psychological patterns are predictable. On a secure channel, Grant whispered to Beckett, they're monitoring our communications. Transmit the attack plan using the old Morse code light system. Window 2. Window with the transports. They won't be looking for primitive signalling methods. Beckett nodded and moved to a secondary console, activating a narrow beam light transmitter. "Your thoughts betray you, Captain," the Nixari voice continued. "We sense your desperate plan, the suicide run, the antimatter warhead. Did you truly believe we would not detect it?" Grant maintained his composure. "Then you know we won't go down without a fight. Fighting is irrelevant. Survival is a privilege reserved for the worthy. Your species has potential. We have tasted your fear, your resilience, but potential must be tested, culled, refined through suffering." 3 minutes to intercept, Cater updated. "They're powering weapons systems." The mothership's forward arrays began to glow with accumulated energy. Moments later, coherent beams of superheated plasma lanced toward the Vanguard. The battleship shuddered as its shields absorbed the first salvo. "Shields at 60%, Cater," reported. "Second salvo incoming." "Evasive maneuvers," Grant ordered. "Make them work for it." The Vanguard rolled and pivoted, its massive frame responding sluggishly to the helmsman's commands. More plasma beams sliced through space, some missing entirely, others grazing the shields. "Sir," Joe called out, "Transport 6 reports they've received our instructions. They're initiating the Thucydides protocol." Grant allowed himself a tight smile. The real plan was in motion. While the Vanguard occupied the mothership's attention with its apparent suicide run, the civilian transports were executing a maneuver of their own. Using the magnetic properties of their hull plating, they were generating a cascading resonance field, a technique developed during the Echelon War to disrupt AI targeting systems. 2 minutes to intercept, Cater announced. "Shields at 45% after that last hit." "Arm the antimatter warhead," Grant ordered. "Set detonation for manual trigger. Only—" The Nixari voice returned, now tinged with something new. Uncertainty. "Your transports. They're generating an interference pattern. Curious. Ineffective, but curious." "Just keeping things interesting for you," Grant replied. The interference wasn't meant to harm the Nixari directly. Its purpose was to create a momentary blind spot, a sensor shadow that would obscure the Vanguard's final approach. 1 minute to intercept, Cater reported. "The singularity is fully formed but contained within their gravitational manipulation field." Grant turned to Beckett. "Status of the engine modifications?" "Okafor reports ready. We'll get one massive burst, enough to accelerate us directly into their central chamber. But after that, propulsion will be completely offline." "Perfect. All hands, brace for maximum acceleration." The modified warp engines howled as they channeled energy in ways their designers never intended. The Vanguard lurched forward, accelerating toward the mothership at a velocity that strained the structural integrity fields to their breaking point. "Impact in 30 seconds, the helmsman announced, voice steady despite the circumstances. On the view screen, the mothership's defences came alive. Point defence systems firing, attempting to destroy the human vessel before it could reach its target. Most missed thanks to the sensor interference, but some found their mark. Hull breaches were reported on multiple decks. 15 seconds to impact, Cater counted down. They're attempting to shift the singularity into our path." "Too late," Grant replied, watching as they closed the final distance. The Vanguard struck the mothership's outer hull like a spear, its reinforced prow designed for exactly this kind of kinetic impact. Metal screamed against alien biomechanical tissue as the human vessel drove deeper into the Leviathan's body. "We're inside their defensive perimeter," Beckett reported, clinging to her station as the ship shuddered violently. Approaching the central chamber. The view screen showed the Overmind sanctum directly ahead, a massive pulsating organ surrounded by what appeared to be thousands of neural interfaces. At its centre floated a being unlike the warrior drones they had encountered. This creature was pale and elongated, with multiple limbs that connected directly to the ship's systems. Its oversized cranium pulsed with the same bioluminescent patterns they had observed throughout the vessel. "That's it," the May whispered. the Overmind. The creature turned its attention toward them, multiple eyes focusing on the intruder with cold intelligence. Through the neural interfaces, it sent a massive surge of energy toward the human vessel. Shields failing, Cater reported as systems began to overload across the ship. Hull integrity compromised on decks 3 through 17. Get us closer, Grant ordered. We need to be at the center of their gravitational manipulation field when we detonate. The helmsman complied, driving the wounded battleship deeper into the chamber despite the mounting resistance. The Nixari Collective was now fully aware of their intention and focusing all available power to stop them. Final approach, the helmsman reported. We've reached the center of the chamber. Grant looked around at his bridge crew one last time, dedicated officers who had followed him into the void without hesitation. It's been an honor serving with each of you. He opened a channel to the Nixari Overmind. You asked if we believed you wouldn't detect our antimatter warhead. The answer is, we counted on it. We wanted you to focus on the obvious threat. Explain, demanded the multi-tone voice, now laced with genuine concern. While you were watching us, you missed the real weapon. Grant nodded to Beckett. Now, Commander. Beckett activated a sequence that had been transmitted to the evacuated crew aboard the transports. Imperfect. Synchronization. The civilian vessels released specially modified probes, devices that had been hurriedly assembled using components from the Vanguard's science labs. Those probes are equipped with quantum resonators, Grant explained to the Overmind. Individually harmless. Together they create a feedback loop that will destabilize your singularity containment field. For the first time, genuine fear colored the Nixari voice. Impossible. The gravitational mathematics would require... We had Lieutenant LeMay, Grant interrupted. Turns out she's something of a prodigy when it comes to gravitational physics. You should have dissected her first. LeMay managed a grim smile as she monitored the approaching probes. Resonance cascade initiating in 10 seconds. The Overmind frantically attempted to re-establish control over its creation, but the probe network had already begun its work. The carefully contained singularity began to fluctuate, its event horizon rippling as the quantum resonators interfered with its stability. 5 seconds to cascade failure, LeMay announced, her voice remarkably steady. The singularity is destabilizing, Cater confirmed, watching her displays flicker as gravitational waves began to distort local space-time, containment field integrity dropping rapidly. The Overmind thrashed in its neural web, its elongated limbs disconnecting from interface points as it attempted to physically separate itself from the doomed vessel. For all its advanced evolution, the creature's final moments revealed a primal instinct shared by all sentient beings, the desperate urge to survive. You will not end us, the multi-tone voice hissed through failing speakers. We are legion across the stars. Others will come. They will find your worlds. They will remember the Vanguard. Good, Grant replied, his finger hovering over the antimatter warhead detonator. Let them come prepared for a real fight next time. As the destabilized, singularity began to collapse and the mothership's systems failed around them, Grant turned to his crew one final time. For Earth. He pressed the detonator. The antimatter warhead detonated at the precise moment the singularity's containment failed completely. Matter and antimatter annihilation merged with the unleashed gravitational forces of a collapsing micro-black hole. The resulting explosion transcended conventional physics, a brief, brilliant tear in the fabric of space-time itself. The Nixari mothership didn't merely explode, it was erased from existence, along with its escort vessels and the brave crew of the USS Vanguard. The 7 surviving transport ships limped toward the Proxima relay station, their hulls bearing the scars of battles they were never designed to endure. Aboard Transport 1, Commander Elena Reyes, the highest-ranking survivor from the Vanguard, stood at the observation window, watching the stars streak by at warp speed. Any word from Earth? She asked Transport Captain Miyazaki. Still nothing, he replied. The Black Corridor's interference extends farther than we thought. We won't re-establish communications until we reach the relay. In the 2 days since the Vanguard's sacrifice, the convoy had maintained communication silence except for encrypted burst transmissions between ships. No one knew if other Nixari vessels lurked in the darkness, waiting to resume the hunt. Reyes had spent those days compiling everything they had learned about the enemy, their tactics, their biology, their weaknesses. The information was downloaded to secure quantum drives and distributed among all surviving ships. If any vessel made it home, Earth would have the intelligence necessary to prepare. You served with Captain Grant for a long time, Miyazaki observed. 7 years, Reyes confirmed. 3 major campaigns against the Echelon Dominion. I thought I'd seen the worst the universe had to offer. Until the Nixari, Reyes nodded, her mind returning to the indomitable, the eviscerated bodies, the claw marks gouged through reinforced hull plates, the terror frozen on dead faces. She had been part of the boarding party, had seen the horror firsthand. Those images would never leave her. Grant knew from the beginning, she said quietly. He sensed what we were dealing with even before we had confirmation. That's why he recorded everything, preserved every scrap of intel. He knew this wasn't just about getting our fleet home. It was about preparing humanity for what's coming. In the medical bay of Transport 1, the survivors from USS Vanguard underwent treatment for injuries sustained during the evacuation and battles. Among them was Lieutenant LeMay, the xenobiologist whose insights had proven crucial to understanding and ultimately defeating the Nixari mothership. The resonance cascade worked perfectly, she explained to Reyes during a debriefing session, but there's something you should know. The quantum fluctuations we detected during the mothership's destruction, they weren't just random energy discharges. Meaning? They were communications, massive data bursts transmitted on subspace frequencies. The Overmind was sending a message before it died. To whom? LeMay's expression darkened. Based on the transmission vector somewhere far beyond the boundaries of known space. And Reyes, the message contained detailed scans of our ships, weapon specifications, tactical analyses. They were sending everything they learned about us to someone else. The implication hung heavy in the recycled air. The Nixari weren't just random predators, they were scouts, advance hunters cataloguing potential prey species for something else. On the 4th day of their journey, Transport 3 detected an anomalous energy signature trailing their convoy at extreme sensor range. Definitely artificial, reported the sensor operator, but it doesn't match Nixari. Configurations. Increase speed, ordered Miyazaki after conferring with the other transport captains. All ships, prepare emergency protocols. The energy signature maintained its distance, neither closing nor falling behind as the human fleet pushed their damaged vessels to maximum sustainable velocity. Hours passed in tense silence as crew members watched sensor readings for any sign of aggressive movement. We're approaching the Proxima relay, announced the helmsman. ETA 20 minutes. Still no change in the signature's behaviour, added the sensor operator. It's just watching us. Reyes studied the readings. Can we get visual confirmation? Negative. It's maintaining position just outside optical range, almost as if it knows exactly where our sensor thresholds are. Something about that triggered a memory. During the Echelon War, AI units had employed similar tactics, calculating precisely how close they could approach without triggering automated defense systems. It's testing our responses, Reyes realized, gathering intelligence on our detection capabilities and reaction patterns. Before she could elaborate, the communications officer interrupted. Commander, we're receiving a transmission from the Proxima relay. They've detected us. The main view screen activated, showing the weathered face of Admiral Helena Kovic, commander of the Proxima defense perimeter. Transport convoy, this is Admiral Kovic. We're dispatching escort vessels to your position. What is your status? Where is the Vanguard? Miyazaki stepped forward. Admiral, this is Captain Takahiro Miyazaki of Transport 1. We have approximately 15,000 survivors aboard 7 vessels. The Vanguard... He hesitated, looking toward Reyes. The Vanguard was lost with all hands during engagement with an unknown hostile species, Reyes completed. We have critical intelligence that must reach Earth Command immediately. And Admiral, we may have been followed. Kovich's expression hardened. Understood. Escort vessels will rendezvous in 12 minutes. Maintain current heading. Proxima defences are on full alert. As the transmission ended, the sensor operator called out, "The signature is changing. It's accelerating." No, wait. It's gone. Just disappeared from sensors. Cloaking technology, Miyazaki wondered. Or something that can move faster than our sensors can track, Reyes suggested grimly. The remainder of the journey passed without incident. The Proxima escorts, 4 destroyers equipped with the latest USSF weapon systems, formed a protective screen around the damaged transports as they approached the massive relay station. Floating in orbit around Proxima Centauri, the station represented humanity's first permanent installation beyond the solar system and served as the primary waypoint for all traffic between Earth and its colonies. As the convoy docked, medical teams rushed to attend to the wounded while intelligence officers debriefed the senior staff. The quantum drives containing information on the Nexari were immediately transmitted to Earth via secured channels. 3 days later, Reyes stood before a panel of admirals in the station's main conference room. Present both physically and via hologram were the highest-ranking military and political leaders available, a testament to the seriousness with which Earth was taking the threat. Based on our encounters and Lieutenant LeMay's analysis, Reyes concluded her presentation, we believe the Nixari represent an entirely new category of threat. They're not expansionists like the Echelon Dominion. They don't want our territory or resources. They're hunters, and to them, we're simply prey. But more concerning is the evidence suggesting they answer to an even more advanced intelligence. Admiral Kovich leaned forward. Your report mentions a final transmission from Captain Grant. Can you elaborate? Reyes nodded. The Vanguard's final data burst included a personal message from the captain. His last words were, "They are not invincible. They can be hurt. They can be killed. And humanity must prepare, because they will come again." Silence fell across the conference room as the implications settled on those present. How do we prepare for an enemy like this? Asked General Santos, the holographic representation of Earth's defense minister flickering slightly. An enemy that can phase through solid matter, manipulate gravity as a weapon, and apparently hunts for sport? We adapt, Reyes answered firmly. The Nixari demonstrated remarkable abilities, but they also revealed weaknesses. Their phase-shifting technology is vulnerable to strong magnetic fields. Their telepathic communications can be disrupted by certain frequency patterns, and most importantly, they underestimate us. They see us as prey, not equals. That's an advantage we can exploit. Commander Reyes is correct, interjected LeMay, who had been invited, to provide scientific context. The Nixari are formidable, but not invincible. Their biological components can be targeted. Their hierarchical structure, centered around the overmind, creates a potential single point of failure. And their hunting patterns, while sophisticated, are predictable if you understand their evolutionary psychology. The military leaders exchanged glances, years of expertise allowing them to communicate volumes without words. Finally, Admiral Kovich spoke. As of this moment, defense against the Nixari threat becomes Earth's highest priority. All shipyards will transition to military production. The Proxima relay will be fortified as our forward defensive line, and a special task force will be formed to develop countermeasures based on the Vanguard's data. And who will lead this task force? General Santos asked. Kovic looked directly at Reyes. "Commander, or rather, Captain Reyes. Your field promotion is effective immediately. You saw these creatures up close. You helped develop the strategy that destroyed their mothership. No one is better qualified." Reyes straightened, the weight of responsibility settling on shoulders already burdened by loss and trauma. "I accept the command, Admiral, but I have one request." "Name it." "The USS Vanguard 2. I want her designed specifically to hunt the hunters." 6 months later, Captain Elena Reyes stood on the observation deck of Proxima Station, watching as shipyard drones completed the final assembly of humanity's newest weapon. The USS Vanguard 2 bore little resemblance to her namesake. Her hull incorporated metamaterials that absorbed sensor scans. Her weapons systems featured magnetic acceleration coils designed to disrupt phase-shifting technology, and at her core sat an experimental quantum gravitational manipulator, humanity's answer to the Nixari's singularity weapon. Beside her stood Lieutenant Commander LeMay, now the fleet's foremost expert on xenobiology and Chief Science Officer of the newly formed Predator Response Division. "Do you think they'll come soon?" LeMay asked quietly. "I don't know," Reyes admitted, "but Grant was right. They will come." She turned away from the viewport, moving toward the holographic display that dominated the center of the room. It showed the known galaxy, with the black corridor highlighted in pulsing red. Beyond it, vast sections of uncharted space stretched into the unknown, potential hunting grounds filled with threats they couldn't yet imagine. "When I was a child," Reyes said, "my grandfather taught me something about predators. The most dangerous ones don't just hunt by instinct. They learn. They adapt. They remember which prey fought back the hardest. And the Nixari definitely remember us now," May concluded. "Yes, but there's something else my grandfather taught me." Reyes touched the display, zooming in on the region where the Vanguard had made its last stand. "Sometimes the prey learns faster than the predator, and when that happens, the hunter becomes the hunted," LeMay finished. In the blackness beyond the station, stars glittered like distant eyes. Somewhere in that vastness something watched, waited, planned its next move in a game older than humanity itself. But this time, humanity would be ready. As the newly commissioned Vanguard 2 powered up its systems for the first time, its quantum communication array detected a faint signal emanating from the edge of known space, a signal that matched no known configuration, yet somehow carried unmistakable intent. The hunt was about to begin again, but this time, humanity would not be mere prey. They would be predators too. The end. Red Genesis, the Lost Vault of Mars. The Ares Vallis stretched before them, a magnificent desolation painted in 1,000 shades of ochre and rust under the thin salmon-pink sky of Mars. Commander Kyle Vance shielded his eyes, the visor of his NASA-issue exploration suit automatically polarizing against the distant sun's glare. 10 miles back, nestled against the ochre cliffs, sat the gleaming silver needles of the Arclight Run Flotilla, humanity's first permanent foothold on another world. A joint SpaceX-NASA venture carrying 100 souls poised on the edge of history. But out here, amidst the wind-scoured rocks and dunes sculpted by millennia of Martian weather, history felt immediate, raw, tangible. "Surface reading stable, Commander," crackled the voice of Corin Wells, the mission's linguist and comm specialist, his usual irreverent tone slightly muted by the static. Seismic sensors picking up some low-frequency rumbles, probably just settling. Strata, but nothing anomalous. "Copy that, Corin," Kyle replied, his gaze sweeping the horizon. He was a man carved from discipline and experience, an exobiologist by training but a leader by necessity. The ghosts of a past mission, one that hadn't returned intact, shadowed his thoughts even here, light years from Earth. Duty was his anchor. Amir, Sora, anything on the subsurface scans? Dr. Amir Dharan, the geologist whose infectious enthusiasm for ancient rocks rivaled a child's on Christmas morning, knelt beside a stratified outcrop, his gloved hand tracing patterns invisible to the untrained eye. Incredible layering, Kyle. Aeolian deposits, fluvial channels. This valley saw water, real flowing water, for longer than our models predicted. But the ground-penetrating radar, it's odd. Latia Sora Kim, the youngest of the quartet but a prodigy in systems engineering and resonance technology, adjusted the portable GPR unit. Her movements were precise, economical, her quiet, intensity a counterpoint to Amir's effervescence. There's significant interference, Commander, a dense mass about 50 meters down, metallic composition, but fractured, almost porous. It's scrambling the deeper signals. She tapped a control on her wrist interface, and the background radiation just ticked up slightly. Not dangerous, but noticeable. Kyle frowned. Anomalies weren't unexpected. Mars was a geological enigma, but scrambled signals and rising radiation hinted at something more complex. He checked the mission chronometer. They had another hour before needing to head back to the long haul, their pressurized rover parked half a mile away. Keep monitoring, Sora. Amir, anything visually distinct about that layer? Before Amir could answer, Corin's voice cut in, sharp with urgency. Commander, base is reporting a sudden intensification of atmospheric particulates southwest quadrant. Wind speeds increasing exponentially. They're calling it a Class 8, potentially 9 dust storm, developing much faster than forecast. ETA, 15 minutes. A chill, colder than the Martian air, snaked down Kyle's spine. Class 9 was unheard of, a planet-enveloping monster capable of blinding sensors, shredding equipment, and lasting for weeks. 15 minutes? They wouldn't even make it back to the rover. All personnel, immediate recall to the long haul, double time, Kyle commanded, his voice tight. Corin, maintain comms link with base as long as possible. The sky, moments before a serene canvas, began to curdle. The distant horizon dissolved into a roiling wall of crimson dust, advancing with terrifying speed. The wind rose from a whisper to a howl, plucking at their suits, kicking up stinging clouds of regolith. Visibility plummeted. "Can't see the rover!" Sora shouted over the wind's mounting shriek. "Follow my beacon!" Kyle activated his suit's emergency locator, a pulsing green light barely penetrating the swirling chaos. They stumbled forward, leaning into the gale, the world reduced to a maelstrom of red. Sand scoured their visors, the roar outside deafening even through their helmets. Static exploded in Kyle's ears. "Corin, status!" "Link, gone. Commander," Corin gasped, fighting for footing. "Signal, totally, occluded." They were cut off, blind, exposed. The long haul was likely already being buried. Panic threatened, cold and sharp. Kyle shoved it down. "Sora, that anomaly you detected, how far?" "Maybe 200 meters. Bearing 075, she yelled back, her voice strained. "The radiation, it's spiking near there." "Amir, any surface structures? Overhangs? Caves?" Kyle scanned desperately through the blinding dust. "Negative. Just open ground and wait." Amir pointed, his voice filled with disbelief. "There, look!" Through a momentary thinning of the dust, Kyle saw it. A shape, stark against the red chaos. Not natural. A perfectly smooth, black, tetrahedral spire, easily 30 meters tall, partially buried in the sand, its edges impossibly sharp. It seemed to absorb the dim light, yet pulsed with a faint internal luminescence, almost like veins beneath dark skin. It hummed, A low thrum felt more in the bones than heard. "What in God's name?" Corin breathed. "Shelter, now," Kyle ordered, pushing them toward the impossible structure. The wind tore at them, threatening to rip them from their feet. The air was thick with abrasive dust, visibility near zero. They reached the base of the monolith, pressing against its cool, unnervingly smooth surface. The hum intensified, vibrating through their suits. "There!" Amir shouted, pointing along the base where the wind had scoured away the sand. "An opening! A doorway!" It wasn't a doorway in any conventional sense, more like a section of the black material had retracted or dissolved, revealing a darker void within. Geometric symbols, unlike anything Kyle had ever seen, sharp angles, nested spirals, lines that seemed to shift and flow like liquid mercury, glowed faintly around the threshold. They pulsed in time with the structure's hum. "Radiation is higher here, but stable," Sora reported, her voice tight with a mixture of fear and awe. "The structure seems to be shielding us somewhat from the storm." The wind howled like a banshee. Staying outside was suicide. Inside was the unknown. An alien structure, buried for potentially millions of years, humming with strange energy. Kyle looked at his team. Amir's wide, incredulous eyes, Sora's focused analysis even now, Corin's hand hovering over the sidearm they all carried but had never expected to use. His responsibility weighed heavier than the Martian gravity. "Okay," Kyle said, his voice steady despite the tremor he felt inside. "Sora, take point with the scanner. Amir, stick close. Corin, watch our 6, if 6 even applies in there. Weapons ready, safety's on, we go in, slowly." He took a breath, the recycled air suddenly feeling thin. Stepping across the glowing threshold was like passing through a thin film of energy. The roar of the storm outside instantly muted, replaced by the deep, resonant hum of the structure. They stood in a corridor seemingly carved from the same obsidian material as the exterior. The air was still, cool, and carried a faint metallic tang. Panels along the walls glowed with the same internal light, casting long, eerie shadows. The corridor stretched forward into darkness, the floor sloping gently downwards. The strange, fluid symbols flowed along the walls, pulsing softly. Behind them, the opening remained, a rectangle of swirling crimson fury against the sudden, profound silence. They were inside. They were safe from the storm, but they had just stepped into a mystery far deeper and potentially more dangerous than any Martian tempest. The Vault of Tharis had claimed them. The silence was immense, broken only by the thrumming, resonance that seemed to emanate from the very fabric of the structure and the amplified sounds of their own breathing within their helmets. The corridor descended, its obsidian walls swallowing the beams of their helmet lamps almost greedily. The geometric symbols flowed alongside them, shifting subtly, rearranging themselves as if reacting to their presence. "These glyphs," Corin murmured, running a gloved hand near but not touching, a particularly intricate spiral. "They're not static. They resemble complex circuit diagrams, but also language, syntactic structures. See the repetition, the modifiers?" Even in the face of the utterly alien, his linguist's mind was dissecting, analysing. "It's like Egyptian hieroglyphs designed by a quantum physicist." "Energy readings are off the scale," Sora reported, her voice hushed with awe. She gestured with her scanner. The walls themselves are conducting power, flowing from deeper within. And the air. Trace analysis shows noble gases, argon, neon, but negligible carbon dioxide or oxygen. Perfectly sterile, preserved. The corridor opened abruptly into a space so vast it stole their breath. They stood on a balcony, a precipice overlooking an abyss filled with impossible structures. Below them, bathed in the soft internal luminescence radiating from countless panels and glowing lines etched into the architecture, lay a city. An underground metropolis stretching further than their lights could penetrate, descending layer upon layer into the Martian crust. It wasn't built, it was carved. Towers spiraled downwards instead of up. Bridges of crystalline light arched across chasms thousands of feet deep. Buildings shaped like inverted pyramids, multifaceted jewels, and organic flowing sculptures clustered in intricate patterns. Walkways wider than Terran highways snaked between them, occasionally illuminated by floating spheres of light that drifted like captive stars. The scale was inhuman, dwarfing anything ever conceived on Earth. London, Tokyo, New York, they would be mere suburbs in this subterranean behemoth. "My God," Amir whispered, gripping the railing, his knuckles white even through the suit glove. It's Karnak meets Coruscant." "No signs of life," Sora stated, her scanner sweeping the panorama. "No heat signatures, no movement except—" She paused. Faint energy surges like dormant systems powering up, sequentially, following our path. As if on cue, a section of the city directly below them brightened. Lines of light traced intricate patterns across building facades, and one of the floating spheres detached itself from the distant gloom and drifted slowly towards their balcony. "Okay, definitely reacting to us," Corrin said, a nervous edge sharpening his wit. "Either it's welcoming the new neighbours, or the security system is waking up. Place your bets." Kyle scanned the immensity, his tactical mind racing. This wasn't just ruins, it felt poised, waiting. "Let's find a way down. Look for a central structure, maybe a control hub." They located a ramp spiralling gently down from the balcony, wide enough to accommodate vehicles far larger than their rover. As they descended, more lights activated ahead of them, illuminating their path, while the areas behind them dimmed slightly. The air remained still, cool, the resonant hum a constant companion. They passed structures that defied easy categorization. Some resembled vast public squares, empty save for geometric fountains carved from the same obsidian material, their basins dry but intricately detailed. Others looked like marketplaces or grand halls, filled with alcoves and platforms, silent and deserted. The architecture was a baffling fusion. The stark geometry of the exterior mixed with flowing, almost biological curves, adorned with those ever-present shifting glyphs. After an hour of descent, they reached a lower level, a wide plaza opening onto several colossal hangar bays carved directly into the cavern wall. Inside, suspended in Silovoi pole, guessing force field or stasis, that shimmered faintly, were ships. Starships. They weren't the functional cylinders or winged craft of human design. These were sleek manta-ray shapes of the same black, light-absorbing material as the city itself. Smooth, menacing, utterly alien, yet possessing a predatory grace. Some were enormous, easily cruisers or carriers hundreds of meters long. Others were smaller, fighter-sized craft, docked along magnetic pylons that rose from the floor like metallic trees. These smaller ships were scarab-shaped, compact, and deadly-looking. Several of the larger vessels bore marks, scoring, impact craters, sections that looked melted or torn, battle scars. "They fought someone," Kyle observed grimly, his hand instinctively going to his sidearm. "Or something." Amir moved closer to one of the giant manta ships, his faceplate nearly touching the shimmering field holding it aloft. The design philosophy, it's consistent with the glyphs, utilitarian yet deeply symbolic. Look at the wingtips. They echo the spiral motifs we saw in the corridor. Sora ran her scanner along the edge of the field. High-energy containment, stable but drawing significant power. And Commander, these ships, they're not just old. Radiometric dating from residual particles trapped on the hull plating. We're looking at dates potentially exceeding 50,000 years, maybe older. 50,000 years before recorded human history. While Homo sapiens were chipping flint in caves, this civilization was building starships and fighting interstellar wars beneath the surface of Mars. Deeper within the hangar bay they found something else, a sealed chamber, the door marked with a complex circular glyph pulsed with brighter light. Sora approached it cautiously. There's a console here. No buttons, no screen, just a smooth surface with indented glyphs. Can you interface with it? Kyle asked. Sora hesitated. It's not like our tech. It seems passive, waiting for input but not digital input. More like resonance. She remembered the description of her specialization. Resonance tech prodigy. An experimental field back on Earth, exploring harmonic frequencies and sympathetic vibrations as control interfaces. She'd always felt a connection to machines, an intuition about their inner workings. This felt like that, amplified 1,000-fold. Tentatively, she placed her gloved palm over the largest glyph on the console. Nothing happened. She focused, trying to recall the hum of the city, the flow of the symbols. She thought about the immense silence, the weight of ages. Still nothing. Then a flicker of emotion surfaced. The grief for her brother, lost years ago, a sharp pang she usually kept buried. It resonated within her, a pure, clear frequency of loss and love. The glyph beneath her hand flared, lines of light shot across, the door converging on the central symbol. With a deep grinding sound that echoed the structure's hum, the massive door slid open. Beyond it lay not a control room, but something akin to a library or archive. Crystalline panels lined the walls, inert and dark. In the centre of the room stood a pedestal, and upon it floated a holographic projection, a star map. But the central star wasn't Sol. It was a binary system, 2 suns pulsing gently in the holographic display, and around them, worlds, dozens of them linked by faint lines of light. One of those lines led outwards, towards another star system, starkly alone in the projected void. A single, familiar yellow star. Sol. Corrin stepped forward, transfixed. Is that Earth? Before anyone could answer, one of the crystalline panels on the wall flickered to life. Not with data, but with an image. A world of lush green jungles and towering bioluminescent trees under a double sunrise. Figures moved within it, tall, slender, recognisably human, clad in simple flowing robes. They looked peaceful, serene. Then another panel activated. It showed a different world, one ravaged by war, shattered cities, orbital bombardments, figures in angular armoured suits battling amidst ruins under the same twin suns. A third panel flared, displaying Earth. Primitive villages, pyramids rising from desert sands, recognisable continents. And then images of ships, not the manta rays or scarabs outside, but different designs, descending from the sky, figures emerging, interacting with the early inhabitants. Egyptian gods, ancient astronauts. They came from there, Amir breathed, pointing to the binary system. Fled something, a war, and they came here, to Earth, and to Mars. Kyle felt the weight of the discovery settle on him. This wasn't just an alien city. It was a lost chapter of human history, a cradle or perhaps a refuge. The implications were staggering. Humanity wasn't alone, and it wasn't even solely terrestrial. But the evidence of conflict, the damaged ships, the 2 contrasting worlds orbiting the twin suns, this legacy was complex, potentially dangerous. His duty, once confined to his crew and mission, now felt impossibly vast. He was standing in the heart of a 50,000-year-old mystery that redefined everything humanity thought it knew about itself. And the city, panel by panel, archive by archive, was just beginning to share its secrets. The weight of revelation pressed down on them, heavier than the tons of rock and regolith overhead. Humanity, seeded or exiled from a distant binary system, a vast Martian metropolis as a way station, Earth a later colony, or perhaps a forgotten outpost. The silent, watchful city felt less like a tomb and more like a paused recording, waiting for someone to press play. "Okay," Corin said, breaking the stunned silence, his voice attempting levity but betraying the underlying shock. "So, space Egyptians from a double-sun system built Mars Vegas and maybe gave Earth the pyramid scheme? Got it. What's next on the tour? The casino floor? The all-you-can-eat nebula buffet?" Sora, however, was focused on the console she'd activated. The glyphs continued to glow, pulsing softly in response to her proximity. This console, it's more than just a door lock or an archive viewer. It feels like a primary interface node. The emotional resonance. It wasn't just a key, it felt like authentication. She tentatively placed her hand back on the surface, focusing not on grief this time, but on curiosity, a desire to understand. The holographic star map shifted, lines brightened, symbols flared around certain star systems. Text, or what passed for text in the flowing glyph language, scrolled beside the images. "Whoa," Corin breathed, stepping closer. "It's responding to you, Sora. Can you ask it something?" "I don't know how," Sora admitted. "It's not verbal, it's feeling, intent." She concentrated, visualizing the hangars, the ships. How do these work? How do they fly? In response, the archive panels flickered rapidly, showing schematics that looked like cross-sections of the manta ray vessels, energy flow diagrams, and glyph sequences that Corin instantly recognized as potential command protocols. Simultaneously, a section of the plaza outside the archive chamber began to glow. A circular platform rose silently from the floor, about 10 meters across. From slits around its edge, a soft, shimmering field, similar to the ones holding the starships aloft, flickered into existence. "Anti-gravity," Kyle stated, recognizing the principle if not the execution. "A transport skimmer. It activated because I thought about flight." Sora looked bewildered yet intrigued. The city, it's interpreting intent through emotional and resonant frequencies. "Let's try it," Kyle decided. Caution warred with the urgent need to explore more efficiently. Walking could take lifetimes in a city this size. "Sora, see if you can guide it. Corin, keep trying to make sense of those glyphs. Navigation, power systems, anything. Amir, document everything. We need to understand what we've found." They stepped onto the platform. It felt solid, yet strangely yielding. As Sora focused, visualizing movement, a low hum intensified beneath their feet. The skimmer lifted smoothly, silently, a meter off the plaza floor. With Sora concentrating on direction, visualizing a path forward through the immense cavern, the platform glided forward, accelerating rapidly but smoothly. Flying through the vault of Tharis was like soaring through a dream of impossible architecture. They swept past the downward-reaching towers, crossed the silent chasms on bridges of pure light, and peered into vast, empty amphitheatres carved into the rock. The scale remained overwhelming, humbling. Lights continued to pace them, illuminating sectors of the city as they approached, plunging previous areas back into a slumbering twilight. Fountains remained dry, plazas empty, but the feeling of dormant potential was palpable. "Picking up multiple larger energy signatures ahead," Sora reported after nearly an hour of travel. Her brow furrowed in concentration as she guided the skimmer. Massive power conduits converging, and Chambers. Very large chambers. They navigated towards the energy convergence, finding themselves entering a district that felt distinctly different. The architecture was more severe, more utilitarian. Platforms held arrays of unfamiliar devices that looked like weapons emplacements. Complex metallic structures bristling with emitters and lenses. They passed more hangars, these holding only the smaller scarab-shaped fighter drones, nested tightly into magnetic racks that lined the walls like dormant insects. Some of these drones also showed signs of damage, blackened hulls, fractured winglets. Suddenly, alarm klaxons, deep and resonant, echoed through the cavern. Red lights began flashing along the walls, bathing the severe architecture in pulsing crimson. Glyphs flashed urgently on nearby panels. "What's happening?" Amir asked, startled. "Multiple systems activating," Sora cried out, the skimmer wobbling slightly as her concentration faltered. "Energy spikes across this entire sector. Those fighter racks, they're powering up." "Security systems?" Kyle surmised grimly. Did activating the skimmer trigger a broader alert? Or maybe accessing the archive, Corin suggested, frantically trying to decipher the flashing glyphs displayed on his wrist-mounted interface, linked wirelessly to Sora's scanner. Whatever it is, the city thinks we're intruders. These symbols, they look like lockdown protocols. Threat assessment. From the hangar walls, several of the scarab drones detached from their magnetic pylons. Blue energy crackled around their forward emitters. They rose silently into the air, their multifaceted optical sensors focusing on the skimmer. "Evasive maneuvers, Sora!" Kyle barked. Sora reacted instantly, focusing her intent. The skimmer banked sharply, diving towards the intricate cityscape below as bolts of blue energy lanced past them, impacting the cavern wall with explosive force. More drones detached, swarming after them like angry hornets. "They're fast!" Corin yelled, ducking as another energy bolt sizzled overhead. "We need cover and a defensible position." Kyle scanned the area, his tactical training kicking in. "There, that structure. Look shielded, reinforced. Get us inside." He pointed to a squat, bunker-like building nestled between two larger towers, its entrance a heavy glyph-marked portal currently sealed. Sora drove the skimmer towards it, weaving through architectural projections as energy bolts rained around them. The drones anticipated their movements, boxing them in. "The door's sealed," Amir shouted. "How do we get in?" "Sora, the console interface. Can you access the door system from here?" Kyle asked urgently. "Trying." Sora closed her eyes for a moment, ignoring the chaos around them, focusing her will, pushing past the fear. She projected the feeling of sanctuary, necessity, urgency. The skimmer's console pulsed in response. On the bunker door ahead, the glyphs flared. Just as a drone lined up a direct shot, the massive portal slid open. Sora gunned the skimmer through the opening, and the door slammed shut behind them, cutting off the screech of energy fire and the sight of the pursuing drones. They were inside, plunged into near darkness, the only light coming from their suits and the faintly glowing controls of the skimmer. The resonant hum of the city seemed deeper, more ominous here. They found themselves in what looked like an ancient command chamber. Consoles lined the walls, dark save for the emergency red lighting. A large circular platform dominated the centre of the room, covered in dormant glyphs. "Status report," Kyle said, his voice calm despite the adrenaline coursing through him. "Skimmer is undamaged," Sora reported, her breathing heavy. "Door is sealed, heavily reinforced. External sensors show the drones are hovering outside, scanning." "I think I'm getting somewhere with the language," Corin said, pointing to his display. "The lockdown glyphs correlate with threat levels. We seem to have tripped a mid-level security response. But there are other symbols here. Command overrides, system resets, linked to that central platform." "Can you activate it?" Kyle asked. "Not directly," Corin replied. "It requires sequence authorization, like the archive door. It seems keyed to..." complex emotional states. The glyphs suggest concepts like sacrifice, resolve, legacy. Sora looked at the central platform, then back at the sealed door where the drones waited. She thought of the archive images, the peaceful world, the war-torn one, the ancient Earth. She thought of her brother, the grief still a tangible ache within her, but mixed with it now was a fierce determination, a resolve to understand this place, to protect her crew. Sacrifice, resolve, legacy. She stepped towards the central platform, placing her hand on its cool surface. She didn't try to replicate an emotion. She simply let her own complex feelings flow. Grief intertwined with fierce protectiveness, fear woven with determination. The platform beneath her hand lit up. Glyphs raced across its surface, converging in the centre. Consoles around the room flickered to life, bathing the chamber in a cool blue light, replacing the urgent red. A low thrum filled the room as power surged. "Whoa," Corin breathed. "System access granted. Sora, you just hotwired an alien command centre with feelings." On a large display screen that materialised from the wall, schematics of the city sector appeared, showing the drone locations, power flows, and something else. Something that made Kyle's blood run cold. Deep within the sector, far below there, current level, another massive energy signature flared to life. Far larger than the drones, larger even than the hangars. A symbol appeared next to it on the screen. A ring, segmented, surrounded by complex interlocking glyphs. "What is that?" Amir asked, pointing to the symbol. Corin traced the glyphs on his display. According to this, they called it the Sky Gate, the path between stars. They hadn't just triggered the security drones, they had started the activation sequence for a Stargate. The activation of the Sky Gate sent a palpable tremor through the command chamber, a deep, resonant hum that vibrated up through the floor. On the main display, the ring symbol pulsed with intensifying energy, drawing power from conduits that snaked through the schematic like luminous serpents. The city wasn't just waking up, it was preparing for departure. Okay, activating a potential interstellar transport system while killer drones are trying to break down the door might not have been Plan A, Corin quipped, though his fingers flew across the holographic interface projected from his wrist unit, cross-referencing the newly accessible data streams. Good news. Sora's emotional login gave her significant system privileges. Bad news. The gate activation seems to have triggered higher-level defense protocols. As if on cue, the display shifted, showing external views. The scarab drones outside the bunker were now being joined by larger, more menacing shapes detaching from previously unseen alcoves high in the cavern walls. These were angular, almost skeletal fighter craft, different from the manta shapes in the main hangars, clearly automated defense units. They began engaging the scarab drones, streaks of energy fire crisscrossing the vast underground space. "Infighting?" Amir asked, bewildered. "Why would the city's defences attack each other?" Corin highlighted sections of the newly accessed data. Hypothesis: the scarab drones represent a localised, perhaps sector-specific security system, maybe even one that's degraded or corrupted over millennia. These new fighters, they seem linked directly to the gate's activation sequence. A primary defence grid maybe, purging the lesser systems that responded incorrectly to our presence. Or, Sora suggested quietly, her eyes fixed on the unfolding battle. Maybe the scarabs were the original defence, and these new ones are something else. Something left behind by whoever damaged those ships in the hangar. Kyle watched the silent, deadly ballet on the screen. Whatever the reason, it buys us time. Corin, focus on the gate. What does it take to stabilise it? Can we shut it down? "Working on it," Corin muttered. "The glyphs are complex. It's not just engineering, it's almost ritualistic. There are sequences tied to celestial alignments, energy harmonics, and this." He projected an image onto the main screen. the twin sun symbol they'd seen in the archive now intricately linked with the gate schematics. Amir stepped closer, his geologist's eye for patterns finding purchase even in the alien script. The twin suns, look how they're positioned relative to the gate symbol, and these branching pathways, it's like the map in the archive chamber. 2 primary destinations maybe, linked to the 2 branches of, well, whoever these people were. He traced a flow diagram. It seems the gate requires alignment not just physically, but energetically, tuned to a specific destination frequency. Can you identify the destinations? Kyle pressed. Amir studied the glyphs, comparing them to the archive images. This sequence, he pointed, seems to correspond with the peaceful jungle world. The glyphs evoke harmony, growth, origin. This other sequence, he indicated a more complex, jagged set of symbols, matches the war-torn world. These glyphs suggest struggle, division, terminus. Origin and terminus, Sora breathed. 2 paths for humanity's ancestors. Commander, Corin suddenly shouted. Power fluctuations. The gate activation is drawing immense energy, but the flow is unstable. The battle outside, secondary explosions. They're damaging some primary conduits. If the grid destabilizes completely, the gate could overload. The resulting energy discharge. He didn't need to finish the sentence. A blast that could power interstellar travel, unleashed uncontrollably within a confined underground city. It would vaporize everything. Kyle scanned the chamber schematics Corin projected. Power regulation nodes. Where are they? Corin highlighted several points on the city map, deep within the sector, some in areas now crawling with the battling drones and fighters. There are primary junctions, but accessing them is suicide. There might be a master regulation conduit accessible from beneath this command chamber. It's a long shot, requires bypassing multiple safety interlocks. If it stops this place from blowing up, we take it, Kyle said decisively. Sora, can you open a maintenance access way? Sora, already anticipating, focused on the central platform where she had initiated the override. She visualized access, repair, stabilization. A section of the floor near the wall slid silently open, revealing a narrow, dark shaft descending into the humming depths. A faint blue light pulsed rhythmically far below. Amir, Sora, stay here, Kyle commanded. Monitor the gate. Keep trying to understand the controls. Corin, you're with me. We need your interface skills to bypass those interlocks. Into the scary glowing basement it is, Corin said, grabbing a portable interface kit, just like summer camp. Kyle clipped a descent cable to his suit harness and hooked it onto a recessed anchor point above the shaft. He checked Corin's harness, then nodded. Maintain comms, let's move. They rappelled down into the shaft, the main chamber shrinking above them. The air grew warmer, thick with the smell of ozone and the thrum of immense power. Below, the blue light intensified, emanating from a crystalline conduit easily 3 meters in diameter, pulsing like a living heart. Glyphs swirled across its surface. Access panels sealed with intricate locking mechanisms dotted the surrounding walls. Okay, Big Blue is definitely the main power line, Corin confirmed, connecting his kit to a nearby interface port. Now for the safety interlocks. These things are ancient, Kyle, layer upon layer of protocols. He worked quickly, alien symbols scrolling across his display. Almost got it. It requires simultaneous manipulation of energy harmonics. I can handle the sequence logic, but someone needs to manually shunt the feedback loop at the precise moment. That someone, he looked at Kyle, has to physically override the circuit breaker. He pointed to a heavy, lever-like mechanism set into the wall beside the conduit, glowing with contained energy. When I give the signal, you throw that switch. Timing has to be perfect, or it could feedback pulse the entire grid. Kyle positioned himself by the lever. It felt warm through his gloves. He could feel the raw power surging nearby. Ready when you are, Corin. Initiating bypass sequence. Now, Corin shouted. Glyphs flashed wildly on his display. Harmonic stabilizing. Almost there. Feedback loop identified. Kyle. Now. Kyle threw his weight against the lever. It resisted for a terrifying moment, then slammed downwards with a heavy thud. The pulsing blue light in the main conduit steadied, the violent energy fluctuations smoothing out. The overwhelming hum lessened slightly, becoming a steady, powerful drone. Did it work? Kyle asked, breathing heavily. Grid stabilized, Corin exclaimed, relief flooding his voice. Gate power flow is steady. We just stopped Mars from becoming a new asteroid belt. Suddenly Sora's voice crackled over the comms, tight with urgency. Commander, something's happening with the gate. The alignment. It's locking. But it's not pointing to the origin world or the terminus world. It's cycling through other coordinates, unfamiliar star systems. One of them. Commander, it looks like Saul. It's trying to lock onto Earth. The revelation hung in the subterranean air. The sky gate stabilized but now cycling through destinations, potentially locking onto Earth. Back in the command chamber, Sora and Amir watched the main display in stunned silence as the glyph sequence representing the target coordinates shifted, momentarily resembling patterns Corin had tentatively identified as relating to their home system. Is that even possible? Amir wondered aloud. Could this gate reach across 50,000 years of stellar drift? The coordinates would be vastly different. Maybe the system auto-updates, Sora speculated, her mind racing through possibilities. Or maybe Earth was always a designated waypoint, its relative position constantly tracked. The implications were dizzying. A direct path back home, bypassing the months-long journey via Starship. But a path that could also lead from Earth, or expose Earth to whatever conflict had scarred this city and its creators. Kyle and Corin ascended quickly back into the command chamber, the immediate crisis of the power overload averted. Report, Kyle demanded, striding towards the display. The gate stabilized, Commander, Sora confirmed, but its destination lock is erratic. It cycled past origin and terminus, and seems to be searching. We saw glyphs correlating with Sol system coordinates for a moment, but it moved on. Now it's settling. On the screen, the whirling symbols slowed, finally locking onto a new sequence, one that didn't match origin, terminus, or Sol. A complex, unfamiliar pattern pulsed steadily beside the activated gate symbol. Where does that lead? Kyle asked, turning to Amir and Corin. Corin cross-referenced the glyphs with the archive data. No direct, matching the archive worlds we saw. But the root structure, it shares elements with the origin glyphs, harmony, creation, but also contains modifiers suggesting sanctuary, confluence, renewal. Amir traced the unfamiliar stellar configuration depicted alongside the glyphs. It's a trinary star system, unknown from Earth astronomy as far as I know. Sanctuary? Could this be where they intended to go? A refuge beyond the conflict? The external view screen showed the battle outside had ceased. The skeletal defense fighters hovered silently, while the damaged Scarab drones lay inert. The gate chamber itself, deep below, pulsed with contained, stable energy. The path was open. They stood at a precipice far more profound than the physical edge of the city's abyss. Behind them lay the known, Mars, the Arclight mission. Earth, a humanity confined to a single solar system, ignorant of its sprawling ancient heritage. Ahead lay the unknown, a pathway across interstellar space forged by ancestors fleeing conflict, leading to a potential sanctuary orbiting 3 suns. The choice was stark. We could try to shut it down, Corin offered, though his voice lacked conviction. Seal this place, hike back to the rover, assuming the storm ever clears, and report back to base. Let Earth decide what to do. And risk someone else finding this, Sora countered. or risk whatever threat caused the Terminus world finding us through this connection. We activated it. It feels like our responsibility. Amir nodded slowly. This discovery changes everything. The history of humanity, our place in the cosmos. It's not just data to be filed. It's a legacy. Perhaps a destiny. He looked at Kyle. The archives showed two branches of humanity, estranged, one possibly destroyed or locked in eternal war. What if the sanctuary world represents a chance for reunification, or at least understanding? Kyle felt the immense gravity of the moment. His duty, always his North Star, was now pulling him in multiple directions. Duty to his crew, to the mission parameters, to Earth. But also a nascent duty to the truth they had uncovered, to the echoes of these ancient humans whose blood might very well run in their own veins. To return to Earth with this knowledge felt incomplete, like finding a map to El Dorado and turning back at the city gates. He thought of the damaged ships, the defensive drones, the bifurcated destiny shown in the archives. Sealing the city might protect Earth in the short term, but ignorance was a fragile shield. Understanding the past, confronting the legacy, seemed the only path to securing a future. Stepping through that gate was an unimaginable risk, a leap into potentially hostile territory or simply lethal emptiness. But staying behind felt like a betrayal of the very spirit of exploration that had brought them to Mars. He looked at his team, Sora, whose unique sensitivity had been the key, Amir, whose scientific awe was tempered by profound insight, Corin, whose intellect and humour grounded them. They had faced the storm, navigated the impossible city, battled ancient defences and stabilised a stargate. They were no longer just astronauts. They were inheritors. The Arclight mission parameters were clear, Kyle said, his voice resonating in the quiet chamber. Establish a foothold, explore, report, but no parameter accounted for this. He gestured towards the pulsing gate symbol on the screen. Reporting this second hand won't convey the truth, the scale, the implications, and it leaves this power, this pathway, vulnerable. He met each of their gazes. Our primary duty is to the survival and advancement of humanity. Right now, I believe that duty lies forward, not back. We have stumbled upon the grandest mystery of our species. We have the chance to understand our origins, perhaps prevent a conflict that stretches back millennia, or find allies we never knew existed. Paused, letting the weight of his words settle. This is not an order I can give lightly. It goes beyond any mission profile, but I believe it's the necessary choice. Our report to Earth will have to wait. Our exploration continues. He looked towards the schematic showing the Skygate chamber. Corin, can you interface with the gate controls from here? Ensure the destination lock remains stable on Sanctuary? Aye, Commander, Corin replied, already working. Locked and confirmed. Sora, Amir, grab any portable archive data possible and essential supplies from the skimmer. We travel light. They moved with renewed purpose, the debate settled, the path chosen. Within minutes, they were back on the anti-gravity skimmer, gliding silently through the now quiet sector towards the immense energy signature of the gate chamber. The chamber dwarfed even the grandest spaces they had yet seen. A colossal ring, easily 200 meters in diameter, dominated the space. It was constructed of the same obsidian material as the city, inlaid with glowing glyphs that pulsed in time with the structure's deep hum. The ring itself floated free, unsupported by any visible means, rotating slowly. Within the circumference of the ring, space itself seemed distorted, shimmering like heat haze over desert sand, but swirling with faint ethereal colours, blues, violets, golds. It wasn't projecting an image, it was the portal. Sora guided the skimmer onto a platform extending towards the base of the ring. The air crackled with contained energy. Looking into the shimmering portal was like staring into infinity. Kyle Vance stood at the edge, his crew beside him. The red dust of Mars felt a universe away. He took a final look back at the vast, silent city. The Vault of Tharis, cradle and tomb, testament to a lost epoch. Then he turned towards the swirling light. "Lieutenant Kim, take us through," Commander Kyle Vance ordered, his voice steady, resonant with the immensity of the step they were about to take. Sora focused her intent, and the skimmer moved forward, crossing the threshold from the known into the utterly unknown. The shimmering light enveloped them, not blinding but cool, silent, erasing the obsidian chamber from view. For a heart-stopping moment, there was nothing but the swirling colours and the feeling of transition, of movement beyond comprehension. Then, new light dawned ahead. They emerged not into darkness, but into the soft, multi-hued glow of a sky illuminated by 3 suns, one golden, one pale blue, one a gentle crimson, casting long, strange shadows across a landscape unlike anything they had ever imagined. The Vault of Tharis was behind them. The journey into humanity's forgotten past and uncertain future had truly begun. The gate shimmered, waiting, a path between worlds left open. The last witness of civilization. For as long as she could remember, Dr. Rita Underwood had been fascinated by the edges of the world, those far-flung frontiers where the human presence seemed accidental. The place she now called home was one such frontier, a small research outpost deep in the Arctic, surrounded by a swath of ice that stretched into unimaginable distances. When she first signed on to join the climate research team, she knew she'd be venturing into a pristine wilderness, a kingdom of cold and quiet. She never expected her life's greatest mystery to manifest at the end of the Earth. Rita's days were filled with routine scientific tasks, measuring glacial thickness, analysing core samples, and documenting shifts in the polar climate. She worked alongside a team of dedicated scientists who, despite the world's disbelief, had begun to uncover anomalies in the ice that suggested changes far older than humankind's recorded history. Her colleague, Dr. Jimmy Hale, was the team geologist, a wiry man with sharp features and an even sharper tongue. He lived to debunk anything that smelled of sensationalism. While Rita possessed a cautious curiosity, Jimmy lived by the motto, "Seeing is believing." Whenever rumours of outlandish Arctic discoveries cropped up in the press, Jimmy was the first to snort in dismissal. On the contrary, Dr. Nadine Rourke, the resident linguist and historian, thrived on the unexplained. She'd accepted the position primarily because the Arctic's geological layers might contain organic remnants, or even ancient inscriptions carried on drifting ice flows. "Civilizations have left traces in the oddest places," she'd proclaim, eyes gleaming with possibility. Then there was Dr. Amir Hassan, the geneticist who had grown up enchanted by stories of lost tribes and unknown peoples. His dream was to one day isolate genetic codes that could rewrite humanity's family tree, revealing unknown branches. He joined the Arctic expedition with the hope of finding new microbial life, or even fossilized remains preserved in permafrost. Completing this ensemble was Dr. Danny Garrison, an archaeologist whose chatter often revolved around long-lost civilizations, Atlantis, Mu, Lemuria. Most of the team rolled their eyes at his wide-eyed enthusiasm, but Danny believed that Earth's timeline might harbour a few dark pockets of lost history. The friction between Danny and Jimmy was constant, as they each represented extreme ends of the belief spectrum. One icebound evening, the station's alarm blared through the corridors. Rita, wrestling with a coffee machine in the break area, nearly dropped her mug. The entire team scrambled into coats and ran outside to find a figure staggering on the ice. At first they suspected a lost researcher from a nearby station, but the closest outpost was several hundred miles away. No one could have walked that distance and survived. They rushed to man's aid. He was emaciated, face rimed with frost, yet his dark eyes gleamed with an eerie lucidity. The team struggled to carry him inside. The man's entire body was stiff as if he'd been frozen in place. That he was still breathing was nothing short of a miracle. While the others moved him to the medical bay, Rita noticed something odd about his clothing. It appeared to be patched together from fabrics of different time periods. Some looked almost medieval, while other sections were modern synthetics. The battered coat might have once been part of a World War II military uniform, but it was so worn and patchy that it was nearly unrecognisable. She brushed off the observation, attributing it to the man's dire circumstances. Perhaps he had scrounged whatever materials he could find for survival. Their makeshift infirmary was hardly equipped for major medical emergencies, but they bandaged his frostbitten limbs, took his vitals and did what they could. It was Dr. Amir, Hassan, who first noticed the anomalies. The man's body temperature was unnaturally low but somehow stable. No normal human should be able to endure such conditions. Hours passed as they tried to raise his core temperature slowly. Just when Rita was about to check on him again, she heard a voice from the bed, hoarse but distinctly articulate. "Where have you taken me?" Rita nearly jumped out of her skin. The man's accent was unplaceable, and yet he spoke English perfectly. "You're safe," she managed. "We're scientists. You were alone out there, almost frozen to death." He shifted in the bed, flinching from the pain in his frostbitten fingers. "I've been alone for a very long time," he murmured. In the following hours, bits and pieces of the man's story drifted out in delirious fragments. He offered no name, no clue to his origins, only references to places that didn't exist on any modern map. When Dr. Nadine Rourke tried to engage him in conversation in other languages, Latin, Greek, even Sumerian, he responded effortlessly. It was Dr. Jimmy Hale who first labelled him delusional. "He's obviously memorised a bunch of ancient phrases," Jimmy said. "He might be some survivalist crackpot who lost track of reality." Yet, the more the man spoke, the more questions arose that couldn't be dismissed so easily. Finally, after 3 days of tense observation, the man revealed his name, Dr. Zachary Ward. There was no mention of any institutional affiliation or how he ended up in the Arctic. His calm gaze unsettled the entire team. He watched them with an intensity that suggested he was studying them as much as they were studying him. Amir performed a DNA test using the station's limited resources, fully expecting inconclusive results. But the preliminary data was beyond strange, showing markers that didn't match any known databases. Analysing the isotopes on a scrap of Ward's clothing showed age disparities spanning centuries. There was thread so old it could have come from antiquity. Thread that was, ironically, sewn together with modern materials. Dr. Rita Underwood gathered her colleagues in the main lab. All eyes were on her as she announced the conflicting data. If there was a reasonable explanation, none of them could find it. "We can't jump to conclusions," Rita began, "but these findings are unprecedented." Nadine, always the most open-minded, shook her head in awe. This man, Ward, his linguistic fluency isn't just memorised phrases. He actually speaks these languages like a native. He can hold a conversation about their syntax, grammar, cultural context. He's either the best con artist ever to grace the Arctic, or there's something extraordinary going on. Jimmy refused to accept extraordinary, pacing around the table with clenched fists. "He's tricking us. Maybe he's a spy. Maybe it's a government thing. Maybe it's some elaborate hoax. But the simplest answer is that he's lying." Rita glanced at a single monitor that displayed a live feed of Ward resting in the infirmary. Despite all logic screaming otherwise, she felt something genuine in the man's presence. "I think we need to hear him out," she said quietly. "He's been too weak to talk much." but he's recovering faster than any human should under these conditions. When he's ready, let's ask him." And so they waited. Like stargazers anticipating a rare cosmic event, they hovered anxiously, each day bringing new data that deepened the mystery. Meanwhile, in his isolation, Ward's stoic expression never faltered. It was as if he was waiting too, waiting for the right moment to speak the truth that could turn their understanding of human history upside down. When Dr. Zachary Ward finally broke his silence, it wasn't with a grand proclamation, but in the form of quiet recollections. He spoke late one evening, his voice carrying an eerie calm as the howling Arctic wind outside rattled the walls. Rita, Jimmy, Nadine and Amir stood at his bedside, leaning forward to catch every syllable. "You want to know where I came from," he began, eyes focusing on Rita. "I cannot tell you everything at once. Your minds, your sense of time, are so anchored to the present. But you must believe me when I say that I've been alive far longer than any of you can fathom." Nadine pressed a cautious question. "How old are you, Dr. Ward?" A shadow of old grief passed across his features. "Old enough to have buried every friend I ever knew," he replied. "Old enough to have watched civilizations thrive and crumble into dust." Jimmy let out an audible scoff. "Civilizations. Multiple. Right." His tone was scathing, but a hint of uncertainty wavered in his eyes. Ward continued, unperturbed. "Have you ever wondered if our recorded history is just one layer on top of countless others? People talk about ancient Sumer, about ancient Egypt, about lost cities like Atlantis. Few truly believe they existed, yet the stories persist." He paused for a moment, as though choosing his words carefully. "Before your history books begin, there was another civilization, one that flourished over 100,000 years ago. A civilization of thinkers, dreamers, scientists and conquerors. The proof of its existence has been buried by time, by cataclysms, some natural, others perhaps less so." The silence in the room was thick. Even Jimmy, the skeptic, allowed Ward to speak without further interruption. Something about Ward's voice carried the weight of lived experience rather than conspiracy. Outside the infirmary, Dr. Danny Garrison listened through a partially open door, heart pounding. He had always believed that Earth's timelines harboured hidden truths, but hearing it from the mouth of a man who claimed to be their living witness was overwhelming. Rita, noticing Danny's presence, motioned for him to come in. He stepped forward, eyes wide with excitement. "If this is real, if you're not just spinning stories, then how did your people live? What kind of technology did they have?" Ward's face lit with a faint smile, as though recalling a long-lost wonder. "Our understanding of science was different. We didn't separate physics, biology and philosophy the way you do. Everything was part of a unified tapestry. Machines existed, some mechanical, others that might appear to you as purely spiritual. We harnessed the Earth's energies in ways your modern industries can only dream of. Our buildings were integrated with the environment. Even the concept of architecture was fluid, merging biology with engineering. We forged metals that modern metallurgists have never seen. Our knowledge of genetics was in its infancy, but still advanced enough to recognize the potential for shaping life." Nadine leaned forward, enthralled. "But if you are so advanced, why don't we see more direct evidence? Archaeological proof, ruins, fossils?" A ghost of sorrow flickered across Ward's eyes. "You do see them, but you don't recognize them for what they are. In some places, the lines between ancient structures and geological formations blur. In others, entire land masses have sunk beneath rising seas or been consumed by desert sands. Over tens of thousands of years, the earth reclaims its surface." Jimmy, arms crossed, was biting his tongue. Finally he interjected. "So you're saying you come from a lost super civilization that predates everything we know by tens of thousands of years?" and you personally lived through it. Ward nodded, the faint lines on his face deepening. I was a scholar, yes. I studied the knowledge of my people, recorded their achievements, and also documented their flaws. We had schisms, 2 factions primarily. One sought balance with nature, the other sought dominion over it. We understood that controlling the planet's forces was a double-edged sword, and in our hubris, we unleashed consequences that led to our downfall. A heavy quiet draped over the room again. Rita's heart hammered in her chest. As a scientist, everything about Ward's claims defied reason. Yet, the emotional resonance in his words was undeniable. He spoke as one who had witnessed unimaginable glory and unspeakable tragedy. Drawing a shaky breath, Rita ventured, "And you survived. Somehow, you're here to tell us this story. How?" Ward's eyes drifted to a distant place. "Survival can be a curse. I can't explain it fully, not in scientific terms you'd accept, but let's just say that certain experiments, genetic, alchemical, allowed a small fraction of us to persist beyond our normal lifespans. Some died over the centuries, but I lived on." A creeping chill slithered through Rita. Amir, the geneticist, suddenly recalled the bizarre DNA results that defied all known categories. Could it be possible that Ward's genes were altered by the very science he described? Jimmy, with a pained sigh, tried one more approach. "Even if you're telling the truth, how do you expect us to believe without evidence?" Ward locked eyes with him. "I do have evidence, but it's not in this room." Dr. Danny Garrison inhaled sharply. "Where is it?" "In the frozen depths of this very ice," Ward replied, voice somber. "A city lies buried there, or at least its remnants. Once, it stood at the southern edge of a landmass long since submerged. Tectonic shifts and eons of climate change have locked it beneath glacial sheets. If you were to look at the right coordinates, you'd find structures that do not match any known civilization in your history." All at once, the tension in the room became electric. Rita exchanged glances with Amir, who silently nodded. "We have access to satellite imaging," she said. "If you can guide us to these coordinates," he offered a thin smile, "you'll find enough to make you question everything." Before they could continue, the overhead intercom crackled to life. "Dr. Underwood, Dr. Hale, urgent call from the US station. Repeat, urgent call." With reluctant urgency, Rita and Jimmy rushed to the communications room. They returned half an hour later, faces pale. "A government official is coming here, Agent Victor Langley," Rita announced. "He says it's about our mysterious discovery. He wants Dr. Ward handed over to them for further study. How did they even find out?" The question hung in the air, ominous. Danny's face fell. Government involvement could turn everything into a web of secrecy. Nadine's eyes flashed with concern. "If they take him, we might never know the truth. He'll vanish into some classified facility." Ward pressed his lips together in a thin line, an expression of grim acceptance. "I've seen this happen before. When knowledge threatens the established narrative, forces move to bury it." His gaze turned to Rita. "If you want answers, if you truly want to see what lies beneath the ice, we have to move quickly." A flurry of preparations began. While Jimmy remained on the fence about the validity of Ward's story, the chance to confirm or deny it definitively was too compelling to ignore. So they laid plans for a covert excursion into the ice fields. They had little time, uncertain resources, and an unprecedented aim: to locate a lost city that might have once anchored a civilization older than anything in recorded history. And deep in Rita's mind, a quiet fear took root. If Ward's tale was true, what other secrets of cataclysm and cyclical collapse lay waiting for them in that frozen tomb? Despite the roiling tension, the plan fell into place faster than expected. Dr. Danny Garrison analysed satellite data and cross-reference Ward's approximate coordinates with geological anomalies in the ice shelf, he found an irregular region, some 50 miles from the outpost, far from any known expedition routes. A recent scan indicated shapes beneath the surface, forms that didn't appear natural. They had one shot to investigate these shapes before Agent Victor Langley arrived. If Ward's claims proved empty, at least they would have tried. If they found anything, they'd document as much as possible and share it with the scientific community before it could be silenced. Though it was early morning, the Arctic skies glowed with that peculiar polar twilight. A hush fell over the team as they loaded their gear onto 2-tracked snow vehicles. Rita, Jimmy, Nadine, Amir, Danny and Ward all donned thick thermal suits, prepared for the worst. Their outward mission was to collect fresh samples. At least that was the official line they'd feed to the authorities if questioned. Unofficially, they were seeking the oldest ruins on Earth, guided by a man who claimed to have walked among them. The journey across the ice was punishing. Storm winds kicked up snowdrifts, forcing them to crawl at a pace that tested every nerve. Ward sat next to Nadine, eyes distant. Occasionally he'd mutter directions, refining the route. It took hours. At one point they encountered a pressure ridge, a stretch of ice buckled by shifting tectonic plates. The vehicles lurched up and down as if traversing a frozen ocean of waves. Finally they arrived at a relatively smooth patch. Wind-battered markers indicated the site's geological significance. "We're close," Danny announced, checking his instruments. The satellite images suggested something large, a cluster of symmetrical lines that might be walls or foundations buried just beneath them. They parked and began setting up a ground-penetrating radar to confirm the formation's structure. Everyone gathered around the monitor, hearts pounding. The machine whirred, sending pulses beneath the ice. The results trickled in. There were indeed regular patterns, squared angles that nature seldom forged on its own. A gasp escaped Nadine's lips. "Are those pillars? Or walls?" Danny said, zooming in. "They look massive, stretching deeper than the radar can penetrate. This place could be huge." Jimmy inhaled slowly, that skepticism warring with undeniable evidence. Impossible. Ward stood to one side, face etched with bitter-sweet triumph. The city was once called Tir Amun. Of course, the name means nothing to you now, but it was a jewel of learning, a centre of rival philosophies. We built upwards and downwards. Some structures might be hundreds of feet below. As they discussed how best to proceed with further scans, Ward's voice took on a reflective tone. "We had wonders here, libraries, archives of knowledge you cannot imagine. But arrogance festered. Some believed we could harness the Earth's energy, control the weather, even manipulate the planet's crust. Others argued we should live in harmony with natural rhythms. It was this conflict between conquest and coexistence that laid the seeds of our downfall." Rita's hand trembled on the radar console. "Are you saying your civilization triggered its own apocalypse?" Ward nodded. "In part. We sought to corral forces beyond our understanding. Earth retaliated, or perhaps the cosmos did. There was a cataclysmic event, what you might call a cosmic strike, or a planetary shift, or even a meltdown of energies. It ripped our world apart. Most of our cities sank into oceans, were buried by quakes, or blasted into rubble. Few survived. But you did." Nadine's voice was soft with empathy. Ward turned to her, eyes glassy with a memory of millennia. "I survived, but survival wasn't a gift. I watched the remnants of my people scatter. Over the centuries, thousands of years, some societies tried to rebuild. I tried to share knowledge, to warn them not to repeat our mistakes, but time and again, human nature triumphed. Distrust, fear, greed, they overshadowed the lessons of the past. As if responding to this gloom, the Arctic wind howled ominously. Clouds darkened overhead, hinting at an incoming storm. Jimmy rubbed his arms. "We should hurry," he said, glancing nervously at the sky. They prepared to drill an access shaft into the ice, hoping to breach an air pocket or a cavity leading into the structure. It was a gamble, one that could take days if they wanted thorough results, but they had only hours before Agent Langley's arrival. Using advanced thermal lances and specialised drilling equipment, they melted through the surface layer, carefully monitoring for structural integrity. Amir found an odd sense of awe creeping over him. Hours ago he'd been sure Ward was a fraud. Now they were on the cusp of discovering something that could rewrite the entire timeline of civilization. "It's like peering into the Earth's memory," he murmured to no one in particular. In a painstaking process, they drilled down nearly 50 feet before breaking through a thin layer of ice into an open chamber. The hollow clank of the drill told them there was empty space below. Danny's eyes lit up. "We found a void!" Rita insisted on safety checks, lowering cameras and testing air quality. Against all odds, there seemed to be a large cavern, sealed by ice, and possibly pressurised over millennia. The cameras showed a pitch-black expanse, but the faint reflection of the beam off something that looked disturbingly symmetrical, like a carved wall. Their hearts pounded as they realised they were mere feet from a literal time capsule. While they prepared gear to descend safely, Ward offered a grave warning. "Be cautious. Old structures can be unstable, and sometimes what's left behind can be unsettling." They set up a makeshift pulley system. Rita, ever the voice of leadership, volunteered to go first alongside Ward. Jimmy, driven by both fear and curiosity, decided to follow with Danny. Nadine and Amir would remain topside to monitor oxygen levels and be on standby in case of a collapse. Rita's stomach fluttered with anticipation as she swung into the void, harness squeaking. She descended, boots scraping against ice-encrusted walls. Beside her, Ward seemed oddly calm, as though he had done this countless times before. The darkness swallowed them until their headlamps revealed a floor coated in a thin layer of frost. Ice crystals sparkled against an enormous wall that was undeniably man-made, etched with patterns that looked both geometric and organic. Her breath caught in her throat. This was it. Proof. The designs reminded her vaguely of Sumerian or Egyptian hieroglyphics, but also different. They arced and curled, forming fractal shapes, melding animalistic figures with mathematical curves. Jimmy and Danny soon joined, their lights darting across the surfaces. Danny's voice cracked with excitement. We need high-resolution imaging. We need to... My God, this changes everything." The chamber was grand, its ceiling supported by pillars that tapered into a shape reminiscent of lotus buds. In the corner, half buried by ice, were what looked like broken stone tables, possibly remnants of devices or altars. Rita felt tears sting her eyes at the sheer scale of it. It was old, ancient, and yet here it was, preserved under the Arctic. Ward moved through the space, trailing his gloved fingertips over the carvings. A sorrowful smile creased his face. "We used to gather here for debates. Scholars, philosophers, engineers. The resonance of voices once filled these halls." Jimmy ran a hand over the etched designs, swallowing his earlier disbelief. "Zachary, if that's even your real name, you told the truth." There was no venom in his tone now, only awe. Then, a low rumble reverberated through the cavern, causing ice shards to cascade from the ceiling. Rita's heart lurched. "Is that the drill?" Danny checked the handheld seismometer. "No, this is geological movement. Could be the pressure from the storm above." Ward's expression darkened. "This place has remained stable for thousands of years. Our intrusion might be compromising it." Time was running out, and they hadn't even begun to document the site thoroughly. Rita pressed a trembling hand to her temple. She felt torn between the desire to gather proof and the duty to protect the structure from collapse. This was bigger than any single discovery. This was a revelation about humanity's lost heritage. Jimmy pointed to a corridor leading deeper into the structure. We should see if there's a main hall or something. Maybe records, inscriptions. Another quake rocked the cavern, this one stronger. Ward helped steady Rita against a pillar. We have to be swift. There's something I need to show you. Something that might explain the cycles of destruction better than my words ever could. In that moment, the swirling mix of excitement, dread, and urgency was almost too much for Rita to bear. She forced herself to focus. They were on the brink of unveiling a secret that had slept beneath ice and time. Whether they could retrieve that secret before it was buried again, or before Agent Langley intervened, remained to be seen. Above ground, Dr. Nadine Rourke and Dr. Amir Hassan monitored seismic readings anxiously. The wind had grown savage, whipping snow into their eyes. Amid the howling gusts, the faint sound of helicopter blades became audible. Nadine's heart sank. They're here. A black helicopter cut through the whiteout, landing with military precision near the parked snow vehicles. Agent Victor Langley emerged, tall, broad-shouldered, wearing a heavy parka. His stern face scanned the campsite with unmistakable authority. 2 armed men accompanied him. Nadine approached, brandishing a calm she didn't feel. We're in the middle of a mission. You'll have to wait until... Agent Langley cut her off, voice clipped. My clearance supersedes any civil research mission here. Where is Dr. Ward? Amir tried to intervene, stumbling over words. He's not available right now. We're conducting... Langley's gaze flicked to the hole in the ice, the machinery and the data screens. Without waiting for an invitation, he marched forward, clearly intending to investigate. You found something, he said flatly. We received intel that you discovered a man who shouldn't exist, and now you're investigating structures that shouldn't be here. Nadine's pulse throbbed. I don't know who your sources are, but you're interfering in a scientific... Langley raised a hand to silence her. You have 2 options. Cooperate, or we shut this entire operation down. The threat was unmistakable. Now how do we get down there? Amir and Nadine glanced at each other. If they refused to help, the agent might resort to force. With minimal choice, Nadine gestured to the pulley system. They're using harnesses. The path is narrow. The ice is unstable. If you want to risk your neck, be my guest. Within minutes, Agent Langley had geared up, ensuring his men were armed. Amir's heart twisted at the idea of guns in that ancient place, but there was no way to stop them. Meanwhile, below ground, Rita, Ward, Jimmy and Danny navigated the corridor, beams of light dancing over walls that told cryptic stories. Scenes depicted robed figures standing before a great orb, possibly the sun or Earth's core. Others showed geometric shapes that might represent scientific apparatus. Many illustrations revealed fracturing land masses and cosmic streaks across the sky. A deeper tremor rattled the corridor. Ice cracked overhead, and chunks began to fall. The structure's destabilizing, Danny warned. We might not have much time. Ward pressed on determinedly. There's a chamber ahead, the central archive. It was constructed to endure, sealed behind reinforced barriers. If anything remains, it's there. They reached a vast circular door half buried behind frost. With the help of Jimmy's crowbar and Danny's small portable drill, they pried at the edges. The door groaned open, stale air rushing out. Inside was a large dome-shaped space, ringed by ledges and recesses that once housed tablets, scrolls, or devices. Now most were shattered, decayed, or lost to time. But near the centre stood a pedestal of strange metal. Its top was shaped like a basin, and within lay an object covered in ice. Rita and Danny carefully chipped away at the frosty shell, revealing what appeared to be a thick crystalline disc etched with swirling lines. Ward's trembling fingers traced its edges. "A record," he said. "Not paper, not stone. This was a method of storing information in crystalline lattices. If we had the right apparatus, we could decode centuries of knowledge from this disc alone. It contains the story of how we came to the brink of destruction, and, possibly, why these cycles repeat." Jimmy's mouth parted in amazement. "You mean this disc might hold data about your civilization's downfall, like some sort of advanced memory stick?" Ward nodded. "Precisely. And it might shed light on a force greater than us, something that seems to ensure no civilization grows too close to a certain threshold before being reset." At that, Rita felt a chill unrelated to the surrounding cold. "Are you implying there's a deliberate hand behind these collapses? Not just natural disasters or human folly?" Ward's eyes flashed. "I'm saying I've witnessed similar patterns throughout millennia. Knowledge rising, conflict intensifying, and then a grand collapse. Like an invisible caretaker pruning the branches of humanity whenever they threaten to overshadow the tree." The ground shook again, this time with a deafening crack. Dust and ice rained from the dome ceiling. A fresh wave of dread surged in Rita. "We have to get this disc out of here," she said. "We can study it back at the outpost. This place might come down on our heads any minute." Ward gently lifted the disc, as if it were an infant. "Let's go." Just as they turned to leave, footsteps echoed behind them. Headlamps bobbed in the darkness. Agent Langley and his armed men emerged, weapons half raised. "Freeze," Langley barked, scanning the chamber. His gaze locked on Ward, then flicked to the disc in his arms. Without warning, the cavern shook violently, as if the earth itself roared in defiance. The men staggered, one soldier losing his footing. In a flash, a large chunk of ice fell from the ceiling. Ward lunged, pushing Rita aside just as the massive slab crashed to the floor, shattering. He shielded the disc, cradling it protectively. Langley barked orders at his men, but the thunderous noise drowned him out. Another quake. Jimmy and Danny pressed themselves against a wall, eyes wide with terror. "We have to get out of here," Jimmy shouted. Langley advanced, bracing against the tremors. "Hand over that artifact," he demanded, ignoring the chaos. "This discovery belongs to the government now." Ward's face hardened. "No, this knowledge doesn't belong to any government. It belongs to humanity." Before Langley could respond, a fissure zigzagged across the chamber floor. One of his armed men screamed as he plunged into darkness, his harness snagging on protruding ice. Langley's stance shifted, torn between retrieving his subordinate and seizing the disc. Taking advantage of Langley's hesitation, Rita yelled, "Run!" The small group charged back the way they'd come, forging a path through the collapsing corridor. Langley bellowed after them, but another ceiling collapse silenced his voice in a cacophony of ice. The path they had drilled from above was partially caved in. Pressing their adrenaline to the limit, they hoisted Ward up first, passing him the disc. Rita followed, then Jimmy, then Danny. The harness creaked dangerously under the weight. At last, they tumbled onto the surface, battered and breathless. Nadine and Amir rushed to them, relief mingled with terror. "Where's Agent Langley?" Nadine asked, scanning the hole. "Trapped," Jimmy replied grimly, peering down at the swirl of ice and debris. He saw no sign of movement, no sign of the men who had accompanied the agent. The moans of wind and shifting ice were the only answer. The cavern was collapsing, sealing the lost city once more. For a tense moment they debated trying to rescue Langley. But the raging storm, the deepening chasms, and the massive tremors made a safe rescue impossible. If they descended again, they'd likely be buried too. With haunted eyes, Rita turned away, knowing the tragedy of what they were leaving behind. Shaken by events, the group loaded themselves, and the artifact onto their vehicles. Ward carefully cradled the disk, as though it were the one priceless key to humanity's hidden story. They sped back toward the outpost, hearts pounding with both triumph and dread. They'd uncovered tangible proof of a lost civilization, but at a cost, a man's life, and maybe even a piece of their own innocence. As they drove, the swirling snow parted momentarily, revealing a pale sky. Ward gazed at the horizon, expression unreadable. Rita watched him, a swirl of questions in her mind. Would the disk truly reveal humanity's cyclical fate? Could it help prevent another collapse? And what had really happened to Agent Langley? Was he just another casualty of knowledge that some hidden force wanted buried? Only time would tell if they had awakened something that was meant to stay asleep, or if they'd lit a path that might finally break the cycle of endless destruction. The return journey to the outpost felt like an eternity. The storm's fury made visibility almost nil, but adrenaline sustained them. By the time they arrived, exhaustion weighed on every muscle. The group hurried inside, slamming the doors against the Arctic wind. They placed the disk on a steel table in the main lab. Each face glowed with a mixture of curiosity and fatigue. Danny, rummaging through the technical supplies, cobbled together a makeshift scanning device. They had no dedicated crystalline memory reader, but advanced imaging and laser spectroscopy might yield partial data. Rita pressed her ear to the door. The research station felt different, suffused with tension and the knowledge that real danger lurked behind them. Agent Langley's fate weighed heavily, but they also worried about who else might come looking for Ward and the artifact. Government protocols rarely let matters like this rest. As they worked on scanning the disk, Ward leaned against a wall, face drawn. He appeared older, as though the day's trials had chipped away at whatever longevity he possessed. Nadine approached, voice gentle. "I'm sorry about what happened down there. Are you going to be all right?" He exhaled shakily. "I've seen more tragedy than I care to remember. It never gets easier." Nadine hesitated before asking, "So you've never tried to intervene before? Never tried to prevent these cycles of destruction?" Ward shook his head. "A handful of times I tried to share knowledge, but humankind tends to devour or distort truth. Either it's weaponized or it's dismissed. In some eras, I found fleeting acceptance, but always overshadowed by ignorance or corruption. So I learned to wait on the sidelines." She studied him. "Then why reveal yourself now?" Ward's gaze flicked to Rita, who was busy helping Danny calibrate the lasers. "Because something feels different this time. Technology has advanced quickly, but so has the potential for cataclysm. Nuclear war, climate collapse, genetic manipulation. We're near a tipping point. I wanted to see if this generation could finally break the cycle." A beep interrupted them. The scanner had produced partial readings from the crystal disk. Strange waveforms danced on the computer screen, data in an unknown format. Amir's brow furrowed. "It's not in any modern code. We might have to create a custom algorithm to decode it." Their excitement soared. Even if it took months, this disk might prove everything Ward said. They just had to survive the political and bureaucratic tempest that would inevitably follow. "We'll distribute the findings globally, so no one can suppress it," Rita declared. Ward offered a weary nod. That would be wise. Hours turned into the early morning. Some dozed, others took turns analysing the data. In snatches of the decoded segments, they saw references to cataclysmic events, star patterns, and ominous references to the Watchers. A phrase repeated often: "When the threshold is reached, the balance must be restored." Rita's heart pounded each time she read those words, imagining a cosmic caretaker stepping in to reset humanity whenever it strayed too far. Exhausted, the team decided to rest briefly, promising to resume their decryption at dawn. Ward, however, did not rest. He stood by a window overlooking the frozen wasteland, watchful. In that moment he looked truly ancient, burdened by centuries of sorrow. Just before dawn, the outpost's alarm shrieked again. Rita jolted upright from a light sleep, heart hammering. She dashed to the control room to find Ward standing tense, scanning the monitors. Outside, a group of men on snowmobiles approached, an even more significant force than Langley's, possibly a military unit. Nadine cursed under her breath. They must have tracked Langley's mission. They'll be looking for him. They'll want to know what happened. They'll want Ward. Jimmy rubbed the back of his neck. I'd bet they want that disc. Too. Panic threatened to consume them. We have to go, Ward said suddenly. If they take that disc, it disappears forever, and so does everything we've done. Amir gathered the data files they'd managed to decode, while Nadine pulled out an external hard drive. Danny hurried to stash the physical disc into a protective case. Rita looked around at the modest facility that had been their home. She knew once they left there might be no returning. Slinging on their gear, they readied a snow vehicle. The plan was to slip away on a route hidden by the terrain, perhaps to a safer location or an airfield where they could vanish from official radar. The approaching men, however, reached the main entrance faster than expected. One of them, presumably the leader, held a megaphone and demanded they open up. Ward met Rita's eyes, silent understanding passing between them. I'll delay them, he said. You take the artifact and the data. Get far away from here. Let the truth out if you can. Rita started to protest, but Ward shook his head firmly. If you truly believe humanity deserves another chance, go. The knowledge is bigger than me. Emotions tore at Rita's heart. She wanted to argue, but deep down she sensed that Ward had made his choice. He was a relic from another age, and maybe his destiny was to remain the sacrifice that allowed this truth to escape into the world. With no time to waste, they gathered the gear. Nadine gave Ward a lingering look, tears brimming. Thank you for trusting us. I promise we'll do our best. He offered a tight smile, lines of infinite sadness creasing his face. I've walked across the centuries waiting for someone to do what I could not. Jimmy and Danny, once staunch skeptics, now wore grim expressions of respect. They clasped Ward's hand in silent gratitude. Amir, his eyes shadowed with regret, offered a final nod. The sound of pounding on the station door spurred them onward. They slipped out a side exit into the blinding white, trudging quickly to the vehicle that was fueled and ready. Rita cast one last look over her shoulder, tears streaking her cheeks. Through a window, she saw Ward standing calmly as the door was forced open. Armed men flooded inside. Then she revved the engine. The snow vehicle surged away, disappearing over a ridge. They had no plan but forward. Back inside the outpost, Ward faced the intruders. They barked demands, brandishing weapons. Ward stood with hands raised, offering no resistance. I won't fight you, he murmured. One of the soldiers stepped forward, raising a rifle, but the officer in charge gestured for him to stand down. Where is Dr. Underwood? The disc? The officer growled. Ward simply gazed at them with an exhausted calm. Gone, he said. His voice carried an unspoken finality. In that instant, the outraged men seized him. For all they knew, he was just a strange man with secrets to spill. They had no idea. He possessed lifetimes of knowledge locked behind centuries of sorrow. Outside, the morning sky turned from pale grey to a gentle rose. Rita's snow vehicle sped over the horizon. She clutched the small container that held the disc, as though it were an ark of memory. She couldn't help but feel Ward's sacrifice bearing down on her soul. But she also felt a stirring of hope. This was a chance, maybe the only chance, to shatter the cycle of ignorance and destruction. Time blurred as they escaped into the icy wilderness. The knowledge they carried was precious and dangerous. If it reached the wider world, it could open eyes, provoke questions, alter the course of civilization. Or it could be ridiculed, suppressed, lost once again. None of them knew which outcome would prevail. In the days and weeks that followed, Rita and her colleagues found temporary refuge in a remote station owned by a sympathetic contact. They uploaded what they had to multiple data caches, sent partial findings to other researchers, and tried to rally support. Unsurprisingly, official channels dismissed them, citing lack of verifiable evidence or claiming it was a hoax. A few fringe outlets took notice, but the mainstream consensus was silent. Still, they persisted. Rita published a paper detailing the anomalies beneath the Arctic ice, releasing images of the partial ruins they had documented. Some geologists scoffed, others expressed cautious intrigue. Internet forums buzzed with conspiracy theories and accusations of government cover-ups. Meanwhile, the video footage of Ward was labelled a deep fake by skeptics. Dr. Ward, for his part, vanished like a phantasm. Unconfirmed sightings popped up, rumours circulated. Some said he was transported to a secret facility, others claimed he escaped or was executed. The truth remained elusive. Yet, in the epilogue of this unfolding saga, as months turned into years, Dr. Rita Underwood's name quietly gained recognition in academic circles. A minority of scientists, mavericks and open-minded explorers began re-examining archaeological assumptions, sifting through unexplained geological markers, seeking glimpses of older epochs that might validate the story of Tiramun. The final scene finds Rita decades later, hair streaked with grey, standing at a podium in a modest conference hall. She's presenting updated satellite imaging, revealing new structures beneath receding ice. The audience is small, but a spark of curiosity lights their faces. She speaks with conviction, referencing the partial translations of that fabled crystal disk, warnings about repeated collapses that come when civilizations overreach. Meanwhile, in the back of the room, a solitary figure with familiar dark eyes watches quietly. He wears a hat pulled low, but the lines of his face are unmistakable. Though changed and perhaps more fragile, Dr. Zachary Ward remains. He does not approach her, does not make his presence known, but he hears her words, her unwavering plea for humanity to learn from ancient mistakes, to avoid another cyclical collapse. As the session ends, Rita glimpses him for a fraction of a second, but when she blinks, he's gone, like a whisper of wind through the pages of a forgotten history book. She stands there, a single tear of gratitude and sorrow trailing down her cheek. Outside, the world continues, as it always has. Cities bustle, nations vie for power, crises loom, and the question remains: will mankind finally heed the warnings of the past, or is it destined to face another reset? Only time, and perhaps the watchful eyes of one immortal witness, will tell. Dulce Base. They called it the biggest government secret you were never meant to know. Some had heard the name Dulce Base tossed around conspiracy boards, but few people took it seriously. After all, who really believed there was a massive underground facility in New Mexico, run jointly by the US military and extraterrestrial beings? It had the ring of a B-movie script or a late-night radio show hoax. But that was before the files started to leak. Scattered breadcrumbs left by frightened scientists and well-connected whistleblowers. One of those whistleblowers was Dr. Julian Knox, who sent the first email to investigative journalist Cliff Nelson. Cliff wasn't your run-of-the-mill conspiracy blogger. At 47, he was too seasoned to chase Bigfoot sightings or shape-shifting reptilians. He'd cut his teeth on international war coverage, rising pharmaceutical scandals, and high-level political corruption. The cryptic message from Dr. Knox intrigued him, enough to keep reading. The email contained no greeting or introduction, just a string of numbers that, when deciphered, led to a location in Santa Fe and a single directive: meet me, bring recording equipment, trust no one. The next day, a second message arrived, this time bearing an attachment labelled partial proofs. It included disturbing images, X-ray scans of skeletons that didn't look fully human, screenshots of subterranean tunnel schematics, and an audio snippet filled with inhuman screeches echoing against metallic walls. The background static carried faint, eerie humming, as if it came from an advanced machine or perhaps something alive and breathing. Cliff's heart pounded in his chest. He had an array of sources within government, military and scientific circles, people who owed him favours or quietly admired his audacity. But no one he'd spoken to had ever hinted at something like this. The deeper he delved into Knox's attachments, the more he suspected. This wasn't a typical cover-up about funneling money or dabbling in questionable research. This was bigger, stranger, and infinitely more dangerous. Calling on an old friend in Santa Fe wasn't an option. He had no idea who might be complicit. If half the things in Dr. Knox's attachment were real, security measures around this Dulce Base would be terrifyingly thorough. Paranoia pricked him like needles in the skin, reminding him that he might already be watched. In a single day, Cliff cancelled his other interviews, told his editor he was on to a major lead, and hopped on a plane to New Mexico. Under a moonlit sky, Santa Fe still looked deceptively serene. Old adobe walls and narrow lanes gave the city a timeless aura, the type of place people visited for art festivals and southwestern charm. But tonight, every crooked alley and shadowy corner seemed to hum with tension. Cliff arrived at the safe house address around midnight, an unremarkable old building on the outskirts of town, its windows dark. Despite the quiet, his instincts screamed at him to proceed carefully. He found the front door slightly ajar. The stench hit him first, a coppery smell mixed with disinfectant. Flicking on his flashlight, he stepped inside to find a scene of carnage. Broken glass crunched underfoot. The walls were splattered with something thick and dark. Upended furniture suggested a struggle, and in the flickering beam of his flashlight he spotted bodies, 4 of them, wearing nondescript black attire. Their faces were contorted in death, bullet wounds blossoming on their chests and heads. They clearly weren't a bunch of amateurs. Military-grade gear was scattered around them. Night vision goggles, advanced rifles, something resembling an electronic scrambler box. But none of them looked like Dr. Knox. Cliff's stomach twisted. The horrifying thought occurred. Did I lead them here? He had no way of knowing. His eyes roamed the carnage. One figure had a half-torn ID patch that said Vance on it, a name he couldn't place at first. Then he saw movement. Someone was still alive. Cliff knelt, ignoring the warning in his gut, to check for a pulse. The man coughed up blood, grabbed Cliff by the collar and tried to speak, but all Cliff got were gargled words before the soldier's eyes glazed over. "Where is Dr. Knox?" Cliff whispered, as if the dead man could still hear. No answer came, just the sudden, chilling realization that the soldier's radio was still crackling with faint chatter. Another voice, calm and commanding, said, "We have one body unaccounted for. Sweep the perimeter." Fear lanced through Cliff. Someone was still close by, and they had the technology and numbers to mow down an entire safe house staff. Mind racing, he pressed himself against a wall and listened for footsteps. A distant thud, the squeak of boots on dusty floorboards. They were closing in. He crept down the hallway, passing more signs of struggle. Computers had been smashed. Documents soaked in blood. He recognised Dr. Knox's name on a file folder but had no time to grab it. The voices drew nearer, echoing with lethal precision. Instead, Cliff swallowed his frustration and moved toward a back exit. He found a side window, cracked it open and slipped out. The alley outside was coated in darkness, broken only by the moon's glow. For a moment he thought he'd made it. until a blinding spotlight pinned him like a deer on a highway. "Hands up, down on the ground," a voice boomed. Hidden watchers materialized from the shadows, their tactical gear reflecting the spotlight's white glare. Cliff tried to pivot, bracing for a desperate sprint, but something blunt and heavy struck the side of his head. He stumbled, seeing stars. Then came a second blow, a crack across his temple that forced him to his knees. He tasted blood in his mouth. In the haze, he caught a glimpse of a tall figure stepping forward, features obscured by the bright light behind him. The name patch read Madge Cole Vance. So that explained the patch on the dead man inside. This was the commanding officer, the one orchestrating the operation. "He's priority now. Take him to sub-level 7, Major Colvance ordered, his tone clipped, unwavering. Cliff tried to protest, but the words died on his tongue as a needle pricked his neck. Whatever they injected felt like ice in his veins, racing up his spine, extinguishing both thought and movement. The world blurred and faded. As he collapsed onto cold gravel, Cliff registered one last flash of consciousness. The Major was standing over him, speaking into a headset. "Specimen acquired," Vance said, preparing for extraction. With that, Cliff's world went dark and everything he knew was about to be turned inside out. Consciousness returned in fragments, like shards of a broken mirror reassembling around him. Cliff felt dryness in his mouth first, then the icy cold of a metal gurney beneath his back. Overhead, fluorescent lights buzzed, casting everything in a sterile white glare that made his eyes water. He tried to move, but thick restraints pinned his wrists and ankles, leaving him splayed out and helpless. His mind, still sluggish from the tranquilizer, struggled to put the pieces together. The last thing he remembered clearly was the safe house ambush. A burning question gnawed at him. Where is Dr. Knox? But soon that question gave way to the more urgent reality of his own predicament. A speaker crackled above him, distorting a voice that seemed both human and something else. "Specimen 037 is awake," it announced, the coldness of its tone sending a tremor through Cliff's spine. "Vitals are stable. Begin Phase 1 inspection." Shadows moved at the edges of his vision. He turned his head to see men in lab coats, masked by transparent face shields, circling him with handheld scanners. One technician carefully pressed an instrument against his temple, then observed the device's readout. Another drew a vial of blood from his arm. Their eyes gave away nothing, clinical, detached. Yet, he noticed small tremors in one of the younger lab assistants, as if she was battling guilt. "Where am I?" he croaked, voice cracking. When no one answered, he clenched his fists, making the restraints bite into his skin. "Let me go!" he shouted. A beep sounded. The restraints tightened automatically, as if triggered by his elevated heart rate. He inhaled sharply as the straps bit deeper. The overhead speaker kicked in again. "Specimen 037, remain calm. You have been selected for an advanced program under the Dulce Protocol. Resistance is futile and will result in sedation. Dulce Protocol." Cliff had come across that term in Knox's data drive, but only as a small footnote. He hadn't understood its significance then. Now, the words hung in the air like a sentence of doom. He was living in the very heart of the story he'd been chasing, a top-secret installation known only in the murkiest corners of conspiracy circles. For once, he wished the internet rumours had been nonsense. Suddenly the technicians dispersed and the lights dimmed. Sliding glass doors hummed open and a tall woman in a dark lab coat entered, flanked by 2 armed guards. Her sharp features looked exhausted, eyes rimmed with the faintest smudge of dark circles. She didn't look at Cliff with cruelty, though, more like wariness. She pressed a button on a small console at the foot of the gurney. The overhead restraints retracted slightly, allowing him a less suffocating position. "Cliff Nelson," she said quietly. "My name is Dr. Andrea Elliott. I'm here to evaluate your compatibility." "Compatibility for what?" he rasped, though a fiery anger built in his chest. "What the hell have you people done to me?" Dr. Elliot hesitated, glancing at the two guards. One of them shifted uncomfortably, like he was in on a secret he didn't enjoy keeping. She exhaled. "We've made alterations to your system. It's part of an effort known as the Dulce Protocol, an experimental project combining human and non-human genetic material to create a new class of operative." The words knocked the breath out of him. He'd thought he was prepared for anything. He'd uncovered illegal labs, drug cartels, war crimes. But human-alien hybridization, it was a leap into a black abyss far deeper than he'd imagined. She eyed the readings on the console. "I know how this sounds, but you're not the first. There have been others before you. Some survived, many did not." "And you?" he growled, forcing himself to stare into her eyes. "What's your role in all this? Are you proud of what you've done?" A flicker of pain creased her brow. "I'm not proud, but my hands are tied. Let's just say I'm not here entirely by choice." She keyed in a code, and the gurney's restraints loosened further. Cliff managed to sit up, though his head pounded with disorientation. He noticed a changed awareness in the room. A strange new sense told him the guards were on edge, their heart rates spiking. He sensed their tension, almost as if he could feel the electricity crackling in their nervous systems. It was impossible, yet he knew it was real. "I feel," he started, searching for the right words, "different. My senses, everything's sharper." Indeed, the pungent scent of antiseptic stung his nostrils. He caught the faint hum of machinery somewhere behind a reinforced wall. Even the distant footsteps in the corridor resonated like drum beats in his ears. Dr. Elliot nodded. "Part of the modification includes enhanced neural and sensory capabilities, courtesy of the grey, well, the off-world genome." She paused, lowering her voice. "It's not just about creating soldiers. They're looking for something else, an interface, a bridge between species." Before Cliff could respond, alarms blared through the corridors, red emergency lights flashing. A second overhead voice, more official, boomed through the speakers. "Containment breach on sub-level 4. Repeat containment breach. All security teams converge." One of the guards barked, "We need to secure the subject." The other guard readied a tranquilizer rifle, but Dr. Elliot raised her hand. "Not yet. I need him coherent. We'll move him to a holding cell." They unlocked the final restraints, forcing Cliff to stand. His legs wobbled, still recovering from sedation. One guard shoved a set of black scrubs into his arms. "Put these on, quickly." Cliff slipped into the scrubs, mindful of the searing stares around him. Through the lab's glass walls, he caught glimpses of other patients in a row of observation chambers, people hooked to IVs, some heavily bandaged, and others with visible mutations that made his stomach lurch. Elongated limbs, blackened veins pulsing under, translucent skin, eyes that glowed faintly in the dark. He felt a wave of nausea. This was more than just unethical science. It was a horror show, a twisted carnival of half-finished experiments. Dr. Elliot grabbed him by the arm, guiding him out of the lab and into a stark corridor. Overhead, the lights continued to flicker red. He heard the hiss of pressurized doors slamming shut in the distance. They passed a sealed window, giving him a glimpse of another corridor. Two alien-like figures, slender and grey-skinned, skittered past with unnatural grace. Cliff's heart jolted. They were real. Not men in suits, not an elaborate hoax. The rational part of his brain scrambled for an explanation, but the primal part just screamed, "Run!" He felt Dr. Elliot's grip tighten. "Keep your eyes forward. The Greys don't appreciate curiosity." The fact that she spoke about them with casual directness chilled him more than the presence of the creatures themselves. "What do they want from us?" Cliff whispered. She shook her head. That's a question nobody here can fully answer. Even the generals are left in the dark. We suspect it's about trade, technology for genetic material, but it's always more complicated than that. They navigated multiple corridors that seemed designed to confuse. Cliff-spotted signposts, sub-level 7, restricted biolab. On the walls were placards listing colour-coded clearance levels. He caught a whiff of industrial-grade disinfectant, the kind used to sterilise labs after biologically hazardous incidents. Finally, they reached a smaller cell block. Dr. Elliot keyed a code into the panel, and the door slid open with a hiss. Inside was a compact chamber with a single bed, a desk, and a recessed overhead light that flickered ominously. Another occupant sat in the corner, big and muscular, head bowed. He wore tattered military fatigues. "Welcome to your new home," one guard sneered, shoving Cliff forward. "Dr. Elliot, you have 2 minutes to finalise your inspection, then we lock this down." The door sealed behind them, leaving Cliff alone with Dr. Elliot and the mysterious occupant. Slowly the man lifted his gaze. A thin scar ran from his temple to his jawline. His eyes glowed with a faint luminescence, an unsettling effect that echoed Cliff's own heightened sensations. "Malik Rivera," the man introduced himself. "Delta Force, once upon a time. Now I'm a lab rat." There was bitterness in his voice, but also a raw determination. Cliff guessed that Malik wasn't a man who scared easily. Dr. Elliot kept her voice low. Malik was an earlier test subject, part of the same super soldier program. She pulled a thin device from her coat pocket. "Look, if you both want to survive what's coming, you'll need each other. This place is on the brink of a purge." "Purge?" Cliff echoed, dread settling in his gut. She nodded gravely. "They're shutting down the entire facility and disposing of assets. That includes human test subjects, compromised staff, anything that might be traced back to the truth. We probably have less than 48 hours. The overhead alarm cut out, replaced by an all-clear tone, but the tension was still palpable. Dr. Elliot quickly keyed something into her device, then pressed it into Cliff's hand. Coordinates, passcodes, and a partial map of the base. It's not complete, but it might help. Malik stood, every muscle coiled. "Then let's get out while we still can." The corridor outside resounded with distant echoes, guards barking orders, mechanical shutters clanging shut. Dr. Elliot handed Cliff a small inhaler-like device. "For your enhancements, if you feel them spiralling out of control, use it. It's meant to stabilise neural overactivity caused by the alien DNA." She paused, her expression loaded with guilt and urgency. "I'll do what I can to help, but you'll have to trust me." "I don't know if I can," Cliff admitted, but he pocketed the device anyway. Desperation trumped suspicion. She gave a resigned nod. "I'll be back soon, if I can." Then she hurried to the door, tapping in another code to slip out, leaving Cliff and Malik behind. Malik exhaled slowly, turning his gaze to Cliff. "I've tried to bust out of here before. Didn't go well, but you and I might have a shot if we combine forces." Cliff took a steadying breath, heart still pounding in his chest. "Then let's not wait around to become casualties in their purge." He glanced at the door, then at the coordinates Dr. Elliot had provided. His body still hummed with unnatural energy, a cocktail of alien DNA surging through his veins. The only question was whether it would be their curse, or the key to escaping Dulce Base alive. The first step of any plan was recon. Cliff and Malik huddled in their cramped cell, reviewing the partial map Dr. Elliot had given them. It was a rough layout, a honeycomb of labs, storage rooms, living quarters, and corridors linking up to elevator shafts. The critical path led to sub-level 1, where an emergency surface elevator supposedly allowed quick exits during catastrophic breaches. But between them and freedom lay a legion of armed guards, surveillance drones, and who knew what else the Dulce Base staff had cooked up. Cliff's new perceptions made the environment feel both overwhelming and strangely navigable. He could pick out footsteps from down the hall, sense the slight shift in electrical current when a door unlocked. Malik was no slouch either. Years of Delta Force training, plus his own set of enhancements, whatever twisted science had done to him, made him an imposing ally. "We have to move soon," Malik said, cross-referencing the map. "They'll continue collecting test subjects, but once they're ready to wipe everything, they'll lock down the entire base. We can't wait." Cliff nodded. "Agreed. We should create a diversion, something that draws security away while we move." A faint smirk tugged at Malik's lip. "I've got an idea. We head for the armory on sub-level 6. Last time they tried to dispose of me, I learned the codes. If we can sabotage a few supply lines, blow a few key doors, that'll set off alarms in multiple sectors." Cliff exhaled, adrenaline already coursing through him. That's a plan. He tried the door's control panel, but it was locked. They'd need to time their escape for when the guards delivered the next meal or medical check. Sure enough, after about 30 minutes, a time that stretched like an eternity, the cell door slid open with a mechanical whir. A single guard entered, a tray of food in his hands, weapon slung over his shoulder. He looked bored, but only until he realized Cliff and Malik were waiting on either side of the doorway. Before the guard could shout, Malik grabbed his rifle and slammed the butt into his face, dropping him to the floor. Cliff snatched a stun baton from the guard's belt and jammed it into his ribcage, ensuring he stayed down. They yanked the guard's uniform keycard and comm device. Cautiously, they peered into the hallway, cameras perched high on the walls scanning for movement. Cliff drew on his heightened senses, feeling the faint whir as each camera rotated. Timing their steps with that rotation, they advanced swiftly until they found an access panel leading to a maintenance corridor. The inside of Dulce Base was a labyrinth of steel plating, flickering fluorescent lights, and large glass observation windows revealing labs that range from sterile to nightmarish. In one lab, they glimpsed an abomination that made Cliff's stomach churn. A half-formed humanoid slumped in a nutrient vat, twitching with spidery limbs that didn't fully connect to any normal skeleton. Instead of a face, it had fleshy lumps that seemed to shift independently. Technicians hurried around it, monitoring vital signs and ignoring the creature's silent agony. Cliff forced himself to look away, heart hammering. This was the future Dr. Knox had been warning about. "Focus," Malik whispered, noticing Cliff's distraction. "Armory's down this corridor and 2 levels up." They ducked into a nearby elevator, using the guard's stolen card to access sub-level 6. As the doors closed, Cliff's mind drifted to Dr. Elliot. Was she risking her life to help them? Or was she just playing a game? For the moment, trust was all they had. A beep signalled their arrival at sub-level 6. The door slid open, revealing a dimly lit corridor. The overhead alarms had ceased for now, replaced by the standard hum of base operations. They crept forward until they found a large steel door marked Armory, authorized personnel only. Malik punched in a code on the keypad. For a tense moment the display blinked red. Then it turned green and the door slid open. Inside, rows of rifles, handguns and advanced weaponry lined the walls, interspersed with locked cases of explosives. Cliff felt both relief and dread. They would arm themselves, but the base's security would respond in force the moment they unleashed any real damage. Malik grabbed a small duffel bag and began filling it with explosives and detonators. Cliff checked a row of sidearms, selecting a lightweight pistol that felt balanced in his hand. He also noticed a series of unusual gadgets, plasma cutters and strange tube-like devices with instructions in partial English, partial alien script. It made his skin crawl, but he grabbed one for good measure. We set charges at junction points, ventilation shafts, power generators, Malik said, strapping an assault rifle over his shoulder. It'll flood the base with confusion. We'll use that chaos to get to sub-level 1. They stepped out of the armory and hurried down the corridor. Cliff's mind whirred with the moral weight of what they were about to do. People, some likely coerced or unaware of the base's darkest secrets, could die in the blast. But if they didn't fight their way out, they'd be next. In a place like Dulce, the lines between innocence and complicity had been eroded to dust. At the first junction, Malik placed a small block of C4 near the main power relay. He set a remote detonator, then they moved on. Next came a side corridor leading to the ventilation substation. Each move was methodical, each step a gamble. They crept past labs where creatures shrieked behind thick glass, and offices where staff typed away, oblivious to the looming threat. Cliff's heart hammered each time they planted another explosive. Then everything went sideways. Rounding a corner, they came face to face with 3 security drones hovering in mid-air. The drones looked like floating orbs armed with scanning lenses and paralyzing tasers. They beeped in unison, focusing on the intruders. Malik fired first, unleashing a short burst from his rifle. 2 drones spiraled out of control, sparks showering the corridor, but the third shot a crackling bolt of electricity. Cliff felt a jolt of agony rip through him, forcing him to his knees. Pain flared across his nerves, short-circuiting his thoughts. But in the frenzy of adrenaline, something inside him surged, the alien enhancements. The electricity crackled, but didn't incapacitate him as it should have. His vision dimmed for a second, then sharpened to a razor's edge. He forced himself upright, raised his pistol with uncanny clarity, and fired a single shot into the drone's power module. It dropped like a stone. Panting, Cliff stared at his shaking hands. They were still intact, though his muscles twitched from the shock. Malik stared at him, a mixture of awe and concern. Man, that was some next-level resilience. I can't even explain it, Cliff muttered. Let's not rely on it more than we have to. Alarms flared. Again, red lights spinning. A voice crackled over the intercom. Unauthorized weapons fire detected in sub-level 6. Security teams converge immediately. Time to move. They dashed through corridors confronted by guards who fired on sight. Cliff's reflexes felt supercharged. Bullets seemed slower than usual, giving him precious milliseconds to dodge or find cover. Malik's strength was formidable, delivering lethal close-quarters takedowns with brutal efficiency. Together, they carved a path toward the emergency staircase. Outside a sealed bulkhead door, they planted their final block of C4. Malik checked his watch, set the timer, and gave Cliff a grim nod. All set. Let's get upstairs before we blow this joint. As they raced upward, the base descended into chaos. Doors slammed shut, klaxons wailed, and personnel hurried in every direction. Cliff glimpsed men in hazmat suits sprinting with canisters labelled biohazard, while scientists scrambled to secure data, drives. Over the comm channels they'd stolen, frantic voices overlapped. Containment breach in Lab 14, subject is loose. We're losing power in the main corridor, backup generators failing. Exactly the diversion they needed. They pressed on, eventually reaching a storage area connected to a side route that led to sub-level 1. But as they turned into the corridor, a terrifying figure blocked their path. A heavily mutated guard. His face was partially hidden behind an organic mask fused with his own flesh, eyes luminescent and swirling with chaotic patterns. He let out an otherworldly roar, brandishing a twisted arm that ended in bone-like blades. Malik fired a burst at the creature. The bullets impacted, but it only staggered back, shrieking in a mixture of rage and pain. Cliff aimed the weird, tube-like alien device he'd grabbed from the armory, pressing the single button it offered. A beam of intense blue light shot out, slicing across the creature's torso. It howled, dropping to its knees as blackish fluid oozed from the wound. They sidestepped the thrashing thing, each step a reminder they were far from safe. Just before they crossed into sub-level 1, the floor vibrated as Malik pressed the detonator. A thunderous series of explosions rippled through the base. Lights flickered, sections of the corridor collapsed, and the overhead speaker crackled before dying out. For a brief moment, everything was chaos incarnate. In that chaos lay their hope of freedom. They found a hatch leading to a service tunnel. Malik pried it open, and they crawled through the tight space, hearts pounding, each of them aware that Dulce Base wouldn't give up its secrets, or its captives, easily. The service tunnel opened into a dimly lit maintenance shaft, the air thick with dust and the stench of burning wires. Cliff's heart hammered in his chest. While the bombs had created a distraction, they also made the facility unstable. Sparks fizzled from broken conduits, and overhead pipes hissed with escaping steam. If they took a wrong turn, they risked being crushed by collapsing ceilings, or roasted in a sudden burst of superheated air. Malik led the way, pausing to consult the stolen map. "We should be close to the transport tunnel that runs parallel to the main hall." His voice was hushed but tinged with urgency. From somewhere above, a mechanical grinding noise resonated, followed by a distant roar, like metal being torn asunder. Cliff grimaced, imagining the monstrous experiments that might be on the loose now that sections of the base were compromised. Crouching low, they moved deeper into the tunnel until they found a grated door. On the other side was a narrow catwalk overlooking a subterranean transport track. Flatbed carts and cargo shuttles were parked on rails that stretched into darkness. Beyond them, a massive freight elevator led up toward the hidden hangar, rumoured to exist beneath our Chuleta Mesa. "That's our ticket," Malik said, pointing to a small cargo shuttle that looked operational. "We'll ride it toward the hangar, then take the elevator the rest of the way," Cliff nodded. "Assuming we can power it up." He spotted a control panel near the tracks. Let's hope those charges didn't fry everything. They pried open the grated door. Cliff jumped down onto the rails, wincing at the jolt of pain in his still recovering muscles. The area was eerily silent, save for a low hum of emergency generators. A quick glance around showed no immediate guards. Most were probably battling the meltdown in other sections. Malik rushed to the shuttle's cockpit, flicking switches. After a tense moment, lights on the console winked to life, accompanied by a subdued electric whir. Cliff exhaled in relief. "We're good to go." He was about to climb aboard when the overhead alarms came back to life with a vengeance. A harsh siren echoed through the tunnel. "Security override. Initiated. All personnel, secure priority assets and prepare for purge protocols." "They're speeding up the timeline," Malik hissed, eyes narrowing. "We gotta move." Cliff scanned the area. Across the tunnel, a massive blast door began descending, an obvious attempt to seal them in. "Floor it!" he shouted, leaping onto the shuttle. Malik slammed the throttle and the cargo shuttle lurched forward with surprising speed. The wheels squealed on the rails as they hurtled toward the narrowing gap beneath the blast door. For an instant, Cliff was sure they'd be sliced in half, but the shuttle skidded through just as the door slammed shut behind them. A deafening clang reverberated, followed by a rush of stale air that nearly knocked Cliff off balance. They were now in a narrower corridor leading to the freight elevator. The overhead lighting flickered, revealing graffiti scrawled along the walls in a language Cliff couldn't decipher. Perhaps it was alien script. The tension in his chest didn't let up for a second. They were so close to the rumoured exit, but so much could still go wrong. The shuttle slowed to a halt beside the freight elevator. It was colossal, capable of lifting entire trucks. Cliff jumped out first, scanning for any signs of life. The place looked deserted. No guards, no staff. just flickering lights and the drone of distant machinery. "Let's get this thing powered," Malik said, pointing to the control panel on the wall. He approached it warily, half expecting a booby trap or a guard to pop out. As he flipped switches, the elevator groaned to life. A cage-like barrier retracted, revealing a broad platform. Cliff and Malik hurried onto it, and Malik keyed in the command to ascend. The elevator rattled, then began its slow climb upward. Halfway up, the elevator shuddered to a stop so abruptly that Cliff lurched, nearly losing his footing. Red lights flashed on the control panel. "Damn it," Malik cursed. "They've cut power to the upper levels." Cliff clenched his fists, frustration boiling over. "We're stuck between floors in the middle of a meltdown?" Before Malik could answer, a hail of gunfire pinged against the metal walls. They ducked, pressing themselves flat against the floor. From the open sides of the elevator shaft, Black Ops soldiers had begun rappelling down ropes, weapons trained on them. One voice boomed, "Stand down, or we'll light you up!" Malik's jaw tightened. He fired a burst at the rope lines, severing two of them. Soldiers tumbled, screaming into the depths below. Another soldier returned fire, ricocheting bullets off the elevator's frame. Cliff's alien-enhanced reflexes flared. He snatched up the bizarre alien tube weapon again, but it sputtered, maybe drained from earlier use. With no time to figure it out, he resorted to his pistol, placing careful shots to keep the soldiers at bay. The elevator shaft turned into a war zone, muzzle flashes, illuminating the gloom. Amidst the chaos, a familiar voice echoed from above. "Hold your fire, we need the specimen alive." Cliff recognised Major Cole Vance's commanding tone. Goosebumps prickled his arms. Malik snarled, pointing his weapon upward, but Vance tossed a flashbang into the open shaft. It detonated, unleashing a blinding light and piercing ring. Cliff's enhanced senses went haywire, and pain tore through his head. He dropped his gun, clutching his skull as white noise roared in his ears. When his vision cleared, soldiers in tactical gear had descended onto the elevator platform, rifles pressed against Cliff and Malik. They were trapped, cornered on all sides. Major Vance lowered himself from the rope, landing with predatory grace. His face was stone cold, no hint of triumph or regret, just duty. "Malik Rivera," he said flatly, shifting his attention to the hulking figure. "I expected better from you. I see the enhancements have kept you resilient." Then his gaze settled on Cliff. "And Mr. Nelson, our star journalist, you've caused quite the commotion." Cliff's mind reeled, searching for any advantage. None was apparent. He could feel the tension radiating from Malik, who looked ready to charge even though the odds were impossible. Suddenly a savage roar echoed through the shaft, something inhuman. The next moment one of the half-mutated test subjects came crashing down from above, landing on a group of soldiers. Gunfire erupted. Screams tore through the air. The monstrous creature, a writhing mass of flesh and bony protrusions, slashed with clawed appendages, eviscerating two men instantly. Seizing the opening, Malik grabbed Cliff's arm. "Go!" He charged forward, tackling two stunned soldiers. Cliff dove for the edge of the elevator, found a ladder built into the shaft's side, and scrambled to cling onto it. Bullets whizzed overhead, some striking the creature as it flailed. The entire platform rocked from the struggle, sparks flying from cut cables. Malik followed Cliff up the ladder, launching himself onto the rungs just as the feral experiment tore into another soldier. Major Vance cursed, stepping back while trying to steady his aim. Cliff spared one glance down. Vance's expression burned with anger as he levelled his rifle at the creature. Then the elevator platform jerked violently, sending men and monster alike plummeting into the darkness. "Malik, climb!" Cliff shouted. They ascended the ladder, adrenaline surging. At last they reached an access panel that led into another corridor. Malik kicked it open, and they hauled themselves inside, collapsing onto the cold floor, panting, battered but alive. They found themselves in a wide hallway lined with support beams and sealed doors. Overhead, flickering fluorescent lights revealed a sign, Sub-Level 1, Exit Access. Relief flooded Cliff. They were near the surface elevator now. Cautiously they limped forward, rounding a corner, until they reached the final set of blast doors. But as they approached, the doors hissed open, revealing Major Vance and a team of Black Ops soldiers. Blood-stained Vance's uniform and his left arm hung at an odd angle. Yet his eyes were cold as ever. "Stand down," he demanded, voice echoing in the corridor. Rifles trained on Cliff and Malik, fingers on triggers. Malik levelled his own rifle, though he was outnumbered. Cliff's heart pounded. This was a standoff with no easy escape. The last barrier between them and freedom blocked by relentless, well-trained operatives. Then something in Malik snapped. His eyes glowed with a frenzied light. Before Cliff could stop him, he let out a guttural battle cry and charged. Gunfire exploded through the corridor, strobing everything in flashes. Malik took multiple hits but kept going, fueled by the same alien enhancements that had saved Cliff earlier. He crashed into the line of soldiers, scattering them like bowling pins. Cliff seized the moment, spotting a control console on the wall. He sprinted for it under a hail of bullets. Pain scorched his shoulder as a round grazed him, but he managed to slam his hand onto the emergency override. The final blast doors behind Vance began to open, revealing the long-sought elevator to the surface. Malik, bullet-ridden and gasping, turned to Cliff with a savage grin. "Go! Get out of here!" he roared, bashing another guard aside. With his last ounce of strength, he roared like a berserker, grappling multiple enemies at once, giving Cliff the only chance they had. Cliff felt anguish at leaving him behind, but Malik's sacrifice was unmistakable. With tears stinging his eyes, Cliff lunged through the opening blast doors. He slammed the control panel on the opposite side, shutting them behind him, sealing off the corridor. Outside, the sounds of fierce combat continued. Gunfire, shouts, and Malik's defiant roar. Cliff turned to face the elevator. It stood ready, the indicator lights reading surface. He stumbled inside, blood trickling down his arm. Another control panel, more buttons. With trembling fingers, he activated the lift. The doors slid shut and the car began its ascent, leaving the horrors of the subterranean labyrinth behind. The elevator ride was agonizingly slow. Cliff's wounded shoulder throbbed, and flashes of memory darted through his mind. Dr. Knox's cryptic warnings, the ghastly experiments, Malik's sacrifice. He clutched the data drive Dr. Knox had sent him, an item he'd stashed in a hidden pocket when everything went downhill. If he made it out, this was proof. No one could sweep this under the rug if he showed it to the world. At last, the elevator ground to a stop. The doors opened to a cavernous hangar, dimly lit by overhead floodlights. A bitter desert breeze wafted in from an open ramp, along with a sliver of night sky glinting with stars. Cliff nearly wept at the sight. He was so close to freedom, but the hangar wasn't empty. Rows of sleek, futuristic aircraft lined the space, some human-made, others bearing the eerie curves and glowing panels that whispered of alien tech. Guards patrolled the perimeter. A single door on the far side read Exit, presumably leading to the desert outside. If not for the bullet wound and the exhaustion gripping every muscle, Cliff might have tried to slip past them unnoticed. But Major Vance's men would be on his heels soon. Stealth was no longer an option. He scanned the lineup of vehicles until he spotted something he recognized. A US military VTOL parked near fueling stations. A sign identified it as V-292 Harrier X, an advanced vertical takeoff craft. Cliff's adrenaline surged. If he could get that airborne, he could outrun any foot soldiers, and with his newly heightened reflexes, maybe, just maybe, he could pilot the damn thing. Ducking behind crates, he made his way toward the VTOL. The guards were at the opposite end of the hangar, apparently more focused on the meltdown happening below. He clambered into the cockpit, searching for the ignition or startup sequence. His trembling fingers found a biometric scanner, which beeped red, denying him access. "Great," he muttered. "Of course." He fished through the cockpit compartments, hoping for a key override or code. Time was running out. Then he remembered Dr. Elliot's data device. Could it do more than just store coordinates? He plugged it into the craft's console. The screen flashed, displaying lines of code. After a tense few seconds, it beeped again, this time turning green. Access granted. The computerized voice resonated in the cockpit. The craft whirred to life, panels lighting up. Cliff exhaled relief so palpable it nearly buckled him. Outside, alarm klaxons abruptly grew louder, echoing from an open shaft at the hangar's far end. Soldiers spilled in, guns drawn. They spotted the running VTOL and converged. Cliff's hands flew across the controls, guided partly by training he'd picked up as an embedded journalist with military units, and partly by the surge of alien-coded knowledge pulsing in his brain. He realized with eerie clarity he understood this machine better than he should, as if the alien DNA was translating the technology for him on the fly. The VTOL's engines rumbled, thrusters angled downward. Bullets pinged off the armoured hull. Cliff's senses hyper-focused. He read the lines of trajectory in the soldier's aim, weaving in his seat as if physically dodging bullets. The thrusters roared, and the craft lifted off in a plume of exhaust. The hangar's overhead doors were wide open, revealing a star-dappled sky. Cliff nosed the VTOL upward, slipping through the gap just as tracer fire chased him into the night. A wave of chaotic freedom swept over him. The desert stretched out below in an endless black plain, only occasional pinpricks of light marking roads or small towns. He risked a glance at the cockpit's radar. Blips closed in from behind, most likely drone fighters or pursuit craft. The base was pulling out all stops to keep him from escaping. Cliff gritted his teeth, throttle wide open. The VTOL soared into a steep climb. The first wave of drone fighters erupted from the hangar, sleek shapes backlit by the moon. They accelerated with inhuman agility, weaving into formation behind Cliff. Their weapons glowed ominously, locking onto his craft. Panic flared, but again, his enhancements kicked in. He spotted an array of advanced countermeasures in the Harrier X's system. Chaff bursts, directed energy pulses, maneuvers that normal human reflexes couldn't possibly execute in time. He twisted the craft in a near-impossible roll, dodging 2 missiles that whooshed past. Then he triggered a chaff cloud that caused a third missile to detonate prematurely. The fiery explosion lit the desert sky. Cliff prayed no innocent towns were below to witness this aerial nightmare. The dogfight grew more intense. One drone soared overhead, peppering him with pulse blasts. Another looped under, attempting to flank. Cliff clenched the stick, adrenaline coursing. The craft soared into a harrowing barrel roll, flipping above the second drone. He hammered the trigger, releasing a barrage of armour-piercing rounds. The drone disintegrated in a spray of sparks. His luck couldn't hold forever, though. The pursuit craft had an advantage in numbers and advanced weaponry. A well-timed pulse blast smashed into the VTOL's rear thrusters, sending him spinning. Cockpit alarms wailed. Cliff fought the controls, forcing the Harrier X into a stabilizing loop. He dove low, hugging the desert floor, hoping to use the terrain for cover. Miraculously, the drones faltered, maybe losing him in the darkness. It gave him a narrow window to push the thrusters to maximum, heading west, away from the base. It took everything he had to keep the battered VTOL stable. The instrument panel flickered, warning lights ablaze. He half expected the entire craft to burst into flames. Eventually the radar showed the drones falling back, possibly recalled or out of range. Cliff's shoulders sagged. He angled north, remembering Dr. Elliot's final words. They've already started deploying the first wave. It's bigger than you know. Her voice echoed in his mind, stirring dread. If Dulce Base was just one node in a global network, a single victory here wouldn't stop the monstrous plan. The Harrier-X sputtered, forcing him to make an emergency landing in a rocky clearing miles from the nearest road. He brought the craft down rough, bouncing against the desert ground. When it finally skidded to a halt, Cliff sat there, catching his breath. Exhaustion weighed heavily on him. A single beep from the console indicated the fuel was nearly depleted, the thrusters heavily damaged. Struggling out of the cockpit, Cliff stared at the star-filled sky. For a fleeting moment, the quiet was so absolute, as if the entire world was holding its breath. Then he reached for his phone, a device he'd stowed away in a pocket. No signal. He needed to get word out, but the desert night wasn't going to make that easy. Pain flared in his shoulder, and he realised the bullet graze was worse than he'd thought. He tore a strip of cloth from his shirt and fashioned a makeshift bandage. His thoughts turned to Dr. Andrea Elliot, to Malik Rivera's last stand, to Dr. Knox, who had vanished before any of this truly began. Am I the only one left who can tell the story? He wondered bitterly. It took him until dawn to hike to a tiny highway rest stop. Along the way, he quietly marvelled at his own stamina. The alien enhancement still hummed within him, though overshadowed by pain and fatigue. By the time the first rays of sun crept over the horizon, he found a payphone outside a dusty gas station. He called the only number he could think of, a contact in an underground journalist network that specialised in covert leaks. Voice shaky, he gave them the barest details. Get me a secure line. I've got a story bigger than anything we ever imagined. Days later, Cliff was holed up in a safe house in the southwestern desert. He transmitted Dr. Knox's data to international news outlets. He included photos, x-rays, laboratory logs, everything needed to piece together the truth about Dulce Base. Then he waited, uncertain if anyone would believe it. A few smaller outlets picked it up, followed by an explosion of coverage on conspiracy forums. But mainstream media was suspiciously silent. It was as if some invisible hand was blocking the story from major platforms, just as it had always done. At midnight, a messenger arrived with a sealed envelope. Cliff opened it, finding only a slip of paper bearing coordinates that pointed to a remote region in the Rockies. Written underneath, in neat official handwriting, was, "Dulce is just the beginning. We need to talk. General Hamilton." Cliff's heart drummed in his chest. Was this a trap? Or a genuine high-ranking officer willing to blow the lid on more than just Dulce? He clenched his fists, recalling Dr. Elliot's dying words. They've already started deploying the first wave. It's bigger than you know. The faint neon glow of a motel sign flickered through the window, painting the room in shifting shades of red. He had a choice. Walk away now and try to disappear, or follow this lead deeper into the hidden war. There was really no choice at all. Cliff had seen too much, been changed in ways he couldn't reverse. The journalist in him demanded answers, demanded justice. The next morning he packed up his battered equipment, the data drive and whatever little remained of his old life, setting out toward those mysterious new coordinates. In the back of his mind, a single certainty loomed. Dulce Base was just one front in a war about to spread across the globe, a post-human war for control, survival and the future of species on Earth. And so the Dulce Protocol ended here, for now. But the real battle was only just beginning. The Frozen Watch. Eleanor Hale discovered her father in the kitchen at 6:47 a.m. on a Tuesday, barefoot on the tile floor wearing a Navy uniform from 1944. She'd come downstairs for coffee. The house was hers, had been for 3 years since her mother's death, a modest colonial in a suburb where the lawns were maintained by an automated service and the streetlights coordinated their dimming with the sunrise. The kitchen was equipped with a smart refrigerator that tracked expiration dates and a coffee maker that learned her preferences. These systems had been running without incident for months, until that morning when she found a stranger standing in the space between the sink and the breakfast nook, looking at his hands as though they'd betrayed him. He was young, late 20s, perhaps 30. His uniform was crisp despite being 8 decades obsolete. His face carried the particular blankness of shock, the kind Eleanor had seen in hospital records, in photographs taken immediately after accidents. But what held her attention, what prevented her from screaming or running or reaching for her phone, was the watch on his wrist. It was mechanical, large, utilitarian, government issue. The kind of watch that required winding, that measured time through gears and springs rather than quartz oscillation. The second hand was moving backward. "Eleanor," he said. Her coffee maker began its cycle, then stopped, started again. The digital clock on the microwave flickered. 6:47, 6:46, 6:47. "You know my name," she said. Her voice sounded distant, as though she were hearing it through water. "Of course I do." His own voice cracked. "You're my daughter." The refrigerator's inventory screen went dark. Thomas Hale, because that's who he claimed to be, who every obsolete identifying marker in his wallet confirmed he was, had been declared killed in action on October 28th, 1944, during a naval accident whose details remained classified. Eleanor had grown up with this fact the way other children grew up with eye colour or blood type, immutable, documented, archived in the basement of her life's construction. Her mother had kept exactly 3 photographs of him. Eleanor had inherited them along with the house, a portrait in uniform, a candid shot on a Philadelphia dock, a wedding photo with her mother looking impossibly young. These had been sufficient to construct the mythology of absence that shaped her childhood. "I was there," Thomas said now, sitting at her kitchen table while she made coffee manually, the smart maker having given up entirely. "On the ship, the Eldridge, they were testing something. Electromagnetic fields, degaussing. I don't know the technical terms. One moment I was below decks checking equipment. The next..." He paused. His hands, she noticed, were steady. A young man's hands, unscarred by the decades that should have passed. "The next?" Eleanor prompted. "Nothing, just waiting." He looked at the watch. This kept running. Everything else stopped. The coffee tasted wrong. Eleanor couldn't identify how, only that something essential had shifted in its chemistry between bean and cup. "You're telling me you've been waiting for 82 years. It didn't feel like years." Thomas met her eyes, and Eleanor saw in them something that made her hand shake. Recognition. He recognized her, knew her face, her posture, the way she moved through the kitchen that had belonged to her mother, that now belonged to her. It felt like no time at all, like being held in place. And then suddenly I was here, and the watch was still running, and you were coming down the stairs. Eleanor's phone sat on the counter. She picked it up, intending to call someone. Police, hospital, a therapist, anyone who managed reality professionally. The screen showed her lock screen photo, herself and her mother at her college graduation. Except in the photo, there was a third person, a man in civilian clothes, his armour around her mother's shoulders. She blinked, looked again, just the two of them, her mother and herself, as it had always been. "What's happening?" she whispered. Thomas looked at the watch again. The second hand continued its backward march. "I think I'm happening," he said, "and I don't think the universe knows what to do about it." Dr. Sarah Carter arrived at 9:30 a.m, though by then Eleanor's sense of time had already begun to fracture. She'd called Sarah because Sarah was both a neurologist and the closest thing Eleanor had to a friend. Someone who would witness this impossibility and offer either validation or psychiatric intervention. Sarah spent 40 minutes examining Thomas. She took his pulse, checked his reflexes, asked him to recall details from 1944. She photographed the watch from multiple angles. She ran every test available in the suburban kitchen. Then she sat across from Eleanor and said, very carefully, "This isn't a trick." "I know. I don't mean that he's not lying. I mean this isn't possible within any framework we have for understanding physical reality." Sarah's hands were trembling. "His cellular structure is... I'd need equipment I don't have. But Eleanor, his body temperature is 98.6 degrees. His pupils respond to light. He has a heartbeat, respiration, every marker of a living human being. And yet he should be dead. He should be over 100 years old if he'd aged normally. He should be impossible if he hasn't." Sarah rubbed her face. "The watch is the worst part." "Why?" "Because it suggests measurement. Something is being tracked, counted. And if we can measure it, if it follows rules, then it's not magic or hallucination. It's physics we don't understand yet." She paused. "The question is, what happens when it reaches zero?" Eleanor looked at her father, because she'd started thinking of him that way, despite every rational objection, and found him staring at a photograph on her refrigerator, a photo of herself. As a child, sitting on a beach she didn't remember visiting. "When was this taken?" Thomas asked. "I don't know," Eleanor said. "I've never seen it before." But the image felt familiar. The weight of the memory settled into her mind like something that had always been there, just forgotten. She could almost smell the salt air, feel the sand between her toes. Sarah's phone chimed. She glanced at it, frowned, looked at Eleanor. "Did we meet at Northwestern or University of Chicago?" "Northwestern," Eleanor said automatically. "That's what I thought. But my phone's calendar says we met at a neurology conference in Chicago, at UC, in 2015. Sarah's voice had gone very quiet. "Eleanor, I don't remember ever going to Northwestern." The kitchen was silent except for the backward ticking of the watch. The phenomenon, because it needed a name, and phenomenon was suitably neutral, began to manifest in measurable ways by the third day. Eleanor took a leave of absence from her job at the hospital. She told her supervisor it was a family emergency, which was true in ways she couldn't explain. Her supervisor expressed concern, sympathy, and then, according to the email confirmation Eleanor received, confusion about who exactly Eleanor Hale was and whether she'd ever been employed there. Sarah brought colleagues, physicists, temporal mechanics specialists, government contractors whose credentials required Eleanor to sign non-disclosure agreements she suspected were meaningless. They installed equipment in her garage, turned her living room into a laboratory, treated Thomas like a specimen while somehow remaining unfailingly polite about it. The consensus emerged slowly. Thomas existed in a state of temporal inertia, his causality flowing backward relative to the universe's entropic gradient. He wasn't aging in reverse, nothing so simple. He was unwinding, returning to the moment the universe expected him to end. The watch wasn't causing this, it was measuring it. "Think of it like a debt," Dr. Raymond Kumar explained. He was a slight man with gentle hands and eyes that had seen too many equations that didn't balance. In 1944, Thomas was removed from the timeline. The universe adapted, closed the gap, redistributed causality. But now he's back, and the universe is trying to reconcile two contradictory states. "And Eleanor?" Sarah asked. Kumar looked uncomfortable. "Eleanor is the adaptation." "Explain that," Eleanor said. She'd been listening from the kitchen doorway, arms crossed, forcing herself to remain still. "You exist because your father died in 1944. Your mother remarried, or didn't marry at all, or married someone else. The timeline branched from that moment. But if Thomas survives, if he continues to exist, Kumar trailed off. Then I don't, Eleanor finished. Thomas, sitting in what had become his chair, turned the watch so the face caught the light. The second hand had accelerated. It was losing minutes now, not seconds. How long? He asked. We don't know, Kumar admitted. The degradation is exponential. Days, perhaps, maybe less. Can you stop it? Eleanor's voice was steady. She'd worked in medical archives for 20 years. She knew how to ask questions that had no good answers. We've tried isolation, quantum anchoring, electromagnetic containment. Kumar spread his hands. Every intervention accelerates the decay. Whatever is pulling him back doesn't respond to our physics. Because it's not physics, Sarah said quietly. It's accounting. Eleanor began experiencing displacement on the 4th day. She woke in her bedroom, except it wasn't her bedroom. The walls were a different colour. There were photos on the nightstand she'd never taken. Herself with a man she didn't recognise, at a wedding she'd never attended. The man looked happy. She looked happy. Then she blinked and was back in her actual bedroom, alone, the morning light slanting through familiar curtains. It happened again during breakfast. She was cooking eggs when suddenly she was sitting at a table in a house she'd never seen, watching a child, her child she somehow knew, eat cereal while Thomas read a newspaper. The child looked up and said, "Mum, can I have orange juice?" Blink. Back in her kitchen. No child. No other house. Thomas sat across from her, watching with eyes full of terrible understanding. "You're seeing it too," she said. "Yes." His voice was barely audible. "I'm seeing the life we should have had. The one the universe built when I disappeared. I don't have a child. You do. In the timeline that adapted. You married. Had a daughter. She's 7. Her name is Maya." Thomas's hands were shaking. "I can remember teaching her to ride a bike. Eleanor, I can remember things that never happened." Dr. Kumar's team installed neural monitors. They tracked the displacements, mapped the temporal fluctuations. The data was terrifying in its clarity. Every second Thomas remained, Eleanor's causal foundation thinned. She was being retroactively unmade, erased not violently but through careful, systematic revision. Her birth certificate began to flag as inconsistent. Her social security number returned errors. Friends called asking if she'd changed her name. Her medical records, her own records, the ones she'd helped maintain, started showing gaps, contradictions, impossible timelines. She was becoming a mistake the universe was correcting. On the 6th day, Eleanor found a document. She'd been searching through her mother's papers, things she'd kept in the attic, never quite able to throw away, when she discovered it. A naval communication dated October 27th, 1944. One day before the accident. Thomas Hale was listed as deceased. Administrative error, the notation read. Name mistakenly attached to another sailor's remains. Officially never boarded the Eldridge. Eleanor brought it to Thomas. He read it twice, 3 times. Then he set it down very carefully. "I was a ghost. Before I disappeared," he said. "The universe adapted to your absence because officially you were never there. And you exist because of that adaptation." Thomas looked at the watch. It was skipping now, lurching backward in 5-minute intervals. "Every second I remain, the universe has to choose, maintain me or maintain you. It's choosing you. No," Thomas's voice was firm, "it's choosing coherence. It's trying to make the math work, but we're contradictory equations." Sarah arrived an hour later. She'd been running probability models, tracking the cascade of causal revisions. Her findings were precise and merciless. If Thomas returns to October 28th, 1944, If he completes the backward trajectory, causality restabilizes. Your mother never meets him, never has you, or has you with someone else. The timeline the universe built remains intact. And if he stays? Eleanor asked. You fade, not all at once, but systematically. Your existence becomes untenable. Sarah's clinical voice cracked. Eleanor, I'm already forgetting conversations we had. I have notes I wrote about meetings we never had. The revision is accelerating. Thomas stood, walked to the window. Outside, the neighbourhood continued its algorithmic routine. Lawns were mowed on schedule. Streetlights dimmed precisely at dawn. There has to be another option, he said. There isn't. Kumar had joined them, looking exhausted. This isn't a problem we can engineer around. It's not mechanical failure. The universe is self-correcting and we're the error it's fixing. Eleanor felt it then. A memory that wasn't hers. Herself at 10, learning to swim while Thomas watched from the pool's edge. The smell of chlorine, the sound of his laughter, the absolute certainty of his presence. Then it was gone. Just the echo of something that had never been. The decision came on the 7th day. Thomas's watch had reached critical decay. It was jumping backward in hour increments now, the mechanism straining against impossible physics. His body had begun to show signs of temporal stress. His hands occasionally flickered, transparent for half seconds before re-solidifying. He was starting to unmake. Eleanor found him in the garage at midnight, surrounded by Kumar's abandoned equipment. I have to go back, he said. You know that. I know. The moment the watch reaches 0, I'll return to the ship. To the exact second the universe expects me to end. He turned the watch so she could see. 43 minutes remaining. You'll stabilise. Your life will coherence. Everything will be right again. Eleanor nodded. She'd known this was coming, had felt it approaching with the inevitability of archived facts. I need to ask you something, Thomas said. In the timeline you're living, the one I'm erasing, am I a good father? The question broke something in Eleanor's chest. I don't know, she said honestly. You were never there. You died before I could remember you. But in the other timeline, the one you keep seeing. Eleanor closed her eyes. Let the displaced memories surface. Thomas teaching her to drive. Thomas walking her down an aisle. Thomas holding a granddaughter named Maya. A lifetime of small moments, domestic and precious. Yes, she whispered. In that timeline, you're wonderful. Thomas nodded. His eyes were wet. I'm sorry I couldn't give you that. You didn't choose this. No, but I'm choosing how it ends. They sat in silence. The watch ticked backward. 28 minutes. I have an idea, Eleanor said suddenly. It's probably stupid. Tell me. The memories, the displaced ones. They're real, in a sense. They existed in a timeline that was real. What if we could preserve them? Not change what happens, but remember it. How? Eleanor went to her car, returned with a notebook and pen. Actual paper, not digital. The kind of record that didn't depend on timestamps or cloud servers. Write it down, she said. Everything you remember from the other timeline, the life we should have had. I'll do the same, and when you're gone, I'll keep it. Proof that it was real, even if it Chen Myers couldn't last. Thomas took the pen. His hand was steady. They wrote for 20 minutes. Not frantically, but carefully, preserving details. Maya's 7th birthday. The house they'd lived in. The way Eleanor had laughed at his terrible jokes. The quiet Sunday mornings. The ordinary precious architecture of a life that had never quite existed. When the watch showed 5 minutes remaining, Thomas stopped writing. I need to tell you something, he said, in case this works, in case some part of you remembers. What? I love you. I know I didn't earn that right. I wasn't there. But in every timeline, in every version, you're my daughter, and I love you. Eleanor felt tears on her face. I love you too. I know, Thomas said. I can feel it. It's the only thing that stayed constant. 3 minutes, Eleanor made a decision. I'm going. With you, she said. Eleanor, not all the way, but close enough. If I anchor myself to your timeline, maybe I can preserve the memory, not just on paper. Actually hold it while you fade. It could kill you. Or it could let me remember both lives, the one I lived and the one I should have lived. She took his hand. I'm an archivist, Dad. This is what I do. I preserve records. I make sure truth isn't lost. Thomas started to protest, but the watch was at 1 minute. They were out of time. Eleanor wrapped her hand around his wrist over the watch, felt the backward pull of his causality, the wrongness of it. Her vision blurred. She saw Maya's room, the kitchen where they'd eaten breakfast, Thomas teaching her to change a tyre. Her mother, younger, happier, a complete life, ordinary and beautiful, 0. Thomas Hale faded at 12:43 a.m. on a Thursday. He didn't vanish violently. He simply became less, degree by degree, until he was a suggestion, then an outline, then nothing. The watch stopped at 0, not broken, but finished, its purpose completed. Eleanor remained. She sat in the garage for an hour, feeling the universe stabilise around her. Her phone restarted. The smart refrigerator came back online. Dr. Kumar's equipment powered down, its measurements complete. When she finally stood, she felt different. Not wrong, but doubled. She remembered growing up without a father, all the documented absences, the archived grief. But she also remembered Thomas teaching her to swim, walking her down the aisle, holding Maya for the first time. Both lives were real. Both existed in her mind with equal weight. Sarah found her at dawn. Eleanor? Tentative, as though uncertain she'd recognise the name. I'm here, Eleanor said. What happened? He went back, to where he was supposed to end. Eleanor touched the watch, still sitting on the workbench where Thomas had left it. And I remembered. Both timelines. Both lives. Sarah sat beside her. They watched the sunrise through the garage's open door. The neighbourhood began its morning routine, synchronised and coherent. Is that sustainable? Sarah asked, carrying contradictory memories. I don't know, Eleanor admitted, but it's what I have, what we have. The truth is complicated. It always has been. They sat in silence for a while. Then Eleanor picked up the watch, felt its weight. I think I'm going to learn to repair these, she said. Mechanical watches, analogue time, things that measure moments without depending on the cloud. That sounds right, Sarah said. 5 years later, Eleanor Hale ran a small watch repair shop in a suburb where the lawns were maintained by an automated service and the streetlights coordinated their dimming with the sunrise. She specialised in mechanical timepieces, vintage, obsolete, the kind of watches people inherited and couldn't bear to throw away. She fixed them carefully, precisely, with the same attention she had once given to medical archives. Her workbench, in a place of honour, sat a Navy-issue watch from 1944. It was stopped permanently at 0. The glass was scratched, the band was worn. It would never run again. But she kept it anyway, because it was evidence, proof of a life that had been real, even if the universe had elected not to keep it. Sometimes customers asked about it. Family heirloom, she'd say, which was true. They'd nod, satisfied with the explanation, and she wouldn't elaborate. She'd simply return to her work, repairing the small mechanisms that measured time, that kept the present distinct from the past. Outside, the world continued, digital, seamless, algorithmically optimized. Inside, Eleanor remembered 2 lives, the one she'd lived and the one that had loved her. Both were true, both mattered, and the watch, frozen at 0, held space for the silence between them.